Welcome to the start of the summer split. The race to the last chance qualifier and the World Finals only gets more intense from here. With a 1.5 circuit point multiplier and a brand new map draft system, the stakes have been raised. East Asia's finalists are ready to write the next chapter of the Brawl Stars Championship, so let's jump straight into the June monthly finals. My name is Sunny and I'm joined by brilliant Ark and incomparable Trev. Guys, which team are you most excited to watch today?
I always say Crazy Raccoon in this region. I think they're just a team that are absolutely on top. I mean, it says by 6 points, to be fair, so not that far ahead, but they've just been really on point in this region this year.
For me, I'm curious as to how Zeta are going to fare this month. They had a bit of a risky run. It wasn't the best of qualifiers, was it? Let's be honest. But today, maybe that will change. But certainly those two teams having come out of Brawl Cup, I'm curious to see how they are faring off the back of those.
We have a brand new map draft system. Damien is going to be played for the first time today, and we have some new faces in this region. Crazy Raccoon are going to kick things off today against Ignum Esports. That is one of those newer faces on the sky of East Asia. Phase 0 versus Rival Esports for quarterfinal number 2. SK Kalalas East Asia versus Insomnia, and then Fennel versus Zeta Division. Now, which one of these are you looking forward to the most, Trev?
I think it's got to be the bottom, and I know you're going to agree with me as well, Ark. Fennel versus Zeta Division, I think is going to be a big game today and a big point swinger for both of those teams as well. You know, the teams like Zeta Division and Crazy Raccoon, if the rest of the teams in this region want to catch up with them and try and get some of those world final qualification spots, they're going to have to knock them out in these early rounds and carry on with a real big run themselves.
It's exactly that. These teams have had a chance to recollect and regather their thoughts during amongst the Brawl Cup. Crazy Raccoon and Zeta had their work cut out for them in that regard. They were very busy looking at the wider picture, the whole world, in that number 1 and number 2 slot. Whereas everyone else has had the chance to kind of go back to their home region and kind of go back to the lab in that regard. For SKC, looking to hold on to that number 3 spot. For Fennel now, having not qualified in both months leading up to today, it's been quite a struggle for them. So, FaZe as well, we don't really talk about them too much here on the desk, and they were the team that actually looked Zeta to the lower bracket.
Crazy Raccoon and Zeta Division both attained some bonus points from the Brawl Cup, so the race to the Worlds have been a bit more cutthroat for the rest of this region. Super exciting stuff we're gonna see today, and we didn't only bring those two teams back from Berlin, we also have this one for you once again. Who watched the Brawl Cup already knows what it is, but Trev, every single time we see a super exciting play, the highlight of the day, we're gonna press this button, and what happens then?
We're gonna give you 200 points. And that goes towards your event.brawlstars.com line to try and get some of the sprays, the pins, and all the goodies on there as well. So it's a huge thing you want to keep on the event site so we can keep on giving you some points.
I struggle to not press the button if you put a button in front of me. So my job this stream is going to be trying to hold myself back, honestly.
So if you haven't locked in your predictions just yet, you better head over to event.brawlstars.com right now and do that still. You still have a couple of minutes left before we head straight into our quarterfinal number 1. These are our predictions. I hope you also locked that in on the website. It does make sense to also stay on there because, as we said, we will press the button at a random point in time. You don't know that. And if you're on the website at the moment of the impact, as we press the button, you will get to 200 points. We are pretty aligned here. Ark, quarterfinal number 4 is a bit of a 50-50. What made you decide to go with Fennel?
Yeah, and to be honest, maybe quarterfinals 2 as well. I mean, it could be the match that does cause an upset there, but I'm very much aware that Zeta didn't look as strong in their qualifiers this time round as in previous months. For Fennel, I think they've got a lot still to prove in this competition with their roster. I know that they've been working incredibly hard and that things are working better and gelling more efficiently as a squad. Going through the upper bracket, I think as well makes a big difference there. So if you are placing your predictions on event.brawlstars.com, consider those things as well. We're not always right here on the desk, and I think it's fair to say, coming into this year, we had no idea what to expect in this region specifically.
We also let you vote this time around who you want to have as your team to watch, who you want to jinx in that. And it's going to be Crazy Raccoon. I believe the Brawl Esports account has chosen SK Kalalas. So those two teams definitely are teams to watch. Is the curse real? The jinxing?
I feel like last month it started to waver a little bit, the jinx, to be honest with you, or the month before last, I should say. But I still think it could be very, very real, and I know a lot of the teams in this region are probably going to be praying that it is real, especially when you've got SK Kalalas and Crazy Raccoon apparently cursed, because that would give a lot of teams a chance to catch up.
And they need to. 1.5 times points multiplier is a crucial time now to get it right on the day. CR and Zeta are looking well out in front, but that can change in a single month. We've seen across every region just how competitive this year really is.
And the region is competitive as well. That's why we have a couple of new faces joining the old ones. Our quarterfinal number 1 is going to show us just that as well. It's Crazy Raccoon versus Ignim Esports. Crazy Raccoon, of course, the world champions from last year, did fairly well at the Brawl Cup, but they probably would have wanted to go a bit further even.
Yeah, absolutely. I mean, even though they're at the top of this region in terms of points, they're going to have wanted to have a bit more of a buffer by doing well at the Brawl Cup and getting some more spots, whether that be Worlds or LCQ, back to this region. Unfortunately, neither of the teams managed to do that, so it has become a little bit harder. But Crazy Raccoon, not, as you say, the performance they'll have wanted. It wasn't just absolutely terrible, but 100% would have wanted to go further.
Yeah, I feel like for East Asia, a bit of a tough Brawl Cup, but I think that's exactly what they needed. At that mid-stage of the competition, to know where they sit in regards to everyone else in the world, they're going to be coming into this second split, meaning business.
And to find out if they're happy with the performance of Brawl Cup and not, we got the chance to sit down with the guy whose shoulders just cannot get stopped.
Milkrio, with a few weeks of separation from Brawl Cup, how do you feel about your team's performance at the event, and what was your biggest takeaway?
じゃあ、ブローカップから、数週間が経ちましたけど、このパフォーマンス、この大会のパフォーマンス、どうやって評価しますか？そして一番最大の学びは何でしたか？
やっぱりヨーロッパが、改めて強いなっていうのを、非常に痛感した、試合だったかなというふうに思います。はい。
Yeah, so I think, we felt very painfully how good Europe is during this tournament, and I guess that's the biggest thing we got out of it.
What would be the biggest learning point? What can you take from that event, from the spring split, and try and get back to, say, World Championship version of CR? What's the biggest thing that we can work on?
じゃあこの経験を生かして、一番改善したいものは何ですか？なんかこの2025年世界選手権のレベルの強さに戻るために一番大事なことは何だと思いますか？
やっぱり技術の部分が大事かなというふうに思って、ヨーロッパでは新しく、強い人がどんどん出てきてるんで、やっぱそれにより追いつけるような実力に自分をしていかないといけないかなっていうふうに思います。
So I would say just the mechanicals, the skills. Like there's so many new people in Europe coming up, and we saw them now in the cup as well. And we just really have to catch up with whatever they do to bring us to the same level as previously.
So back in the home region, they should struggle less with draft, and they've been pretty competitive in this region so far, sitting at that top slot in the leaderboard. On the other side, Ignim Esports, a team that we have seen only once Feasible Gaming played in the March monthly finals, and they lost to none other than Crazy Raccoon. So they can avenge themselves today. Let's see if they manage to do so. Now, this is what I talked about already. We get a brand new system. We have a map draft now. Crazy Raccoon got to start because they are also the upper seed in this one, came through the upper bracket into the monthly finals. So we're going to kick things off with Hideout. That's going to be the pick from Crazy Raccoon, Ring of Fire, Gemford, Pinhole Punt, and then the last one is going to be a random map, just a decider, right? We are in a best of 5, so whoever wins 3 maps first will take the win and move on into the semis. Anything you can tell us about these maps? Why maybe the teams chose them?
I mean, for me, I was going to say I don't think we'll really be using the last 2 maps, to be honest with them, unfortunately. I think this one's just a huge win for Crazy Raccoon. So you can see why they would have wanted to pick first as well, because, get 2 of the maps at least in a best of 5 when they should be winning in 3-0. Global ban-wise, though, no surprise here, I will say as well. Edgar and Damien, 2 of the more kind of brawlers that can take you by a surprise and win games on their own. So not surprising to see Crazy Raccoon get those out of the way. And then over the other side as well, Nita, not really seen that global ban too much, but I kind of welcome it. As a brawler that counters tanks quite well, you might want to play some more tanks as Ignum.
Yeah, it's interesting now that Damien is in those global bans because it's going to open up some doors actually for some really troublesome brawlers, especially in this kind of region here. I feel like, Charlie would be a pretty decent response to Damien, so I think that we may even still see it come through today. A bit split in the community as to how that brawler's going to fare, competitively speaking. Crazy Raccoon, 95% of you on event.brawlstars.com feel like they are going to take this convincingly, so I think we're pretty united here on the disc that could well be the case also. But brawlers like Mortis, brawlers like Ems and others are going to definitely have a showing here now. Pierce can escape through those bans, and there's definitely some troublesome ideas on the horizon for sure.
Talking about Mortis, we just seen Shigemion's camera as well. He shone in the March Monthly Finals with an insane Barley cosplay. I was excited to see what he will bring out today, and today it is a Mortis. Doesn't have it on right now, but he needs to focus up and play because Crazy Raccoon is today their first opponent. In March, they did pull off an insane reverse sweep against WWL, so in the end they won our all hearts by not only their beautiful cosplay, also by winning at least the quarterfinals.
Yeah, I'm not sure that's going to be the case today, unfortunately, because, as you say, Crazy Raccoon were kind of the ones to stop them last time as well. So I'm expecting this one to be quite a swift 3-0, unfortunately. Listen, I love the Ignum guys, and as you said, cosplays are always on top. I love a cosplay, but I just don't think we're going to be seeing too happy of a Mortis cosplay today after this game.
I mean, I love a cosplay, right? I mean, there's no denying that. But, the ultimate reality is that they've never gained a set versus Crazy Raccoon. Not in quals, not in the monthly finals. So it's going to be a tough one for them.
We are in the summer split now, and we're going to kick things off with Hideout. Crazy Raccoon versus Ignum Esports. Those two teams have faced each other before. It was a 3-0 for Crazy Raccoon. I do hope at least one set goes the way of Ignum today. I want to see a competitive region overall, and so far Crazy Raccoon and Zeta Division are 100 points ahead of everyone else. Gene is going to be the first pick here. A lot of long-range brawlers are banned out already. I also see Colette is banned out. She's super strong at the moment, so we're probably going to see some aggression from the right-hand side, and there he is already. Leon picked up by Ignum.
Yeah, I like the Leon. Surprising to see it played into a Gene, to be fair, when he's got that kind of scouting ability. It wouldn't have been my first choice, to be honest with you. Bell, on the other hand, long range, the ability to mark up, going to be decent against quite a lot of matchups. I will say, no surprise to see the Mortis stand out as well when you want to be going for that first star. Kind of only leaves... This is a fast round, I can barely speak about it. Let's get to what they're actually picking. Pierce and Mina over the side for Crazy Raccoon. I was going to say, maybe they'd be able to still go with Kaze or something to pick up that first star, but with Mortis banned out, I mean, I do like the Mina as well, let's be honest. The aggression that's going to be unmatched at the moment.
I think now, having seen Angel Boy at the Brawl Cup, people are starting to catch on finally. Jae Young could be a good shout here for the finalisation of this draft. Some healing and some speed, certainly to evade those peer shots and to have something to rival the Gene with the Ollie. Is going to come through with some brute force. No real healer behind it, so they're going to have to really protect that particular brawler with everything they got. The bell marks have got to land ideally onto the Minas to ensure the swift takedowns.
I definitely went with you there. Jae Young would have been my pick too. Ollie, surprise to me. No healers for Leon and Ollie, and as you already pointed out, Trev, very insightfully. So Leon is going to be scouted quite easily by the Gene. So for me, Crazy Raccoon is the better draft, which is something that we don't see too often. Let's be honest here. Draft is usually where they are missing out. But now, heading straight into match. Can they take a set today?
Yeah, and it adds a bit of worry for me as well. If Crazy Raccoon have got the better draft against this team, I don't think they're really going to stand too much of a chance. Lollipop drop placed nice and early then, and over the left-hand side, Yade just trying to get a few poking shots through. At least they don't have the Leon on the Gene, that's the main thing.
Just to point out, there's a giant Mortis shovel in the background. Look back when we see it.
You're acting like we haven't noticed this.
But the Mortis shovel is gigantic. Like, the actual size of it is the size of a bed.
Well, I'm glad you finally caught on, Al. I'm glad you finally
Thank you.
Couple of those traps down on the left-hand side now as well will stop CR from pushing up there with it, at least without being slowed and damaged a little bit. Shikamion doing a good job here of actually evading a few shots from Milkrow. With Pierce, really needs to be connecting them. Tensai sitting at the back, healing up, and Moya has a pull here as well, so got to be incredibly careful on the side of it.
Good shots from Tensai in that mid, keeping back the flow of motion here. While he still can't get through. That's a beautiful pull from Moya there. Support was there. if needed, but it wasn't even really necessary from Tensai. 3 stars, looking comfortable though, it must be said, on the side of Crazy Raccoon on the left-hand side. A lot of bells, nest eggs, so if the tides can change, if some stars can be earned, then they will be troublesome to push into.
Yeah, super nice max range pull, just extending this lead. And he has it back as well, thanks to a few of those shots he got up close and personal after the pull. Here comes Ollie, jumping on in. Moya's going to be hypnotized and brought to his death here on the left-hand side, but does at least the lead remain with CR with the blue. Pulls, there again, and Moya's just on it with this brawler. Drake not going to have those walls to hide behind now, so does have to retreat one wall further.
Yeah, really important that Moya just keeps this up, because those stars are going to basically be guaranteed there with Tensai on that Mina pick. That'll be a weak pushing into this. One little final chance push. The Leon might not be available for it there as well. There's a nice defensive measure from CR, but Moya having the hypercharge as well, trying to evade these shots in that bottom left-hand side. 8 stars now. There's still potential. I just don't know if there's enough time, especially not with this amount of body blocking happening from CR, and they will retain the lead and gain the first game.
Yeah, I mean, they had to kill the Gene, they really did, because he was in front of them, but it did seem like they were focusing the wrong pair there. So unfortunate for Ignum, but CR, as expected, take this first game pretty comfortably, I will say. You know, if we don't kind of feed the Gene super as much, we don't get pulled a couple times, it'll be a lot closer, especially in those later stages. But it was a great defensive super, as you mentioned, with the Mina as well, just stopping Ollie when he chose to super in himself.
Again, another early blue star there from Tensai, popping the windmill gadget to ensure that there's going to be no shots conceded. Lollipop drop will give a little bit of potential for Ignum Esports to be able to get that mid-control, which they've been able to establish pretty well. Now pushing forwards, and CR, as we know in this position, can do pretty well regardless. Early takedown potential here of the Lollipop drop. But look at how early we see Drake with that Ollie pick right against that back wall.
Yeah, it's great control here from Ignum at the moment, but Tensai's going to go in, and that puts Drake in a tough position. Forced to back up now, and Tensai has a super to be able to stop Drake. He's down to one shot here, and Tensai thought about going after him, but decided better of it in the end. Still, gained some map control back, and the 1-star lead remains.
Tensai again, keeping that protective measure for Moya with the healing puffs as well to ensure his survivability. It's about when the communication goes for this Ollie pick. They will find some hypnosis onto Milkberry, who is low. But Tensai and Moya are now going to be ensuring surely they can get out of this, as well as a lovely pickup of the Leon 2. That's 6 stars to 2.
Yeah, amazing from Tensai there. It might be Moya with all the stars, but Tensai kept himself alive and brought both of them low. So super nice from him. Drake coming forwards again now, and Bell really not having a good time here against Milkberry, who maybe could have got the kill with his super, but chose to just hold on to it for the late game. Tensai sitting behind this wall. 2 stars is kind of what you want over his head, so he can keep this aggression up.
Ollie again on the aggressive. Doesn't actually find much connection there to McReal, and with the amount of damage he was able to inflict with those ammo drops, unreal. 10 now to 2. And the CL looking equally as dominant as they were in the first. Now hypercharge Tensai as well, just absolutely annihilates the Leon. And this is looking very, very fierce. Milkberry's not going to find too much of a connection, but just keeps the bell back. Now Moya's got a pull as well. This should surely be the final nail in this first set. Just 2 stars for Ignum Esports was all they were able to obtain. And it should be safe and sound. But Crazy Raccoon, unless something goes disastrously wrong here.
Almost
was
did.
a little bit close towards the end, I won't lie. But nonetheless, that first set secured. And Crazy Raccoon pushed forwards to a second.
Absolutely. Almost went very wrong there at the end. It could have quite easily flipped. They were both so low, but just narrowly surviving. So CR do manage to take this first set. Was, for the most part, pretty comfortable throughout the actual games, rather than when it started to close down at the end. Some great pulls in the first from Moya to seal that one, and then Tensai pop it off in the second. Doing a really good job here on Hideout.
Yeah, solid stuff, and a very comfortable draft. Love to see Mina kind of really have those pop-off moments, and Tensai was playing it fantastically well. A few less pulls from Moya maybe in that second set, but nonetheless the team still looked pretty comfortable in that regard. And it's going to be a tough thing to break the will of Crazy Raccoon. Good stats across the board as well. Milkberry had a particularly good round with 314 DPS to his name, but 3 for Tensai, 3 for Moya, 2 for McReal. Good stats for Bounty.
Was surprised to see Pierce even slide through the bends. Honestly, Naja was banned out, and she is probably alongside Pierce one of the best snipers or long-range brawlers that you have in the game right now. Jolly did better than I thought it would.
Yeah.
Still didn't really work out in the end. I think this was a draft issue. They played super well, but it didn't work out. And have you seen this huge shovel in
Have
there?
you seen the huge shovel? It's ginormous. It's the size of the bed.
Funnily enough, I have seen it. It's hard to miss, I will say. So, yeah, super cool.
Some missed it at the beginning, you know?
It is super
be me.
cool, though. It is super cool. So I'm hoping we get to see him kind of swing it about a bit later on.
Maybe, but they're going to
We might require a win for
They
that.
might,
though,
yeah, I
'cause
was
it
gonna
seems
say,
like,
there's at least
seems
a
like a
set.
celebration.
Yeah.
So yeah, now up next to the next map in the game. I don't actually know what it is, honestly. I just like to see
It's actually
it.
so hard to remember.
But yeah, it is a map draft now. The next map is going to be picked by Ignim Esports, so I'm super excited to see if they can now turn things around, as this is the map they wanted to play. It's Ring of Fire. Surely they have a game plan for this one. Why else would you pick this map if you don't know exactly how to play it? Some brawlers that stand out here, once again, some aggression, like the Ellie is showing up quite often. Fang as well, super strong at the moment. Have got a little bit of a buff and now super good on a map like this one. Otherwise, just the good old Binks, Draft, the Lu, you know, everything that is just good on Hot Zone, because you have a big super that covers the map, and there he is.
Yeah, there's one of them. Well, ban-wise, it's the Lumi, which was kind of Brawl that I was expecting at the moment. Same with Colette, really solid. Crow is double banned out. Fink's going to be out the way as well, so pretty much all the brawlers that would have been mentioned are gone. Poco will add to that as well to stop that kind of the tuning fork from getting rid of that Lu effect. So I like that kind of ban pick decision out of Ignim, and then in return, Chris can get the pierce again, which is not what I would want to see as Ignim.
First brawler pick, it makes a ton of sense. Naja, though, is still open here, potentially on the other side of the field. But, I mean, normally the Lus will be taking that mid-control as against the Pierce. Not a great matchup, honestly, for Ignim in that regard. Aggression, as well, is potentially here for CR. Ruff's going to do that supply drop brawler to really enhance the Pierce and what it can bring to the table. But I think for me, Ignim have got to be very cautious on how they draft this next set side of things, because the Moyes could be a final pick.
One less
Flying
anomaly.
Mina wants the pick that I was looking forward to. It's also a pick that Crazy Raccoon usually likes to play. Now picked up by Ignim alongside the Chloe, so they still have some heals. So they learned from the last set, right, where we were missing that heal. Now at the same time, I feel like Chloe has really fallen off. You haven't really seen him in competitive, even in ranked, a lot of times. So now the last pick for the left-hand side could still be with something aggressive. Draco, maybe. Kenji. They're not going to go with that. Maybe a bit too risky against the Lu. Going to go with Penny. Always quite a decent option, because once she has her turret set up, you basically have one of the throwers just standing there in that little nook on the right-hand side, and you have 4 brawlers in the map.
Yeah, I mean, it's super nice, and I liked your ideas of aggression, especially the Draco with the Ruffs being able to provide that hypercharge drop. But as you said, just seems too risky in a position where they don't really need to be risky. They're coming into this one the better team. They can just be safe, stay at the back, play control, get some kills, and take that zone. But I don't dislike what Ignim have got here, to be honest with you.
It's not terrible. I'm still not entirely sold on the Glowy. I mean, we saw it a little bit at World Cup, but if they can just keep that Mina rolling in and being in that same spot, but as the Ruffs can get that supply drop down, breaks the walls, I think that over time it's going to be tougher for Ignim to get off the mark. They've got to have a very strong, solid start and get some early control, which they are doing pretty successfully well so far.
Yeah, I mean, Drake has just been low so many times but never going down. Moya's going to fall on the right-hand side. He's going to be looking for that Penny turret to be placed, so then when Drake dashes one way, you can hope that his turret will go the other. Drake comes quite far and actually falls out of the range of the heals, and that's the first time he's going to go down. Glowy doing his job so far, but now they've lost control. This game should flip.
This is what I'm talking about. It's really all about the early game for Ignim, but now they are pushed back to a point where we've got to make some space, and Drake might just be the man to do that. Does find one, and Milkbro under pressure now as the sandbags will falter. Moya as well will fall. That's fantastic with the helping hand of this heal from the Glowy. It's working out really well as they approach now 75%.
Yeah, Drake's on it. Oh, Shigemulant's battered though by that Pierce shot, and Tensai's going to get a couple there. Really nice from him, but the Luke just staying on the zone a bit longer. The Penny turret will keep him down, and now Tensai getting burnt through here. Another super thrown out, but doesn't find any connections. Drake coming forwards with the heals from the Glowy should be able to get this game done, especially with the Luke joining them as well. He just not falling, juking so well, and that's going to be the game. Real nice performance there from Ignim.
It's a much closer draft than the previous set, it must be said. But I feel like CR can absolutely make some adaptations here. The thing that worries me again is their lack of aggression in terms of their draft. They've got so much control-based brawlers that if they're not able to establish control, can't really place much pressure upon things. It's kind of like why I like that Mina to really open up some doors for Ignim with the helping hand of those glowy heals early on. It's the same thing. Milk really needs to get super. Now that's a bit of a different story. And the kill as well. That's the perfect setup for CR.
Yeah, total different story there. Really nice stuff from CR. Good kills. I couldn't help but feel like they should have just been shooting the glowy for the most part with the range rather than the Mina who's in front. But once again, a nice early penny turret on the right-hand side from Moira and some good shots coming through. And this is a totally different game just because of the start.
Unreal. 20% each. And now, Ignim, glowy left on the map, waiting to re-collaborate with his teammates. Drake though does get tapped along the way. Milgria now going to be guarding that left-hand side. Windmill Gadget should surely be in play here, and it is popped. And there you go. No connection from the glowy side. Drake falls though very prematurely, and also dangerously low. There is the glowy too. So again, CL doing a much better job of holding firm. This painted turret is going to work.
Yeah, it's a great super as well from the Lu when they just him alive. Oh, he just got absolutely battered, and much needed kill there from Moira as well. Now they start to collapse on in. A good shot there as well, and the stun on Moira, who will be killed. But this turret still doing a lot of work in his place, and it is close. It's 50-50 here.
That hypercharged turret though, let's taking care of it. I don't feel like Ignim will be focusing too much of their time to do so. Unless they take it down, it's going to be so tough for them to be able to push in. I'm surprised, to be honest, that it is this close.
Yes, a real close one now. Starting to get a bit of ground back, but a hypercharge available for Shigemyon. And this Lu needs to go down here, but he's managing to get it double there as well. Marks him up, gets the kill, but Milgrio gets the refrag. Shigemyon coming super aggressive, will get this kill here on Milgrio. And this is huge from them if they can get the set.
Hypercharge to the Lu could be massive. Pop prematurely in a nice way. It really pushed back CR. They were too fearful of it. That penny turret is the only saving grace, but now with 10% left on the clock, I feel like Ignim have got full control here. 3 members standing, and they should game a set. We might even say a bit of a cosplay celebration. Not just yet, it feels like to me. They're waiting to win the whole thing.
Yeah, now he feels like he can win it all after they've won that set. And a pretty convincing set at that as well. First game, really good. Second game, they definitely had a bit more fight back, but CR never really managed to get out the spawn. Even when they got a couple of kills, there was always a Lu super just delaying, stopping them from getting that extra percentage that in reality they did earn, but just never got.
That was a good adaptation for sure. I'm so impressed that Ignim were able to work as well as they did against that, hypercharged penny turret. I mean, crazy that they were able to find the space to maneuver around it. I think for CR, maybe a little bit of a missed opportunity in that game, honestly, because that was their best shot, and just a really fantastic draft. I mean, I think glowy still has very much a place here. I think that they've demonstrated that in the right combination of brawlers can actually really do some work.
Yeah, we talked about it coming into the draft, glowy not really showing up anymore in the competitive meta, but they just made him work anyways. 7 kills despite everything on 10 side. Pierce definitely worked out, but just not the way they wanted to. In the end, it's not about getting kills, and we just have a lot more zone time, especially on that Lu and Mina on the right-hand side. So they win. And that's what we wanted to see, right? We wanted to see a tight race. We wanted to see them at least take a set. So Trev, you said it's going to be a 3-0. What are you saying now?
I'm saying they're still going to lose, but I'm saying it's a better game. I'm pleased that it's not a 3-0. Don't get me wrong, I don't want to be seeing Crazy Raccoon sweeping teams off the board. I want to see this region be a bit closer than it has been in the previous few months. But Ignim, I'm pleased they're fighting back. But that was I just really like the draft. The glowy was doing a great job healing up the Mina throughout the entirety of it, and they just played it so well.
I think the Mina especially is a brawler that I want to see kind of be more considered, more highly in these bans. We've seen at Brawl Cup just how dangerous it can be. It really caused a problem there for CR, who didn't bring an aggressor to the table. That was kind of my concern going in. Glow was able to get so many heals. As another draft flying through straight away. We've got bans there of Naja, Shade, and the Sandy, Crow, the Colette, and the Mortis.
Lily's going to be the first pick here for the right-hand side. Now, Chamford has been a map that Ignim Esports unfortunately only scrimmed a single time in the last 2 weeks, so let's see how well they will do. We just saw them steal the Mina off of Crazy Raccoon's hands. It is their most picked brawler on Ring of Fire. Now they stole it, won with it. Let's see if they just take some inspiration from the left-hand side. Ems is going to be the first pick here. Mina, once again, a very often picked brawler from Crazy Raccoon on a map like this one. Nita and Chester also, but they're both globally banned, so they're not going to show up here. What we still need from the left-hand side now is a gem carrier, and that's still going to be missing as that second brawler indeed is Mina once more.
Yeah, still desired here for the left-hand side. That gem carrier needs to come through. I think Ems, like, at a push, can do it if they're absolutely desperate, but I don't think it's what they'll want to be having. Lily, I think, it's a good brawler, but I do always feel like an early pick of that can really be punished, and you can kind of just be left in this cycle of trying to get your hypercharge desperately, and that's the only thing you can do in the game. And then if you miss it, then you've just messed up the entire game for your entire team.
Stu going to come in now as well. Not my kind of favourite brawler, but certainly one that can have some mid control and be that kind of gem carrier with the speed zone potential. It's just not necessarily the strongest of gem carriers. It's good at evading shots, and I think that for that reason we're seeing Stu come a bit more back into the meta. But it is quite a risky comp. This really depending so much on that Lily. And the unpredictability of which she brings, but I mean, I'm much preferring the Ems. I'm much preferring that Mina, and Sierra got final pick.
Stu is going to be the gem carrier. Now they need something to address the Mina, and it's going to be Kenji, which can work. I think Kenji has a bit of a better matchup amongst the two. Really depends who has super first. Trunk is going to be the last pick here. They double down on the aggression, so I assume Ems is going to be gem carrier for the left-hand side.
Yeah, like I said, it can be done, and I think when you're against that double aggression, you're going to be a bit susceptible at some points. Got to really reserve a lot of those gadgets, reserve your supers, reserve the hypercharges for those big moments. But it's double aggression on both sides as well, so it's going to be a super scrappy game here. Obviously the Mina Trunk on the left, and then the Kenji and Lily on the right. So really scrappy, and Stu probably has a better ability of running away from those situations, I feel.
I get a bit nervous when I see Trunk come through, to be quite honest, these days. I mean, I'm not going to mention names at World Cup, but I wonder now whether it's enough to actually bring out the breakthrough gadget on the Stu side, because that Trunk is going to be really tough to shake if left untouched in that mid. So let's see how they approach things. No sign of speed zone just yet, and it is that. So that might be quite a good way to attack this this Trunk and maybe open up that mid.
Shigemi got a bit battered there, but we'll come back with a bit more HP. Tensai actually going to be the one carrying the gems instead of the Ems. So Drake in this back portion of the map, exactly where Lily wants to be, goes in hyper aggressive and does go down, but Tensai very low and force her throughout the super to try and help his team. Milkrow pops a gadget, and that's the second one he's wasted here.
Goes down very quickly there as well. Hypercharge all ready for Drake on that right-hand side. So despite Tensai having those 6 gems, he might find himself under attack soon. Drake goes straight into the realm, avoids Milkrow, not the person he wanted to really connect with there. A bit of a waste. Gems are spilled. Milkrow will get 4. Maybe 2 more for the back of things. He wants to come. He's going to be very cautious here. He's outnumbered. What was he thinking? You can't do that. You'll be much more cautious with that many gems. Just come back.
Yeah, I mean, he could have probably grabbed a couple more off the start as well and come back, but he kind of backed off and then went back in for them. So really risky play, especially when you've got a super. Just get the gems and super out. There's no point risking it. They do get a kill back in return here, and they have been dominating the majority of the game and that spawner for the most part. So I don't doubt they'll be able to get back into it, but they've just made it harder for themselves.
Moit's doing work, hypercharge in the perfect position as well. Pops them beautifully with the Kenji to the skies, and actually gets the kill as well. Unreal. There's still gems from the mid. They can actually reset this on the side of CR. It's not too bad of a situation, but Milkrow does need to heal here. Down there by the Stu, who has got hypercharge as well. They found the Lily, though, that's even better for them. Drake, though, is going to go down. That's Tensai. That's all him.
Shigemi desperate for his hypercharge here, but did slightly overstep, leaves himself low, and in the back spawn of Crazy Raccoon here, both going to come for him, and the countdown starts regardless from the mid. Good knockback from Shigemi. Just about gets his hypercharge, pulls Tensai into a bit of a compromised position, but he manages to stay alive. It's not going to be able to be equaled out from the mid, I don't believe, and now they need to push with 7 seconds on the clock, trying to go in. Hypercharge pop now as well for the Stu, but he doesn't have a super. All crumbling here, gets pulled in, and Tensai will survive. They made it harder for themselves than they had to, but got the win in the end.
The things are getting closer. They really are. I mean, there's mistakes being made by CR now, and that wasn't really something which I picked up on in the previous sets. Pressure could be getting to them somewhat, but they are a team that, in my opinion, are the most unbreakable in this region. They need to collect themselves and just, again, enhance that communication there. Milkrow, I think, needs to be very cautious. But they want the gems to stay with Tensai, ultimately. I think that is going to be the number one concern for them. Because with anyone else, it's going to be tough. I mean, ideally Moya, who's playing a fantastic Ems, by the way, and is making a lot of these plays really count.
Missed super, I think, from Drake in there as well, so not the ideal situation for Ignum early on once more. Shigemi could have come in with the super, and they do get a kill on Moya as well, so not as dominating as the start in the previous game. 1,000 HP left on the Stu, and he just about backs off and survives, even at the moment.
Drake's doing a really good job here of just being invisible. Oh, beautiful dash in there as well. Moy gets a tap before going back into the realm. This is what CR will be so cautious of, because Drake is invisible the majority of the time on their radar. Now, 2 gems, 3 in total with that Stu. Moy again with the hypercharge. You've got to take care of him now and do so on the side of Ignum. That's crucial. Drake healing up now again with the hypercharge once more. Now could be a time to go in. Oh, but a miss. That's disastrous.
And this is what I'm saying, you spend the entire game trying to earn your hypercharge, just going in with the super, gadgeting, staying alive, but then you miss it, and you're pretty much costing your team the entire game. That has to be hitting, and you have to be getting those kills. Shigemion in a tough pace now, and there's Milkro with a big kill coming through. Shigemion sent into the air, might be able to get the kill, but doesn't. It's 8-4, then just the Stu surviving on the side of Ignum, with Milkro around the flank.
Hypercharge now, but again, these taps from Moya are massive, getting so much damage for his squad. Low HP as Drake goes into the realm again. Milkro goes in on the trunk, gets some damage as well, but these hypercharge heals from the Stu is going to force CR to push back somewhat. Nice protection there from Moya. Protecting Milkro and Tensai from damage. He's doing so much there. A nice friend zone yet again to keep that Kenji back.
Yeah, Shigemion doing a good job in that matchup as well, even when he's getting knocked back, staying and persevering through those shots. Super coming in, going to be missing that one as well. Falls low, but Gadget keeps him alive. Will be able to get Moya too. And Drake down the bottom in a tough position now. Will fall with Milkro helping out a little bit. Comes in again, and they're all going to go down. They're risking so much, and this time, surely they can't win it.
You can see it coming a mile away. In those moments, you've just got to come back. Recollect, you've got time. You haven't got the HP on your side. And CR is throwing this one away now. Look at that. I mean, this is now a tied set at a crucial moment. 1 set each, 1 game each. And what happens in this next game if they make mistakes like that once more? They're going to be behind for the first time in this series.
Yeah, with no buffer either, because when you're 2-1 down, you've really got to be perfect. And they're not perfect at the moment. They're absolutely not. They've made mistakes in pretty much every set they've played in. So, not the best look for Crazy Raccoon so far, but Ignum absolutely on top and dominating at the moment. Well, maybe not dominating to be fair, but taking advantage of CR's mistake.
Yeah, he's like capitalizing down, really. And, you know, I feel like CR's got a better drop, in all honesty. The trunk is my only kind of reservation, and that comes much more down to how it's played rather than the actual brawler itself. And we've seen that many a times over the course of this season, that it really comes down to just being able to balance out, you know, whether it's worth going on the aggressive or not.
Well, this is a good start for CR, but so have the other couple of games as well. We'll see if they're able to keep this one up. Tensai will get the kill in the back lines onto the Stu, and Milkro trying to get some shots in. Does well against Shigemion, sends him to the right-hand side, and make sure he can't get any kills. Drake falls to Gadget here as well, but will come out with the super in hand, gets into a little bush and gets the kill with Shigemion. Beautiful duo play there.
Drake's just finding the right spots to go invisible and come out, and he's just, you know, not expected to be there, capitalizing down on CR yet again. They're not making too many mistakes so far, but it's just better play from Ignum as they are able to really harness that positivity. Drake again with a hypercharge. I would suggest not using it just yet. Make sure you're healthy in terms of HP and finding the right person at the right time.
I mean, that seems incredibly the wrong person at the wrong time. Going into Moya there, the one with no gems. When Tensai's in front of you and you're ready to punish him, just save it. If not, gems go down. Milkro's going to go in for them now. Gets the super backwards, but he's straight on top of Shigemion. Tensai will go pick up those gems, though, and a good decision from him. And this time, CR in a much better spot.
Yeah, nice hand because it allows Milkro now to go much more on the aggressive, but they've got to protect Tensai. As now the hypercharge Stu coming in. Drake low HP, does go down as well. Tensai should be alright. He's got a Wimble Gadget already popped here as well, and there's a lovely way to seal it as CR just about survived that set, but it was so close. Genuinely now, I kind of feel like it could be a fifth and final set if this next draft goes well in Ignum's favor. Like, they've demonstrated that they can keep up with the pace. But we'll now, you know, Crazy Raccoon have a bit of a chance to talk this one through, because that was not clean. It was not clear cut, and things are not looking nearly as comfortable for them today so far.
For me, it just seems like they keep on getting dragged into these really scrappy situations where they don't need to be against a team like Ignum. Crazy Raccoon should be just playing control, getting some kills, winning the games really smoothly, but they're being dragged into like double aggression versus double aggression, and anything can happen in those games, as we saw with a couple of turnarounds. You make one step wrong and you're getting punished by 2 assassins just coming at you. So it does feel to me like CR are being punished in the draft, and yeah, that is kind of the name of the game in this region, even for the top teams. But, I mean, as you said, this could very well be a 5th set if Crazy Raccoon don't iron it out.
Talking about draft, though, honestly, that Lily did absolutely nothing. And that wasn't even on Drake. He was against 2 tanks that easily counter him out. I don't know. I just saw him miss most of his supers. The hypercharge as well, you called it out. Then once he had the hypercharge in the last game as well, he fired it off onto the Ems, the only one without any gems. So yeah, sorry, but that was a 2v3 for me for the most part. Shigemion absolutely carrying on the Kenji, and yes, they made it super tight. So I'm definitely with you, Ark. This could be a fifth and final set. First up though, Pinhole Hunt. And Crazy Raccoon now has the opportunity to close it all out here. If they win Brawl Ball, we're gonna be done with this quarterfinal number 1. If not, the fifth and final sets definitely could come in here because Ignim is looking mighty strong.
The Crow has been let through, which is definitely a concerning thing, like the Otis ban there as well. Charlie could be an option in Gem Grab, in Brawl Ball here for this particular region. It's kind of one of those niche kind of brawler picks if the tanks do come out to play here. But the Ems, the Otis, the Lumi, I'm glad to see the Lumi banned here as well. Naja's open, but very tough to make work in a game mode like Brawl Ball. Kind of the reason why you just tend to see it being run down. And that's a brawler which could certainly be paired with a brawler to just run it down. Or Colette as well. Yeah, this is disgusting, honestly.
Yeah, that's nice so far, it really is. And anything that can kind of stun them out and stop them can be stopped by the tuning fork. If they don't have those kind of things, then you can take the healing gadget. I really like this from Ignim at the moment. Colette being as strong as she is, I just don't think it's a brawler that Crazy Raccoon should be letting slip.
Leaving Colette open, always a risk at the moment. Also with her push-it star power, she's one of the best goalkeepers as well. Spike coming in now, which is a brawler we haven't seen in quite some time. I was thinking of Ruff's Mina. Ruff's for the Colette with the sandbags. He's pretty good against her. Spike is basically doing the same build. Probably playing Live Plant as his gadget, just making sure that Colette can't fire off too many shots. And then Mina is going to have a tough time against Colette. What can you say?
It's going to be a tank for me here. Primo Ball saying, I mean, you got the Colette, which is the tank counter taken off the card, so the perfect time in the draft for them to take that away from CR. Poco, I mean, this is a run it down comp as far as I can see one. I think the Spike maybe there just, I mean, Hank's maybe not the brawler pick that I'm thinking. Yeah. I've seen it played a bit. It's not the worst. I mean, the mean is going to be able to reset the bubble. That's the kind of concern here for me. That's the only brawler which can cause the most amount of reset, really. But I'm not really sold on this final pick, honestly. I was really excited for this draft until that third brawler showed itself.
I'm not sold on either draft, if I'm completely honest. Probably siding with Crazy Raccoon. I hope we get to see a fifth and final set. If anyone can do it, it is Ignim today. They're looking strong. Guys, you have what it takes. Show us, and you have Colette on your side, which always is a good thing to have in the current meta.
Or the best thing.
Definitely helps, absolutely. Life Plant thrown really aggressive there off the start, and it is Ignim who get control. Going to put them in a bit of a tough spot here, but Drake does fall lower and burning down, but through comes the Poco. Some really nice moves. Tensai low here as well, and should be popped, but Drake not going to find that connection with the missile. Gets thrown up into the air, and a good cycle out from Tensai as well. Wonderful defense from CR, but they shouldn't be in these positions.
Tensai did so well. That was a goal there for me. Great defense, great gadget to cycle as well. And if they keep that up, they can keep this tank at bay. But you can see just how easily this kind of comp can just hold W, just run it down. And if CR don't really get that mid-control and maintain it, it can really just escalate so quickly with the helping hand of that Poker, who I don't think is the best brawler in draft. I just feel like with that Colette and with that Hank, it's possible here.
Absolutely. They've got a chance, but it is CR in control of the map at the moment. Down the right-hand side now, trying to pivot where their aggression is. These lifelines just keep on getting launched forwards, and it is just Drake taking them down over and over again, so Colette doesn't have to deal with them. Yade on the left-hand side, just evading some spike shots and doing a good job of it too. There's another super from Tensai, and that will punish as well. Typer charges coming through. Down goes the Colette. Can Drake get to the left in time? Tensai going to bait out the bubble and move forwards. Really nice from CR there, and all of them just popping hypercharges and supers at once.
Great stuff. CR hypercharge there from Moya. Preemptively, but I quite like it. He earned the super off the back of it as well, and now both Tensai and himself just hypercharging all over this map. It's a team-wide bar, the Poco, which should just be a straightforward walk in here. Moya's low, the pass potential is there, and it is sealed already. And as quickly as that, match point for CR.
Yeah. I just think, like, I know I always say these underdog teams need to take risks, but I'm not sure about the Hank as the last pick. I'm really not. You said that wouldn't have been the tank that you went for. Yeah.
You know?
You said that wasn't going to be the tank you'd go for, and I have to agree. Yade threw with a nice tuning fork early on there to be able to get rid of those effects of the Crow so they can fly under the radar in the grass once more. No Crow already got a super in hand, and Tensai I don't think he's going to be mad on this right-hand side about this matchup, and with the life plant still surviving, the Korea might be able to push up beyond Shigemion here.
Well, Tuning Fork will reset things. That Poker Gadget really quite handy in scenarios. Good job from Moya. Actually gets the kill as well. Might even steal the Colette, and everyone is dropping like flies on the side of Ignan. Not sure that CR can really push forwards here to avail any kind of goal. Some good jukes there from the curveball as well, and the finalization is pretty strong. This Colette playing really, really well, but if he goes down here, which he does, it's going to then sort of stagger those spawns. Not great for Ignan.
Kro's deciding not to heal at all here. Gadget pop from Tensai as well, and because he hasn't popped up a windmill, you can see that he's probably going to be getting the super back straight away. Drake going to fall low. Hypercharge thrown directly onto the ball by Milkreo just to keep him off it, keep the defense strong. Good shots and the good evade there from Drake as well. And Yannick really aggressive. Moya with a hypercharge, probably he'll keep it, because I think this is going to be a goal no matter what. Good pushing coming through, and there you go. Nice collapse in from Ignan, and a great goal too.
Yeah, really great stuff. Ignan as well are just juking these curveballs to perfection. Even when Milbury had the hypercharge, I like Drake's positioning now as they're making another push forward, but Drake is low here. A big jump there from Moya will seal his demise then and leave then the Collector have to be able to defend this, which is a brawler which can, but goes down regardless, leaving the Poco into 1v3.
Yeah, hacked back in time though, and Drake has the super. He didn't use it to defend against Moya with the super in, which surprised me, to be honest. But we need to hold firm for another 45 seconds to drag this one more game. Super comes in, slowed down onto Drake here, and a couple of follow-up shots will help keep him low as well. And Yadi going hyper-aggressive and gets Moya supers the ball backwards. Really unfortunate for him there. And a hyper-charge to follow from Milkreo, who's just destroying the Hank on the right-hand side.
Yeah, Drake just cannot do anything at all. Milkreo's doing so well. Moya here in a good advantageous position. Can't really push forwards now with the respawn there, the picker coming through. Now, Colette with hypercharge, definitely a dangerous thing, but now eradicated as quickly as that. And realistically here, I don't see a world that CL don't tie this up and just secure it.
One of them's got to get the ball. Hypercharge Colette versus 3. Can he get it done? Super's there. Not going to get it. Moya jumps in. Oh, can he go? No! What a defense! What a defense from Shigemion. 3v1, and he keeps Ignan in it. That was ridiculous. That was a button press for me for sure. Run unreal, absolutely unreal. And it keeps them in it. I thought that was going to overtime. There was just no way around it. And that is what that brawler can do. That is why Colette is so frequently banned. Ignan trying to drag this to a set 5. Collapsing onto Tensai on the right-hand side here. Shigemion and Drake do a good job, but he's going to burn down. It's going to be the Colette trying to walk it and does get it in. Ignan yet again with another early goal. Now, defense is all they need to get to set 5. Pushing forwards now, and again. Moya have to do a good job here of defending. Rear of supers, but not the best of supers, let's be honest here. There's going to be a walkthrough. It is! That is, I mean, that's a set. That's ridiculous. We actually are going to be going to a 5th and final set, and I've got to be honest, pretty much off the back of that Colette defense in the prior game. That's what led them through to a point where it was even possible to gain another game. And CR now has gone from a position of winning to a position of question mark, 5th and final set. I mean, if you told me at the beginning of today that this is the match that would go there, I would have told you, you're crazy, you're out of your mind. But this is what we see off the back of the Brawl Cup. I mean, look at that. Look at that. Disgusting. Yeah, Tensai even picked the ball up in there as well. You saw it kind of fall off after his death. So I don't think he had enough time to throw it in, so I'm not blaming him, but that is just an insane defense from Shigemion. Great performance from Ignan yet again. Dragging this to a set 5, even if they do lose it, is a huge achievement against Crazy Raccoon, especially in the form they've been in this region this year. Cosplay celebration, are we going to get it? We might do.
I sure hope so. I have to say once again, Shigemion stood out to me. What an insane play from him again and again. Absolutely carrying not only on the Kenji beforehand, now also on the Colette. We see on the left-hand side, Tensai also with a whopping 11 kills. Once again, unfortunately, it's not about kills, and they were just a lot more effective on that right-hand side to get the ball into the net and defending arc.
It was honestly just unreal. I mean, to see players like that is such a rarity in Brawl Esports, and at the pivotal time of that, series to play itself out. I mean, CR there on match point. I mean, it takes a really, really impressive player to be able to defend that way. And I think that we all kind of know what we got to do now.
Let's do it.
I'm doing it. I'm calling it. Button press! That is it! Head to event.brawlstars.com right now and get those points in because that play deserved it.
200 points for everyone who is on event.brawlstars.com right now. I have said this phrase for about like 500 times this year already, and I still can't say it. Crazy. Golden God is going to be our 5th and final set. And Ark, you said you didn't see this coming. I honestly did. I want to see those underdogs shine coming into the match. Trev, you said it's going to be a quick 3-0. I could have told you that it's probably not going to happen. Crazy Raccoon.
Oh, it's easy to say that now, isn't it? When it's 2-2. Easy to say that now.
You can just go back a bit in the stream if you want to. But yeah, Crazy Raccoon usually does struggle to close it out. They are, for me, the team with the most 3-2s in this year's BSC, in the history of the BSC, really. And usually they still come out on top. So let's see if they can still turn this around, still turn this into a win. Leon is going to be the first pick here for the side of Ignum. Charlie, Russ and Jean bent out. A lot of those support brawlers. Charlie also a really good tank counter. So I wonder if we do get to see something aggressive in the end. Ignum usually likes to play a dog, a ollie on a map like this one. Let's see if they come out later here. Jae-Young, first pick for Crazy Raccoon. Solid healer, a bit of speed, you know. Never can go wrong with that.
Yeah, he's got a bit of everything, Jae-Young, to be honest with you. You know, damage, heal, speed, whatever you need, he's got it. Mina to add to it as well, no surprise there for Crazy Raccoon. When they've had the opportunity to pick that up, they usually do. I like it as well, though, from Ignum. Last time they brought the Leon in, it got punished by the Gene, really. I mean, to be fair, they picked the Leon into the Gene, I think, but it still got punished throughout the game by the Gene, so having that banned out, it's not the worst pick in the world.
I really like this combo. I feel like, for me, there's still potential of opening up this map. I think it's probably going to favor CR more so to be able to decide, though, that as a final pick, they can see the big picture as to whether they want to. Certainly just takes brawlers like Rico out of the equation. Pierce, yeah. Now the wall break wouldn't seem like the best of ideas, really, to open things up more, so to allow that Pierce to do more as well. So they have banned the rough, so Kit, pink and cheese.
That is cheesy. I had the dog on my list. Now, Kid is the other brawler that is known for a lot of cheese on a map like Golden Gulch. I do like it, so they're probably just going to wait it out, have Pierce hold their opponents back until Kid has that first super available, hop onto the Leon and strike. Byron coming in there on the left-hand side. Also decent into a Leon. It also gives him some visibility, right, with the gadget specifically. Now, we have Mina supported by Jae-Young and the Byron double heal. Good comps on either side. I think the right side is a bit harder to play though.
Yeah, but I feel like the right side also has those moments where you just get a couple of supers and you can win a game when you, like, even if you're behind for them in most part. If you manage to get a couple of supers here and there, you know, Pierce can set these two up really well with his range as well. So bring someone low, Kit jumps in, Leon with the invis. I think they've absolutely got a chance of winning this one here. Crazy Raccoon need to be brought down for the rest of this region to have a chance of coming back on the leaderboard.
I like the draft, you know, banning out Charlie was quite a smart idea with the idea of going Kit, and I think now for the CL, it's going to be a really tough thing to mentally reset, especially now. Like I said before, like, you know, if Kit gets a hypercharge at the wrong time, then it can just be that brawler which can just overthrow. And, you know, you've got to remember, you know, this is a squad that faced up against CR twice this year so far, once in the April qualifiers, losing and not gaining a single set, and then in the March monthly finals, and again, not gaining a single set. Well, now they've got two. Now they're in the 5th and final set, and this could genuinely be done.
Need to punish here, CR here, need to try and get some revenge for those past two interactions. And they have a chance to be able to do just that. Really slow at the moment, though. We do see the Kit with a super. Obviously, no hyper charge just yet, as they haven't even really had a fight. We've just been seeing endless lollipop drops and a few shots coming from the longer range brawlers. There he is, but instantly just hit. And that's one way to use a gadget. Yeah,
great awareness there from Moya. Feeling that the time was right to just try to scout it out. Now McGreer there with the Weekend Warrior gadget there. Prematurely maybe as well. It's 2v2 now, but quickly taken care of. And McGreer is forced into the gas there with huge taps from the Leon and the support of the Pierce from behind.
Yeah, both so low as well. I didn't realize how low they were there. Almost managed to get the job done, Milcario, but a few slipstreams coming up this left-hand side, and Tensai on the right once more, just choosing to... We might be able to be killed there. Really nice stuff. Shigemyeon coming to support as well, but just about gets the gadget off. And some heals from Moira Milcario go a long way.
Tensai had to be quick on that trigger finger. That windmill could not have come out at a better time, but the cardboard box there coming in as well, and now potentially that's a nice gadget there from Milcario, just the right time as well. But it does feel like a lot of these plays are coming down to CR's quickness when it comes to those gadgets and what happens when they haven't got one to hand.
Absolutely, especially with this Pierce super here and the Kit super to follow as well. Shigemyeon, I don't think should be too far away from a super if he peppers a few shots here and there, so they they have to be very careful, CR here. They might be facing a match point if they're not careful. Here's Super in hand. Wants to hold it for this late game when Inyade can go in and get some good stun, so he can't really miss it. There's one shot found, and there's a hypercharge in there too. There it is. Super comes in from the kit. That should be a kill, and is, but traded out really well. Shigemyon low, just can't find the shot round the corner. Switches to a heal, so he'll be able to help his teammate out as well. Drake getting hit hard and not finding those connecting blows, but Shigemyon, there's a chance, but the splash ties it up for Moya in the end.
It is just so close. It really, really is. And I think that says more to me about Ignan than it does about CR. Arguably, for sure, something to be said about both here. But this is not the Brawl Cup team that I was expecting to come back into their former glory. This is a really tough start in these quarterfinals. And Ignan are taking the fight to them. Kit, again, already has Super Pierce. Can then use his in that coordinated fashion. Lollipop drop goes down as well. Hypercharge from Milgrew couldn't come at a better time. Cardboard box now. The kick going in for some strikes, some huge value, and surely a takedown here.
Oh, he just lingered on him a little bit long there on the Brawl, but now so low. Tensai, one shot brought down, and it's a trade. Jaeyoung versus the Pierce, but he can't find the shot. This gives Jaeyoung a chance. Both one shot, both healing up. But in this little pocket, when the gas closes down, Jaeyoung might have the advantage if he uses some speed.
I feel like the Weekend Warrior gadget too. I mean, the gas is a long way behind here. It's going to allow him to reset the cooldown for it and get into that spot. And there's a big tap, but that's not necessarily for me. The best use of it is just maybe giving a bit of time to heal. And in fact, that's exactly what happens. And Drake now going on the aggressive with some huge taps as well. Gadget there as well for them. Oh my word! Neck and neck somehow. Milgrew comes out on top. I thought that was going the way of Ignan.
Yeah, just had no ammo. I'm not sure if he kind of missed a shot in there as well when he was auto-aiming, but I was really surprised to see him with no ammo. You'd have thought in those later stages, you're walking towards him, you're auto-aiming, you're kind of able to just get pretty much infinite ammo. You shouldn't be missing a shot at that range, but I can't even really see what happened there.
Just so close to cool. I felt like the Pierce would have had the upper hand there, especially with the way that the Weekend Warrior gadget was a bit premature. You can see the healing was coming off the back of it already, but look at this very different start here for CR. They know they've got to use that momentum, and already they are herding Ignan back into this top left-hand side.
They've got the confidence now, and that's what they need. Back's not against the wall at the moment. Bit of a buffer back in play. Slipstream from Milgrew here as well. Provides some speed to Tensai, but with them so far back, they don't have to be too scared just yet. Drake making the move. There's the gadget as well for Inyard of the right. Super in hand as well. Good shots from Drake. Gets a couple of ammo pellets on the floor, ready to roll.
Well, some good dukes on both sides here, to be fair. Tensai and CR looking the better so far for me. As again, like, it's just amazing what momentum can do for a team, isn't it? The Lollipop drop, though, providing that additional speed for Ignan. They're utilising it pretty well, but lack of utility here for the Pierce is concerning. Hit now invisible as well, and Tensai is able to dodge just in the nick of time, but then double teamed in a 3 versus 2 now. Milgrew and Moya have got to come out here with some goods. It's not going to be an easy task at all, especially not that kit. That's a good clear up for Ignan to start off this round.
Yeah, really nice round win there, and considering how pushed back and far back in their own spawn they were off the start, coming out with the win there is absolutely huge for them. Seems to be the same yet again, though, as you said. They're herding them into the back, and Drake solo bit of burn as well. Milgrew and Moya with some brilliant taps.
Oh, that poison was the final straw. Until then, he was on 5 HP. And a dream, but now that dream could be diminishing into a nightmare. In the 3 versus 2 now, as CR have got all the time in the world. And one little play left potentially here from a kit, maybe in combination with some Leon Invis, it can be done. But it's going to be so tough for Ignan now. This is going to be the play of their series.
Absolutely. Have to be super cautious, but might even just want to play for this last round, not feed any super. Not that they don't have supers, but not feed any hype chest. That's exactly what they're going to do. Waiting in the gas, playing it slow, and having faith in themselves for this next round.
Now they've got to bring out all their utility. They've got all 3 members going far left. Where does CR go in that regard? They're all invis on the left-hand side, but it hasn't paid off. That's brutal. CR went right, and their strategy was all left, and now they've just exacerbated some really valuable utility. That's so painful to see.
Yeah,
50-50 Gambler just did not pay off.
They can absolutely still win this, but Shigemyon with no supercharge now. Niade just used his gadget as well. Does have one back, choosing to go quite aggressive here. Hypercharge onto the Pierce as well. So actually, I'd have expected him to jump in there and wait for the hypercharge to follow along with it, but didn't go for that. There's the gadget from Byron. No connections found, and back to this left-right split.
CR now have got to be very, very cautious here about how they fare. Hypercharging the Pierce, going to be so deadly in combination with this kit. Tensai knows some early taps in the heals as well from Moya. The Weekend Warrior Gadget seals it. A 3 versus 2 now in CR's favor. Lollipop drop goes down, Brio's low, dodges the shots as well, and Tensai punished it 2v2. Moya still standing there for the heals as well. Leon top left, going to be healing up. 2v1 now, and CR cannot mess this up, surely. It's going to be them proceeding to the semi-finals and evading potential disaster. It would have been their worst performance since February had they lost, but they were able to prevail. Ignum did amazingly well today, but CR just avoid one of the biggest upsets of this split thus far.
A wonderful performance from Ignum. It really is, and I feel like I'm taking this away from Crazy Raccoon here, but like I said off the start, I expected it to be a sweep, and I don't think it should have been this close. So Ignum absolutely played incredibly. Really unfortunate in that last round. I didn't even hate what they did. I'm like, okay, take the risk. I love a bit of risk from these underdog teams. And that's absolutely what they did. The Leon super used, a really early kit gadget too. Double down on the invisibility on the left-hand side. It could have 100% worked, just if they'd decided to go the other way.
For a squad that have never gained a set versus CR in Falls or monthly finals, to take it that close, that was the time to dare, wasn't it, really? And it absolutely could have paid off and been the biggest upset. It's super exciting to see that already, you know, in our second split. The first match of the first region that we're seeing goes that close. It's ridiculous.
The summer split so far, very promising. First match of it all, and we go immediately to the very last round of knockouts. We see here the stats pretty the same. You know, Shigemeon with 6 kills on the left-hand side. We have Milk Rio as the MVP of the team. He and Drake in that 1v1 at the very end. I think it just came down to Jaeyoung having the heal available in the nick of time. Really, really well played from Ignum though. I got to say, coming 3-2 versus a Crazy Raccoon is no easy task, and they can already say it's successful. Last time they played them, it was a 3-0, so they're coming closer. Maybe next time it's a 3-0 for them, you know?
Absolutely. I mean, that performance from them is really, really solid. Massive underdogs in that game. Managed to get a 3-2, almost managing to have a match point there as well. Really nice stuff from them. So I'm a little disappointed that they didn't manage to get that win, because I've said a few times now, for the sake of this region, they're needing the Crazy Raccoons to drop out early. They're needing the Zeta divisions to drop out early to make this leaderboard closer. They earned quite a few points and kind of made that gap really big when it came to the leaderboard from Brawl Cup. So I wanted to see some upsets.
And I'm very happy to say that we got Kenny on the desk here. To put it in Ark's words, this is only been the first match of this season, or the split, and we still say this is the potentially biggest upset of the split overall.
Yeah, I mean, what a thriller to start things off. I mean, to me, that was a pencil in Crazy Raccoon. Don't ask questions. I should have asked significantly more questions, though, and hopefully this is telling that this region's still got a lot in the tank.
And now we're heading over to a, well, close, I think, quarterfinal number 2. This one, you didn't pencil anything in, I think.
No, I think this one's much more up in the air. I would say Rival have been a great team, but I wouldn't say infallible. I think it's a team that definitely is in the mix for this kind of LCQ spot, especially with EMEA out of the way now. There's 3 spots. The pressure is officially on in every single region. If you're in that pack from, say, 3 to about 6 in this region, it's going to be cutthroat the rest of the year.
You know what I'm thinking? We talked about it at the top of the show, how jinxing is a real thing. Maybe our viewers have actually just cursed Crazy Raccoon by picking them as the team to watch.
Yeah, I mean, I think they're going to have to play a bit better in the semi-finals if they're going to want to, carry on getting these wins in this region. And 100%, it seemed like they played a little bit worse than usual. But I don't want to take anything away from them. I think that was just a great performance from them rather than a bit of a curse on CR.
Obviously, this is just a joke anyway, but yes,
Wait,
they did.
You say that, but it was just a 3-2, so I'm not convinced it's not.
Trev, if Ark was still standing here, we would have to explain it to him. So, but yeah, with the two of you, I don't have to explain simple jokes, so that's a very nice. Crazy Raccoon almost didn't make it through, but they're now waiting in the semi-finals, and they're waiting for their opponent, which you already mentioned them, Kenny, is gonna be Phase Zero versus Rival Esports. I think this one is gonna be a very close one. On the left-hand side, we have a fairly new roster with Phase Zero, a roster that we haven't really seen in the BSC. Only one of the players, we have it here, Phase Zero versus Rival Esports. One of the players, Mira, has been showed up before. The other two, completely unknown to me. And then on the right-hand side, Rival Esports, who have qualified so far very consistently for 3 out of 3 monthly finals, showing up with 2 rookies and playing a lot better than many of us expected.
Yeah, absolutely. I mean, Rival Esports for me, they're just kind of one of those mid-pack teams. As you said, they're not, going to be like, oh, for sure they're going to get a win. Even against rookies, in Phase 0, it's like, it's one of those things where any of these teams can win. And I think it was quarterfinal 2, quarterfinal 4, where it's very much just like, oh, this is very much up in the air. I thought 1 and 3 were going to be tied on victories. So now I'm like, oh, God, maybe this is going to be very, very close, considering that one that I thought was pretty clean. Should have gone CR's way was so close.
Yeah, I think it gives us the benefit of the doubt. It makes me excited, especially when we see new talents that haven't necessarily gotten the limelight on the stage. Rival have had several opportunities. They've impressed, but to your point, semifinals has kind of been their ceiling so far. If they want to go to something like an LCQ, they're going to have to really explode in the second split.
So Rival is led by Rio Hey and then 2 rookies, as I talked about already. We didn't really think too much coming into the spring splits this year. We felt like, can he really lead them to a victory? And they're sitting very comfortably at the 5th slot at the moment. Yes, only the top 3 will actually make it through, but they're in the perfect position to still catch up to the others.
Yeah, exactly what I mean. It's that kind of you said. I think it was like 3 to 6. That mid pack that's behind the Crazy Raccoons and Zetas. It's all to play for. It's unfortunate that CR and Zeta didn't bring more slots back for this region, because there's 100% more teams deserving than just the top 3 for those postseason spots. So I'm really sad that that's going to be the case, that we're going to see a few of these really good teams miss out. But it also gives us a really electric second half of the year where there's going to be 1.5 times points and a lot of teams trying to get to postseason.
Make sure to lock in your predictions also for quarterfinal number 2. Event.brawlstars.com, and you can get these beautiful rewards. They're going to be changed this weekend from next weekend, so it makes sense to lock in your predictions not only for East Asia, EMEA, but also for SA and NA next weekend. So we have a lot of Brawl esports for you in the next 2 weeks. I'm really excited for that, and if we follow up with another super close match as we did in quarterfinal number 1, I think we get our money's worth.
Fingers crossed. That was some pretty good stuff in the first one. A double set 5 off the rip would be some remarkable stuff. I think, and it's very possible in this one too. Phase 0 is much more of an unknown quantity, where Rival, again, have shown some good stuff, but not special to the point of something like a CR or a Zeta. I'm looking to see if they can do that today.
Phase 0, a unknown quantity, but they did beat Zeta Division in the monthly qualifiers. We have to talk about that one because they're actually sitting at the top seed. Rival, unfortunately, lost 1 round, and they're therefore sitting at the lower bottom. They get to vote the second map, therefore. First map pick from Phase 0 here, Pinhole Pond. We get to see the map again today. First locate, Hideout, Dueling Beetles, and the Gold Arm Gulch to close it out. So some similar maps that we've just seen. Do we expect the same draft as well, Trev?
I think similar. I do think the global bans can affect the meta quite heavily at the moment, to be honest with you. So depending on the global bans, it's going to be, not the biggest differentiation in meta, but 100%, even if one brawler comes through, so many different picks can follow. So I'm intrigued to see what the global bans will be. And then I would assume it'll be, for the most part, pretty similar, but I think we can see a few more splits.
If I would have to bet, I would probably say that we're going to see Edgar and Damien banned out
all
all the time today. If they get somehow through the global ban stage, they're probably going to pick up in the regular bans. Both of these brawlers just a bit too oppressive at the moment.
I think so too. Last time though, we did see global bans be more unique. Double anti-tank, I believe, coming out. I think it was Nita and Chester. So even moments like that where it's not those big dogs, it comes out as... Yeah, I think Lumi a good one in general, but I think Colette is one that immediately strikes me as something at Brawl Cup that really stood out to me. And obviously we saw the defensive play of the day, maybe play of the century in terms of that Brawl Ball goal, or just more of a niche one as well. I think in just pros hands, it's really frustrating to deal with. But these are the little things that'll certainly change up the interactions. And now we have the answer. The drafts are going to change. These global bans will directly impact that. They either have to pick those bans in the map or they have to do it up top. And they clearly didn't do it up top. So the brawlers that you all mentioned, I still imagine get banned. It's just going to be in the next stage.
Yeah, that's the thing as well. If you can 1v3 CR with Colette, I think there's maybe a little bit of tweaking. There's maybe a little bit of tweaking needed there.
The bet that I set up about Edgar and Damien, I would like to take it back right now. Thank you. But yeah, they're probably still going to be banned out in the regular ban stage. I hope I'm not eating my words there later. 65% are voting for Phase 0. Now, this is an interesting one with 2 completely unknown faces in Telpney and Renosuke. Nobody really knows this team. but because they haven't really played in the BSC so far, they have a 100% win rate on the website, so maybe that could have influenced the decision here.
Yeah, I think that's absolutely going to be the case. I do think this is a 50-50, and I don't mind seeing like a public poll going 65-35. I think that's probably one of the closer ones you'll ever see. It's usually 97% to 3 or something like that. So even with that 100% win rate, yes, it's definitely going to have swayed quite a few of the fans on event.brawlstars.com, but a lot of people still having faith in Rival regardless of that.
It's also, if you can beat Zeta Division, you should be able to beat Rival. The math usually goes that way, but we do sometimes see the Brawl Cup teams don't actually do too well in the month following the Brawl Cup because they were super focused on the international meta. We're preparing for that event, and it hasn't been too many weeks since then. So Crazy Raccoon is struggling. Maybe Zeta is struggling at the moment as well. We're going to see them later on today in the quarterfinal number 4. Now, first up though, these two teams that really, this is a 50-50 for me. So I hope and I think we're going to get to see another 3-2.
Yeah, I mean, that's the dream. I think that's about right, though. I'm still going to side with Rival. Ultimately, I respect the community calling their shot, maybe believing in Phase 0, getting through that upper bracket. But this is a mystery box to me. I don't know what we're going to get. Is this the team that beat Zeta Division, but now looks much better after our previous? This is the team that also went 3-2 versus Ignum. Now, with knowing Crazy Raccoon did the same thing, maybe I believe in their stock a little bit more. I would say that community prediction just aged a little bit better.
And we do have to mention here as well, yes, Phase 0 did beat Zeta Division. On the other side, where's Reject this month? They were actually beaten by none other than Rival Esports. So we do have two very strong teams that got beaten by both of these rookie teams. So maybe it's the season of the rookies. And we already said that in the spring split. If not then it is now the time for the rookies also in East Asia.
Yeah, I mean, I think regardless whoever wins this as well, as you said, we've got two teams of rookies here. They're going to put up a massive fight against CR and give them some issues as well if they don't book their ideas up. So I'm really hoping we get to see some rookies making big runs in all the regions this month. But I think this would be a great place to start. These two teams, so strong, such a good chance of beating Crazy Raccoon. So whoever wins, I think we're going to have a great semi-final 1.
After a really close quarterfinal number 1, I'm now excited to see quarterfinal number 2. We're going to kick things off on Painhole Punt. This was the pick of Phase 0, and if I look into my stats, I see that they didn't scrim them up too often, only twice. And still, they decide to go with it, so they feel fairly certain that they can beat Rival Esports on this map. Serious Gesture and Meeple are going to be banned out. Edgar and Damon both open. I'm actually eating my words. I actually jinxed it. And of course, Damon is going to be picked up immediately now. Edgar probably follows. That's the pick number 2, right?
Yeah, I think you'd expect that to be the case with how strong these guys are at the moment. Damien coming through as the first then. So I think that's a great thing for Phase 0 to pick up here. Rival going to have to reply well because that is a first pick that I don't think anybody would have expected.
The reason why they won against Zeta Division, by the way, is because they got Mortis almost every single set. Zeta Division left him open and they played him super well. Now, Rival Esports seems to make the same mistake, leaving such a strong brawler open. Of course they're going to pick Damien.
Obviously an OP one at this point. I mean, despite balance changes, it was something at Brawl Cup we didn't really get to experiment with, obviously not allowed for the event, but I think this has been I would say a controversial brawler. I mean, obviously good, but I think to the extent of that differs from each pro team, especially when watching scrims, EMEA, some from SA, NA, all across the world. The success rate's been hit or miss. I mean, some people get really corny with these compositions. Some people just leave him on his own. So I'm curious to see if they enable this or if they drag away these anti-tank brawlers. And that's something at Brawl Cup that was very evident to me. You have to start up top with something safe or the OP busted brawler. And I think that's the philosophy that Phase 0 took. They grabbed that, no questions asked. We'll figure it out later down the line.
It's going to be an Edgar and Damien on one side.
Be a bit brutal if that's the case.
We're going to see what they follow it up with. They could also round off the comp with a little bit of a safer pick here. Profs, for example, still left open, quite good on a map like this one. Cordelius we see from time to time as well. He's gonna like the little brother of Chester and Otis at the moment, super strong in the current meta, just against any tanks. Yeah, I don't even know what to say at this point. Leaving them both open, they slid through the global bans. Okay, that can happen, but then also forgetting about them, it seems, in the regular ban stage. Edgar and Damien both picked up now by Phase 0. Is it just that maybe Rival Esports knows something we don't, and those two brawlers actually have a really good counter? I want to see it, and so far I don't, because neither Nita nor Poco really can counter them.
Yeah, I mean, for me, they've got to have an answer to it. But it doesn't seem like they do. As you say, Nita, Poco, not going to be amazing against them. Shelly's going to come in then, and that'll be a bit of a better answer, don't get me wrong. So it might have been like they're playing the long game, trying to bait them into it, and they've walked straight into the trap, but we'll see.
I don't respect the Shelly, probably going to work out, but I don't know if this is a statement from Rival, saying like, we can beat you, even if you have the two strongest brawler in the current meta. It would be a statement. I hope they're not eating their words later on.
I think it's an interesting call. I'm going to be honest, there's no way they forgot. This is not a kind of situation where these guys train for weeks and weeks. These guys know what they're doing. They very intentionally make this decision. They go with Shelly at the end game, but now it's left to the field. Wall going down on the left-hand side as Ryohi going to be trying to play some defense. It's a very tanky composition, I will say. They've got the Assassin and Edgar for phase 0, and Rival taking a much more passive approach. Till that 6th pick, Shelly is going to have huge shoulders, going to have to really carry this team, be the ultimate defender. Otherwise, they don't really have any options for offense.
Yeah, but if we can get some Nita bears going as well, though, great kills coming in here as well, just leaving this Nita hypercharge pop to pace past him, and that's going to be the opening goal for phase 0.
Great start, now full utility lined up for the red roster. Here comes the hypercharge right down the middle of the map. Bruce the Bear now dressed as Nita, going on this left-hand side. Buck blast away, oh, a punch away as well, though. That was nice defense. Otherwise, that could have been Shelly with the goal.
Yeah, shading there as well with the explosions, but up top, Ryohei doing a lot of work here and forces the super away from Meg. Should still have got that kill, but chose to kind of back off a little there.
Damage going to be a huge issue without Shelly. Nita, of course, can do piercing damage. Bruce the Bear can put in some work, but Poco is just going to be trying to be a super feeder. Now this wall is a cut off, a little extra heals going down. They're going to grab this ball, wait for it to go down, sliding through. Enough brawlers should be able to walk them on forward, and Rival take a good defensive composition, really turn it into offense here, burning a little extra clock alongside it too. Excellently done.
Yeah, the Bear doing so much work in that situation as well. Now hypercharge from the Edgar coming on in, going to go forwards, gets the grapple onto him once more. Shelly with a hypercharge super in there as well, but Edgar relentless, not stopping, just misses the goal there, and this could be a bounce back the other way. But Poco just saving his heal and choosing not to stay up there.
Almost 10,000 HP going at the P shooter that is Meg right now. Mira having to deal with this now back in mech form. This is an opportunity for the blue side. Low HP for Damien, but expanding with space. Another Bruce the Bear going down. The super's being cycled constantly, and the red roster staying alive. Now this is a 3v1 situation. Might as well be a 4v1 with Bruce the Bear there for assistance.
3 supers as well and a hypercharge ready to go as well for the Bruce when he comes back in. The shot was there, and they've kind of just given over possession for no reason in my eyes. Meg so low. Bruce pinching around the side as well. Wall might not be enough here, and there you go. They're all going to fall down. Damien just gets the ball, gets it away, and this might be a defense from Edgar here. Can he stop it? The pass just about gets through. He predicted the right way, but the ball goes in nonetheless.
For the most part, Rival in control there. It's a lot of good brawlers on the page, but this Shelly seems to be a good answer. And on top of that, Nita is getting a ton of value. I mean, how many times were they having a Bruce on the field? It felt like there was an extra brawler alongside them the whole time, especially into these tanky brawlers, these assassins, where they can really only focus one thing at a time. Makes a huge difference. Cut off once again on the left-hand side, so Rival take the long way around. P shooter down in the bottom of the map, doing their best. Buck blast to back off Damien. Now low HP. Once again, blue roster under heavy fire.
Tough start for them once more. Meg out of the mech here as well, and Finn just trying to move forwards. Mira so low, and a gadget there as well. Should be able to force this goal in. They might want to just try and get a Shelly super here and burn a bit of time, but he's just going to put the ball in the net. Don't want to be messing around here.
Now that they've made adjustments, only 30 seconds to punch that one through. Now the right-hand side once again, going to be double lined up. Shelly holding a line of her own. A big super swipe going down. Nice hypercharge. Now a follow-through super goes in as well. Backs off Shelly. Very important interaction, especially when it's a shotgun in your face. These walls not enough to deter though. Now a bounce off the wall, back and forth. I mean, no shots really being fired, but the heals, the shotgun fire as well. It's such a nice combination. They're really able to preserve Shelly's life, and now even an opportunity for a goal. Hypercharge just for the extra stats, but a beautiful defensive wall. I don't know if it'll be enough though. Nice slide through from Ryohi. It felt inevitable. Rival the whole way. Now getting really jazzed up for just a set one. I mean, I wouldn't count yourself too soon yet.
I mean, he was completely avoiding the camera before we went into the game, and now he's getting super hyped up. So it's pleased, I'm pleased to see it, to be honest with you. I like it when guys kind of get a bit animated on the camera.
Of course.
And obviously as well, you get that kind of, like, it pumps the rest of your team up as well. So getting everything behind you is a huge, huge thing. So a good start for Rival there. There were moments from phase 0, started super strong, but in the end, just overpowered by the the heals and the supers of the Shelly really just dangerous for a comp that's so all in.
For sure. I mean, especially drafting that Shelly, that's a huge commitment. They let Damien and Edgar slide. These are brawlers that we talked about pre-show that are worthy of global bans. So the fact that they allow that to go through in the pick stage segment shows confidence. But honestly, you can see it there. I mean, Nita was the star of the show.
We said Shelly must carry. It was not Shelly at all. Ryohei was just able to constantly cycle bears. I didn't see a moment where there wasn't a Nita bear in the field. And yeah, honestly, I raised my hand. I'm sorry. Hyping up Edgar and Damon so much, me and my ranked mates must do something wrong, because whenever I face one of the two brawlers, we're losing.
It's okay, Sonny, because I think for the most part people would be as well with those brawlers, to be honest. But just a really good draft, I think, from the side of Rival Esports. So they're going to have to continue that, keep these drafts going, and I just really like the way they're just kind of baiting the opposition into doing it. And as you said, regardless, they're obviously going to have an answer if they're letting those slip through.
Well, I now note it down whenever I play against those two brawlers. I'm going to try a Poco Nita comp. It really seems to work. Thank you so much, Rival Esports. And with that, there's one set up. They were really happy about it too. They probably knew if we can win against this comp, like I said, they're going to prove to everyone that they can win against Phase Zero, even if they have two of the strongest brawlers in the meta. Now, picking him up themselves, Nita banned out, so they seem to know exactly what they're doing. Damon picked up now second pick for the side of Phase Zero. Trev, you can see it as well. How often did they scrim the map in the last 2 weeks?
Not a lot, it looks
Zero.
like. Not a lot, I'll tell you that for free.
Not
But
a single time.
I mean, this is the thing, right? It's like, you're going to pick those maps that your opponents, they're going to do the same amount of
That was survival pick.
yeah, this is the thing. They're going to do the same amount of looking into the opposition as for maps now as they are as brawlers. It's going to mean just as much a lot of the time. So Chester going to come in the first then for Phase Zero. A really strong, well-rounded brawler, and honestly, it hasn't really slipped through too much so far.
No, I mean, it was in the global bans, I believe, in the first one. And this one, too, it just seems like a direct answer, especially in Gym Grab. I feel like a lot of the times that Chester's going to come through. One of the most banned/picked brawlers coming out of Brawl Cup. We haven't seen a ton of changes, obviously, since then. I mean, a lot of these players working with very similar circumstances, maps changing up just a little bit, but I think same thing still applies. Common Culprit coming in once again as well. Edgar, too good of a brawler to pass up on. I like this 2-3 turn. Grab an explosive brawler, one that's just good in the meta, and grab one that's supposed to deal with Damien or future aggro brawler really well.
I think it's a huge debate at the moment who is actually stronger, Edgar or Damien. I feel like in the direct match, Edgar might be even better. He can just jump out of the mosh pit whenever he's in there. I do like to comp on the left-hand side. Now Chester also quite a good counter to any tanks, even a Damien. And on the right-hand side, I quite like Ruffs on a map like this one. We had a Sandy meta in the past. She's banned out though. Max coming in. Maybe she's going to do better today here than she did in the marble races. I voted for her. She didn't do great at all. Even at the DNF in the second race. Crazy. And now maybe a notice, just something to also account for that Edgar on the other side would be nice to have.
Yeah, well, the good news is she can't do worse than in the marble runs, really. So it's only looking up from
no
here.
ninth place here, huh?
It's only looking up here. So you can only come sick in this in a 3v3. So definitely can't do worse. But Kit rounds out that rival-sided roster, and I do like it. They've got a lot of dive-in potential here, especially onto a gem carrier that's going to be pretty susceptible to the Damien super, locking them in place. Kit doing the same as well, and Max able to evade and kind of outpace some of the opponents as well. Cordelius going to round out the Phase Zero roster as well then, and honestly, pretty solid.
Like to Cordelius, especially against Kit, one of the best, if not the best, counter to him. Whenever he jumps on a brawl, he can just take him in the Shadow Realm, and that super is neglected. Now, that last pick on the side of Rival Esports, don't quite agree with it. Yes, we have that cheese from Kit, but again, into a Chester and Edgar, already not the best matchup for him. Now let's see if they can make Damien work himself. So far, in the history of the BSC, Damien has a 0% win rate.
Well, it's a short history, but hopefully they can fix it now and bring some of that win percentage back the way of Damien. In we go. We're going to see the Chester versus the Max through the mid as expected. And here comes the Kit, nice and invised, forcing the gadget away. And will stay in this little path on the left-hand side. But it's just the same over the right. It's 2v1 and a 2v1.
They split the interactions, so 2v2 situation as both members respawn. terms of draft composition as well, I like that they draft Kester at that 2-3 turn because this is a flex pick. It can be a lane, but it can also serve as a mid. It gave them an option here as Kit jumps on the back of Damien. It's such a nasty combo. I've seen this run a ton on Gym Grab and especially KO as well. It's just so hard to deal with. You see it there, the heals coming through. You can be a thrower with the yarn as well, and Damien can just bruise you, bash you, push you away. There's really no encroaching.
That's brutal to be stuck in a situation where you fight in that combination. Kit super available again. Rio here has a hyper charge. They might want to go for this once more. There's the hyper charge coming in now. Boxes everything in, and Cordelius, I think, just dragged Damien from certain death there with a Chester and Edgar on top of him. But Mira just still shooting and remaining low for so long.
Cordelius is going to have to do a great job. It's already a hard brawler, I would say, to play, but now he's going to be tasked with trying to separate this Kit and Damien at all times as Mira cleans up on the top left-hand side, hop away on the bottom. As the Fesky P line is going to be on the right-hand end, just trying to get away. It's going to be a battle of in and out as Kit slowly charges this super. That's when the moments are going to be striking.
Yeah, well, he's one shot now, catches all of them in this barrier. And Ryohei just wandering in and out freely. Mira pushed straight back towards the gem carrier, almost killed his own gem carrier there. Totoro will go in, and he'll get the kill even though he was realmed. And Ryohei can stay aggressive here as well, and almost bring down Renosuke, but doesn't manage it. But 11 seconds is a lot to ask for phase 0.
Pure and utter chaos as the hypercharge goes down. Everybody on the back line. Ryohei releasing the mosh pit, just trying to contain the enemy side as Mira dives. Totoro with the one of his own as well, and Rival will once again stay safe. This has just been a constant throughout our day so far. Granted, we're only 2 matches in, but it just feels like this region, a theme of the year has been just chaos. That's the first word that comes to mind. I feel like they're the most prone to running these double aggro, these double tanks, and that's something you're seeing Rival do. It's really good skill expression. It's a nice tandem. Kit with the heals, again, can be kind of an assassin or a support, but it just seems like it's so overwhelming. They're really relying on that mechanical side of the game.
Absolutely. Well, at the moment, it's not 2v1s, and they're playing a 1v1 on all 3 lanes. Mira needing to be knocked away for Ryohei to win this 1v1 matchup, but doesn't. There's 2 kills coming in for either, or 1 kill coming in either side, I should say. Dash away from your 2-pin. He's going to go down, but it should be saved here by Ryohei getting some kills and actually sending the gems onto his gem carrier once more.
Punches him away, and that'll get a takedown. Help me. Ooh, that's a tough look as well. Damien now going for a double as Edgar and Chester join together here. Expanding with space, our rival. Once again, it's just Damien being a constant nuisance as Totoro goes invisible. I mean, there's just so much map control. These other 2 brawlers are doing such a good job of making Utapin's job so easy. He's able to claim his 7th gym like it's nothing.
I mean, Utapin, I'm not saying he hasn't done anything.
Has he gotten a kill?
But he hasn't really done anything, and he hasn't needed to. Edgar coming in now, though, and that might be a big play for him. Still staying alive and escaping that. There, we're going to see a jump back from Totoro to save him, and that should be 1 more gem spawning, and they maybe should be able to pick it up.
I guess the biggest job in the game is holding these gyms, so in fairness, Utapin doing his part there, but it's a lot of pressure coming in from the other 2 red roster members as Mira doesn't have a super, so it's just going to be a fist fight with Damien, and right now it is favoring Damien, now going the other way, though, a couple gyms being cute to dive in as well. 1 kill going down is now 4 in the middle of the map, and the good news for the blue side, they have map control. They're going to be able to get to this gym spawn, go to the mine, and try and collect a few themselves, but Rival rushing back to the middle. They know they can put the pressure down.
Yeah, it's a collapse waiting to happen. There's the jump in coming through now. Mira's going to be able to jump over a load of that damage. But Totoro might be able to get a kill. Hyper charge comes in. One, just missed 2 shots in there as well. That really wasn't the best showing from him, but managed to get the kill in the end. There's a nice, I was going to say a nice super, but it really wasn't, was it? And there's the 10th gem going Rival's way.
Look at Ryohei making a very textbook play. Doesn't even focus on the gem. Allows his teammate to scoop it so that they can back off. And at this point, they can't get it from the mid. Mira with 7, helped me with 1, but they need a kill on Utapin. He stayed alive basically the entire set. They finally need to find a way to bring him down, but the short range of Cordelius, not enough. A dive in, too little, too late. Rival will grab another set.
Super scrappy, and so many of these kind of double aggro games are going to be like that. We saw it in the last gem grab in Gem 4 as well, where it was just fight after fight after fight over and over and over, and that's what decides it. But it was just how, like, careless the Max could be and still survive because his teammates were doing so much was just incredible from the side of Rival.
I'm excited to see the stat line because I truly want to know if Max got more. I'm going to put the over under at what, 1.5, 2 kills.
I think you got over. I think
you think over. I mean, but I want to know the DPS on top of that. You know what I mean? Like, I want to see the full picture here because I just think Utapin was put in such a good position, and this is kind of in contrast to what we saw in the opening set. We saw 2 busted broken brawlers go on the left-hand side, and the right-hand side had a Shelly to deal with it. This time, it's Rival claiming those 2. Damien on their end. They put it with a Kit. That is a nasty combination. All right, 3. Give it to him. Give it to him. All right, my bad.
So maybe Max could have won the marble race if she only had some teammates. It really looked like Ryohei was really putting the name to Damon that he already had. He's one of the best, if not the best brawler in the game right now. The other side has Edgar. Those two are two brawlers you have to look out for at the moment. Play them in your ranked matches and you're probably gonna win them. Now, Damon was even the first pick, and it worked out. It didn't really get counted. Was it just because the Nita was banned out in the end?
I think it's got to be. I think Nita was, as we saw, the main counter, right, with 11 kills in the first set.
Yeah.
So, but I also do think that Rival just played that better, the brawler better, than their opponents did in the first set. So I think that's a big part of it as well. Yes, it's going to be the matchup, but I think Rival are just playing better at the moment.
Yeah, slightly different answers, obviously, in that draft, too. Like you all said, I think Nita having Bruce to bear down, even if you get trapped in a kind of crowd control situation, you have 10,000 HP to back you up in that situation. I just think anti-tank is such an important component of this, and if you're going to pick Damien, you have to be sure that you have a way to either defend the Damien, or you have to be so darn good at the game to where you can excel, and I think that's more what we saw from Rival there.
I haven't played her in quite some time, by the way. I pushed her recently, and she's actually so much fun to play. She has been coming back into the meta when Bull received his buffy, and he got so strong. Now against Bull, against Damon, Nita seems to be the counter. Damon this time around banned out. That's also quite a good counter. Just banning him, Edgar well left open once again. Could also work here on Hideout. What we usually want to see is something to pick up the blue star here. A Mochis, a Kaze, even an Ellie or a Mina. Good for that. And Mina comes in as first pick for that exact purpose.
Yeah, I like it. I think we saw Crazy Raccoon playing this brawler as well, and they were just so secure. Whether they had to aggress, whether they had to defend, just evade shots. It's so well-rounded. And you have to bring in that aggression, as you say, to pick up the blue star off the start, but also to relieve the pressure when you're in the back and to go aggressive if you need those stars. So it's just something that you need, and I don't mind picking it up first.
Yeah, Blue Star or Anti-Assassin. I think those are the two things that they need to try and check mark here on this 2-3 turn. And still options for that as well.
Is this
It's just been
really
interesting
your
to see the
best?
philosophy. There's the fastest brawler to get the Blue Star. So that's definitely going to be a huge part of that. And a reason why, in general, you're going to see this brawler show up so much if it's not banned. Now I kind of want to see how they deal with Mina specifically. I think to build a well-rounded comp, set themselves up to 6th pick, that would kind of be what I'm looking for if I'm in their minds.
I like a Gus or a Byron to pair with any of these two brawlers, some support, some heals. Bell also quite good at the moment. Pierce left open. Any long-range brawler will also do fairly well on Hideout. We don't see too many throwers at the moment, especially since we already have two assassins on the field
Mom
right now.
never
Probably not
misses.
the picks. Bell is going to come in now. Really good pick here. And yeah, now right-hand side with Mina already kind of copying for the esports work. We didn't really see her too often in the spring split until Angel Boy just brought her out on almost every single map in the Brawl Cup. And it seems like they've adapted to that. Mina showing up a lot more often now, despite not receiving any buffs, no buffies, you know. She's just that strong, and maybe Angel Boy was onto something.
I mean, we do tend to see a bit of a kind of a consolidation of the meta when we see these big events, when all the regions can look in and see what these 8 teams at a big event settle on. And that was one of the brawlers. I was going to mention Leon. We saw it played out first, and especially with that Gene ban, it can be a real decent brawler at the moment. So they've banned it. They've picked Leon. I like those shouts.
I think so too. I mean, these are two really aggressive brawlers as well, so I'm curious if they just set themselves with the long-range option here. Do they go with something like a Pierce to try and combat the Bell specifically? Do they want to just build something more well-rounded? And I think that would be my goal, especially with a 6th pick. My biggest question is, what is going to be that 6th pick? What do we have to prevent? And you could get worried about something if you don't give yourself something preventable. And I like Gus in general. I believe you mentioned it, Sonny, but it's just a brawler that isn't easily countered. It's a safe pick, and I think that's why they're going to go with this. The Ruffs is not necessarily what I was expecting at 6, though.
Don't mind it though, pretty good against the Mina. We mentioned it before because her shots don't go through the sandbag. So also Leon and Gus. So don't mind it. With the trait, Bell is going to do a bit more damage, and she's going to have to carry here a little bit, honestly. We don't really have too much damage on the left-hand side, and this is the last chance for Space Zero to show us how they beat Zeta Division in the qualifiers.
Yeah, it's not showing so far, is it really? I'm not going to lie. I wouldn't have been like, if I didn't know, I wouldn't have been like, oh, this team is 100% beat Zeta Division, because you just can't see it. Now, you managed to get the blue star as expected with the Kaze, and Ryohei attempted to contest it, even with that lollipop drop, it wasn't possible. Sandbags back on the left-hand side. No matter what lane they're going to be on, they're going to be pretty good. You know, they're going to be taking a lot of damage.
And I think they can afford to go with a little more passive of a pick. They cashed in on Kaze early, and on top of that, they know they've got the blue star. Kaze is going to be the fastest way to get there no matter what in this situation. So they can just play on the defensive. Colonel Ruff's going to empower them, a little bounce shot there. I believe the sandbags, if they want, can give them a little coverage as well. So I think all of this is very well-rounded. I think the mental from both sides coming into this was solid.
I mean, that lollipop drop just gives them so much room on that right-hand side. Allows them to push through. Utspin with a super here as well. With Toro around the back, should be falling here and there. A perfectly placed Fanstorm will get the kill and extend that lead to 3.
Only a couple kills being exchanged, but of course the blue one, the most important. And now they're going to be breaking down this right-hand side. So we're seeing a constant here. It's going to be Gus versus the Bell, the long-range battle, while Teltney kind of plays passive-aggressive. Now going into that dagger form as Ryohei tries to encroach. They're pushing them into these back lines, so Phase Zero going to have to be real careful.
Yeah, Teltney's so influential here as well. Just a kill on him will flip the game on its head, or they have to get the other 2 players. So 45 seconds on the clock. We should start to see a bit more pressure coming in, but all of Rival seems so low so often. Leon super there as well. Now we've got 3 supers across the board from Rival. It's going to have to be a well-rounded play to flip this game.
Yeah, wait for Ryohei. He's going to dive in with a Hurricane, and then on top of that, going to be waiting to play around the Windmill. Should be about time for a Lollipop drop to respawn in as well, but a couple tags going through, and a mark onto Udifin makes this rather difficult. Lollipop drop because Ryohei flanks all 3 members of Phase Zero on the bottom right-hand side of the map. They got to tread lightly.
Fanstorm there, and that keeps Utspin under wraps for now. There's the super from Toro on the right side. Doesn't even get the kill. Nightmare for him, and Ryohei has to try and pick up the scraps. Gets 1. Still so much left to be desired. Utspin gets 1. Just help me needed. 5 seconds left. Ryohei on the retreat, but they've got to stay in, and they add another 1 to the tally. Phase Zero, stay alive.
Finally coming alive there. With the guaranteed blue star, once again, they just really focus on the defensive end. The offense, unfortunately for Rival, just let them down. They've been really good at playing these aggressive brawlers in the previous 2 sets. This time around, though, they weren't able to win that long-range interaction on the right-hand side, and I didn't feel like they got the most value out of Mina. So here we go again. Gold Kaze up the middle, going to be able to beat that out, even with a Lollipop drop. I believe that's always going to be played properly, going to go Phase Zero's way.
Well, same situation as last time, but Ryohei plays more of the left than through the mid. Utspin needs to make sure he doesn't get marked up this time, because that was giving such an advantage to Renosuke on the right-hand side in that 1v1 matchup. So, caution needed. The trap there as well, and a Lollipop drop gave them some ground last time, but with that little trap just covering it, he knows he's not moving up.
Those are really nice too, and I think part of the influence for picking this Bell is those nest eggs can trip up an invisible Leon. It can trip up a dancing Mina, so these aggressive brawlers get hindered real quickly. And now with a wall break as well, it just makes things easier. Giving that to Kaze too makes the assassin even beefier. It's going to be so difficult to grab that blue star.
It makes it so they're just going to be way more cautious pushing up, because now he's got that power up. Makes him so much more damaging. Ryohei really low here as well and gets caught out. Over aggression left and right from Rival. Can they get that kill? Still no, and Renosuke won't go down, and Utspin will in turn.
Flawless game so far. Now they grab another one, expanding to 7-0. A couple nest eggs on this right-hand side. There's nowhere for this team to walk, and Ryohei just backed away. I mean, Phase Zero are just playing the set better so far.
I mean, they're just running in now. It's like they've accepted defeat. It's 1v3 every time they go in, and they just continue to do it. Lollipop drop goes down again, but will fall. 40 seconds on the clock. Loads of nest eggs placed around that mid-right portion of the map. Toro will trip one, and he's marked and so close to going down.
Can't even dream of going invisible. Now they've got this Fanstorm on the ground as well. Totoro has to take the long way around. He's honestly just giving it up. He knows he can't get to the enemy side. Sandbags to block out Ryohei, who only has 1 shot at a time, dancing in. Nice jukes, but it's not adding up to kills. And most importantly, that's what they're going to need with 15 to go.
They need so much here. Mira really low though, and there's the super through. Teltney falls in about half HP, but the nest egg needs to be found here, and Mira going hyper-aggressive once more. Totoro should get that kill. Renosuke on the right side, but they need both, and Teltney just running away. They need to split their efforts, but can't get it done. That's going to be the set going Phase Zero's way, and Rival Esports, a lot left to be desired in that set.
Cheeky final few seconds there. I mean, Phase Zero just literally separating their players, knowing that they can't be 2 places at once with the respawn going through. It was just beautifully executed overall, and we were talking about it, waiting for this Phase Zero team. I called them a mystery box. Is this the team that beat Zeta, or is this the team that struggled against the team that got bounced in round 1? And that was finally starting to show some signs of life. I like the draft. I wouldn't call it the biggest outdraft in the world by any means. I think they just played their strategy really well. The nest eggs did good at combating the Leon. They had the long range affair, and it was favoring Bell more often than not. They grabbed a blue star with an assassin, and that assassin was able to hold on to it for 2 straight games. Overall, Phase Zero, I think, can hang their heads high. That was a great set overall from top to bottom.
Adrena showing us his clever book as well. Finally, the secrets of this book have helped them win a set. And I have to say, I'm super happy, I'm pleased. We don't get to see a 3-0 so far today. We're going to a set 4 in this one here as well. Adrena, with that Ruffs, you were a doubter. He actually worked out super well.
Yeah, I mean...
Yeah, that was me. I don't know. I'm not going to put that on you. That was definitely me. I was just kind of surprised. You don't really see passive picks for 6 picks. A lot of the time it's going to be thrower or assassin, but it actually played out super well, especially considering they were able to get that blue star. Hunkering down was a huge part of their strategy, and I think that was really well benefited. Honestly, more thought out than I would have, kind of pictured. That was definitely a surprise to me.
I do want to say, though, as well, Rival were, like, way too aggressive at certain points. They were just feeding stars over like nobody's. It's like they'd given up halfway through the game, when in reality, even after they'd handed all those stars over, they started to come back in the late game. So if they were just a bit more cautious about going in those really, I'm going to say, stupid 1v3 situations, they'd have been in a much better spot.
Yeah, that would have been the next thing I wanted to point out as well, Trev. I feel like they were a bit too overconfident. After making it a quick 2-0, they were feeling like, oh, we gotta pick this up really easily now as well. This was also the first time Damon was banned out in this matchup, so maybe that's just the key to success for FaZe Zero today. Rival seems to know exactly how to play against him, how to play with him, so maybe just ban him out, so that's going to be the best counter to him. Dueling Beatles is going to be our 4th set here. You're now feeling like we're going into set 5, or is this going to be the last one?
I'm not sure.
I'm open to it.
Yeah,
I'm not getting the door.
But they have got Damien.
Oh!
The door's slightly more ajar.
And needs to ban, just to put that out there.
Why?
So, yeah. I'm now
I have questions.
taking back my answer, and I think it's going to be a 4-set game.
I mean, I think there's more to this world than Nita. I think if you're this left-hand side, though, you ban Nita, Lou, and Finks. You let Damien slide. If they don't have an answer, it is a shame on them situation, without a doubt. Yeah, absolutely.
Mina's left open. Could be a potential answer. She's super good on a map like this one. It's going to be a great combo. I love to see that. It is a very often played tier 2 meta at the moment to just go great. And of course, pair it with Frank. We don't get to see him often enough either. Just teleport through. Once you have your hypercharge, you can have the double setup and teleport directly from spawn into the zone. Now again, this is something we see very often in tier 2. In the Brawl Stars Challengers, a very often picked meta. Now in tier 1, here in the BSC monthly finals, I can't remember when we have seen this last time.
Which I'm so happy about, because you might like it, but I really don't. I think it just takes away so much. Like, I like those kind of scrappy fights in mid, rather than just dying, TPing up, dying, TPing up, over and over and over again.
But it works.
It sometimes does work. Sirius going to come in then for Rival Esports, looking to try and have a lot of stuff waiting for them to TP in, or just prevent them from getting it at all.
You all alluded to it, but I think part of the Sirius pick is he's kind of a hybrid thrower, right? He can sit behind those walls, but even if they open it up, Frank's going to be a super feeder. Like you all talked about, this strategy revolves around Gray setting up teleport and Frank diving in. It's a lot of isolation. It's a lot of sending your brawlers one-on-one and just getting those percentage points. And as long as they keep Sirius alive, they are going to be able to get so many spawners. Sure, the hammer hit has a piercing shot, but for somebody who's a single individual shot brawler like Gray, that can get overwhelming real quick.
I think you can see the pain in my face. Edgar and Damien picked up once again. Now, I already doubted that the Rival would win against it. Now, we saw that Nita's finding a counter to it. They banned it out on the left-hand side, still left both of the brawlers open, both now going the way of Rival. I mean, I got proven wrong before, but I feel like it's very hard to win against Edgar and Damien on the same roster. Sirius also still a very meta brawler on the left-hand side. Now, Shade is a decent answer to the Sirius, of course. Also not too bad against Edgar. I don't know, I have my doubts, but I'm happy to be proven wrong.
Doubts.
Yeah.
We all have doubts. We are happy to be proven wrong, FaZe Zero. This is your last chance to make it into the semis. Show us some more of that good stuff you had against Zeta in the qualifiers.
Well, we've got to make sure here that Gray's not getting those supers early on, and only a couple walls placed there to help me in the back lines. And Gray already got 1 TP. This is the opposite of what they want.
Yeah, I like Shade in the sense that it can go through the crowd control that Damien has, right? He drops the mosh pit, he can fan through. This is common, but how does it pair with a Frank who's likely going to be tearing down walls? Shade, once he gets this first super, though, I think is going to excel. Specifically, it's going to cover them against the series. You see that there. Now they get a couple tags as well. It's already off to the races. I mean, phase 0 going to 30+, and now another takedown as well. They've isolated the rival members. I mean, this is a great play. It was a question mark of a strategy call, but so far, so good.
I mean, the early game's supposed to be where it's bad, right? So now they've kind of got 3 hypercharges, and they're ahead. I worry. And I think that is some fair worry looking at what's happening right now. Mira going to get pushed back, hypercharge used there as well, throwing out some really fast shots, and Utspin does get the kill. They're already in such a lead, and the TP should be settled momentarily.
Head first at the Gray, so now Shade left all alone, but still cycling these supers so well, already with another one in the rotation, as they're going to be going for the double teleport play, and extra shields going down. Ryohei backing him off, a dive in as well with the hypercharge. It's purple buttons being clicked everywhere, off screen even. Edgar going down, they're slowly clawing their way back. Shade alone can't get this job done.
Great job of baiting out these TPs as well. Mira's going to come in. Utspin jumps on top, super backwards onto Ryohei. Great choice from him, considering Utspin's going to be such a hard target to hit. And now, it was close, but all 3 of them on the mid with only 10% left is not going to be easy for them to push off. Damien jumps on in, but they're just going to stick on it. Nice stuff from phase 0. Once more, just proving us wrong.
This early game's important. There's multiple brawlers that they can't feed supers to, but it's difficult because the one-on-one matchups aren't always easy. Once Shade gets that super, Sirius is going to have some serious problems. And on top of that, if Gray gets that teleport early, you saw it there, they can just keep fanning in stuff. So it really relies on this early game. You talked about it. This strategy is supposed to be a long-term battle, not a short-term, we're going to take a 30% lead and just hold on for dear life, because that's where it goes wrong for the red roster.
Well, this is much better, Kenny, I will say.
Wow.
This is the start they would have wanted in the previous one, I'm sure. All of them staying alive, no Grey TP, 25% already collected. Much better.
Double spawner on the ground. They answered the call real quick. Now diving straight at Mira, a pushback as well. Utapin joining in on the action as well. They've isolated Frank. They've got Telpney all alone, going for the extra shot. He's solo focusing this series. Already a hypercharge in play too. Does get the takedown, but it's enough for the red roster still to hold on. They haven't been able to focus their attention on the Edgar yet, who is cycling, getting takedowns, and now going for a third as well. Frank dropping a hypercharge just to try and stun him for a second. They finally get the kill, but now it's Shade diving in. It's an extra Damien going down as well. I mean, Rival excelling in game number 2.
So scrappy here. Hypercharge there from Damien, but a pullback from Renasuke. Needs to work for one more super, but all those spawners come in. Still gets it through all of them. And Mira, the last one fighting, didn't TP in, now does. And that's 82%. They do have the hypercharge already there for the Grey, but this one looks a little bit out of hand.
There is nothing passive about the way East Asia has played this multi-final so far, and that is certainly showing here in set number 4, as Rival look to just tack on a few more percentage points. Job not done yet, though. Still have to climb their way through. Damien should have enough here, but they are getting quick takedowns, and now it's 77%. This could be phase 0 making an epic comeback.
Hypercharge there as well from the Sirius. Down they go. Damien's going to need a jump here. This might be what they need. Super from the Frank, and surely they're going to turn this one around. Hypercharge comes in from him, but it's going to be a 1% game. 2 there in the end, and that is a huge throw coming in from Rival Esports. Should have easily won that game, but in the end, it's phase 0 dragging it all the way.
That's painful. We were gassing them up. Oh, what a good start. Oh, good job, guys.
And
We're making a comeback. And it was. And it was. But unfortunately, that's the way it goes. That's part of these scrappy strategies. When you're not focusing on control-based compositions, you're just kind of leaving it up to chance. You have to play it perfectly. And once they let go control, again, once the long-term comes into effect, Rival's job is to make this as quick of a game as possible. Usually, I feel like on paper, this is going to go one of 2 ways. Either phase 0 with their composition is going to win it in a semi-close one, but they're going to be able to rotate enough brawlers, it's going to go the distance. Or Rival should be winning this, I don't know, in the 100 to 50, you know what I mean? Like it was at the start, where they had a 30% lead. They win the beginning matchups, they don't allow the enemy team to succeed or set up. And instead, it's just Rival blowing such a close one here. I mean, 2% looks small on paper, but in the context of how much of a lead they had, that's a tough one to swallow.
2-0 turned into a 2-2. We're now going all the way to set 5. Both of our quarterfinals so far really are giving us our money's worth. The Shade definitely worked out. Of course, he's really good against all 3 brawlers on the right-hand side, but it wasn't what made it work in the end. It was that great teleport that worked out. That's tier 2 strategy, I called it. I think in the end we learned today that against Damien you either pick Nita, that seems to be the best counter to it, or you ban out Nita and Ems and then go a great teleport comp and just completely ignore the fact that they have a Damon. Trev, I know you weren't a fan of it, just seeing them teleport in, die again, teleport in, die again, but it works. Even if the Damon gets a couple of kills, we win the map.
What I've learned today is that Rival Esports love to just go 1v3. Like,
overconfidence still showing.
It's shining through again. We saw it in Bounty. They're feeding so many stars over. In this one, they got like a 30-40% lead. And like, yeah, I'll tell you what, let's just go in one by one again. Well, nothing can go wrong with that, surely. And then they just, like, lose it so fast. It's just worrying. They need to settle down for me.
That is something I tell my players all the time. On Hot Zone, if you're alone, wait for your teammates to come out of spawn and go in together.
Especially with a massive lead.
Buddy system.
Yeah, it's not something that Rival Esports learned. On Golden Gulch, well, you don't have to wait for your teammates to respawn. Once they're dead, they're out. You don't get any respawns, so this might just be their best mode. And, Trev, how often did Phase Zero scrim the map?
It's looking like 0 again, Sonny. It's looking like 0 again. But this is our fault. It's not like Rival even picked this one. Set 5, that's on us. We're picking these maps.
It's random. We're not picking anything.
Tiebreaker map once again, though, so clearly neither of these two teams wanted to face this at all, and that was where I was going. It's indicative, I think, on this map in particular. Bans make a huge deal, so no Edgar, no Leon, no Damien. On the other end, we have no Kit. A lot of these assassins, and you throw Mortis in there, I guess, in the global bans too, a lot of these aggressive top-tier options are gone, so I wonder if we get more of a sharpshooter, defensive kind of effort.
RT, Angelo come to mind immediately, two of the best brawlers on Knockout currently and also on this specific map. Pierce left open as well. If you want to play a sharpshooter, maybe pair it with a Brock, open up the map. We still have some aggressors open, Kenny mentioned it. Very much of them have been banned out, but Mina, for example, slid through once again, and she had some great showings today already.
Well, we'll see if that's the route they go. Do they want to go that aggression? I know Kenny said you might want to play a bit more sharpshooter, but that is the case. Mina's going to come rolling on in for Rival Esports then. And honestly, for the most part, it's been working for whoever's picked this brawler up. It's never been really the Mina's fault that anybody's lost, to be honest with you. So I really like that brawler. Byron stack it up as well with some heals. It's a great shot once more.
Yeah, keep Jay Young in mind as well as we progress throughout this as well. I could see it going to the right-hand side. This has become a more meta composition, I would say, especially after Foot Esports kind of pioneered this in. I think people saw the ceiling it has once Angel Boy and his teammates played this to perfection. But on top of that, just knowing how much support Mina can have, getting towards those in-game, if you have a triple cane on top of it, especially when one life is all you get in this one, having that super is so deadly to the other team.
Ruffs could come in once more. We had it before against the Mina. Didn't work out there. Or
if my
again,
calculations
are
correct.
With something a bit more rangy, could still pick up Rock here as well to just open up a map. It's not going to hurt them against the Mina for sure. Meeple coming in here. Now, Meeple has had a spotlight for the longest time. Not really anymore at the moment, but I believe without any nerfs, he's still very strong in the current meta. Just maybe not that top 10 list. He's gonna do fairly well. Pairing it with a Hank was usually the key, or a Shade. Don't know if that's still gonna work these day and age.
Yeah, I mean, I don't dislike the people. There you go, there's the Brock that you shouted. It's just break up the map, and it's gonna leave, Meeple's not, it's gonna be terrible out in the open, but you're gonna have to be a bit more cautious at range. And I think you said that Pierce is still on the board as well, so it wouldn't be the worst thing to kind of bring in to combat these sharpshooters. You're going to have a pretty decent matchup against the RT, against the Brock, against the Meeple, so something long range, or, as you mentioned, the Jay Young still should be fine.
Oh,
yeah, Angelo going to come in as their sharpshooter's choice. I don't mind this at all. I like the hybrid kind of approach. We've got support in range. We've got now Angelo, who's a sharpshooter, who I think is going to be great at dealing with Meeple in a one-on-one interaction, Brock in a one-on-one interaction, and on top of that, Mina's just a playmaker. Love having that on our side.
I would probably personally prefer Rival Esports comp here, especially if we do have Brook open him up the map. Angelo's doing even better, and Angelo has been one of the best brawlers for Rival Esports, at least in scrims. Now Phase 0, Meeple has the rage quit. Is that going to be enough against the Mina, Trev?
Probably not, I'm going to say, because of how much I like Mina. And I think he's kind of running riot at the moment, to be honest with you as well. So we'll see if it is going to be the case. Mira took a hit early on there from Ryohei as well, but he's getting one in return from Renosuke, sending him back to the right side. Follow-up will be out as well, and the mark adds a bit extra damage.
Each side claiming their end. It's going to be east-west kind of affair. big reason for Angelo coming through here as well, I believe, is going to be the construction of the map. It's a reason Brock gets picked as well. You either want wall break if you're Brock, or you want to take advantage of the water and be Angelo, where you can get to the middle a lot quicker. That's a nice tag. Each side just passively exchanging shots. It's going to be a matter of who can get those supers first. Looks like it's going to be RT on this one, of course.
Well, there was a little grass break, I should say, by Teltney on the left-hand side as well, just to ensure that in future rounds they can't be sneaking on that side, and especially with the Mina, that's what you want to be scared of, making sure she doesn't make the moves. Another one there as well will break the grass yet again, so not too fussed about the walls, it seems, more worried about getting those kind of grass out of the way so she can't sneak.
Now Mira looking for these little flank shots as well. Lightning bolts going down to Toro, low HP. Now super for RT could be cashed in here. A jump in, Ryoki trying to get away, but not going to be enough to discard this. It's going to be 3 blue members getting the best of them there. In terms of utility, hopping into the next one, I believe a lot of it being exchanged there. So we still have Angelo, who has a little poison. He can drop the swamp if needed, but this blue side going to be a little more empty-handed. They cashed in there towards the end of round number 1.
Yeah, he cycled that super out quite nicely, Ryohei. Placed it down, jumped away, and the RT legs were kind of lingering on it a bit, getting some more charge back. So it was well played from him, but couldn't quite get the round on the board. It is the Mina now trying to make the rotation over onto the Meeple, but doesn't want to over-aggress at all. Now the wall breaks are starting to come in. Teltney hit from the right-hand side.
Not the best wall break. I mean, in terms of destruction of wall, it only got a couple little points there, but nonetheless, at least a little bit better for them. The more open space they have, Mina can dance around, but at the same time, they can rely on the sharpshooter shots of RT and Brock. Now Rival look to cluster together once again. There it is. Finally gets that wall broken up. So going to be relying on this open space and counting those shots as net.
Well, Super's ready to go for phase 0 at the moment, and only 1 for the side of Rival. Pinching in now, there was Utupin trying to get around the bottom against this RT instead of the Meeple Natural he was on before. Hypercharge there as well. Good kill from Utupin. Round the back, Mira. Super of his own here as well, and are going to try and go for it, but that seems like an overcommit for what the position they were in. Should have maybe saved some supers for the next round, and Rival win it.
It's a fair point, and now as we go into this round 3, Byron has a super, I believe Brock has super, but those hypercharges going to make a huge difference. I think for somebody like Byron as well, now he can really heal up teammates or save himself as well. This is going to allow Utupin a little more play action ability, right? Now they break open these walls once again, so not going to be able to rely on this. The windmill is going to be really important. I think this one's likely going to come down to another final closing in circle moment. I think that's what Rival ultimately want, and ideally for RT as well. If he can get a hypercharge charged up and super going around, they want the exact same thing.
So he needs a super before a hypercharge here, I think, but wall break coming through from Teltney. And yet again, not breaking up masses of walls, still leaving a couple of lingering ones in the mid. There's a windmill gadget coming in from Utupin, a hypercharge Ryohei. They're going to section off Teltney here, who's forced to hypercharge alone. Actually throws out a brilliant hyper super. Ryohei's going to go down, and he just sent that, and it worked.
A trade was more than ideal. He was a goner, and instead ends up getting a frag, as now in the 2v2 situation, this is much more even, especially with Gadget coming out of Meeple. The one thing they're missing is supers from both sides. It's really going to be a matter of how they can land these regular shots as the fog encroaches.
Well, there's the super for Utupin early on. Might be able to try and make this aggressive move. Now there's a rage quit sent out towards Renosuke, though, and he gets that kill. 2v1. And Totoro will come and tank. Rival take it, and they're going to be on match point.
Great 2v2 situation. It really came down to the race to get that super. Once there was a hurricane that could go down, a little kick up in the air. Byron was sending heals, passive shots, and I loved the great veteran play at the end there. Mina's low HP, so Byron's going to sprint, meet shielded up from the 2v1, and just ensure that the teammate can charge up a little bit to make sure they get that win. In a high-pressure situation, especially with Rival kind of fumbling here more towards this 3rd and 4th set, it's nice for them to get back on track.
Yeah, I will say it was really nice as well from the Brock in there to be able to get that trade. Actually almost got 2 as well because he made so many connections. So really nice from him. Unfortunate that they didn't get more out of that, but at least he put his team in a 2v2 situation when it absolutely should not have been that with his positioning. 3v3 back again now in the start of a new set, and it's just more walls going down this time than the grass in like the last one.
Yeah, Teltney decorating the map really early on here, using that extra rocket fuel to make sure they can tear it down a little bit. That's part of the influence for Brock in general in Knockout. Now Utupin really going down towards the bottom of this map, separating from Byron. I think ideally they want to have Byron play this a little bit closer. Instead, though, looking comfortable playing this long-range affair. It's Byron healing up this Angelo an awful lot. They need a big-time connection. Now a couple going through as well. Utupin trying to move forward. Gadget going in. Windmill to protect themselves as Mira still has 800, just hiding in this grass, hoping that nobody makes the mark.
Well, Mira might burn down here and does. Really nice from Ryohei to be able to get that super off. Renosuke has a super of his own now. Wants to get this late game and use it down. Toro solo over, splashes himself. Good shots coming through, but a 2v1 is not something that Telpney can win on that Brock. And this is going to be 1 round left for Rival to take it all.
Advantage Rival, 1 round away. And now a hop in from Ryohei, immediately jumping the gun, trying to knock an arrow and make contact. Doesn't get any connection with Udapin sneaking on this right-hand side. They can see it though. Clearly shots going down there. They have no idea where Brock is. I don't think they clearly know where all the players are because they're very cautiously working around this right-hand side. Now everybody's showing face. So all of a sudden a little rage quit. Not going to do enough there though. Obviously with full HP, just not going to make enough contact to stun for very long.
Udapin in this 1v1 versus Mira, left-hand side. 2 supers ready to go for phase 0 and they need everything they can get here. Ryohei earns one of his own on the right. So does Byron. Ready for this late game now with a couple of healing supers and damaging shots. Udapin just wanting one of his own. Now Renosuke's got his too.
Phase 0 running out of opportunities. They need to make this round number 2 count. There's a couple good tags come out of Rival. Pressure being applied as Phase 0 need a little bit of grass to work with. Not a lot of field, longer range, and also Udapin at any moment can just dive in.
There's the gadget from Udapin, puts him in a good position, gets 1 kill there, another super from Brock, doesn't do as much as last time. Udapin swoops in, and Rival get the kills, 3 of them left surviving, and that's going to be the game going their way.
Definitely a little scarier than I think Rival would have liked, especially after the first 2 sets. Very convincing stuff. Slowly, Phase 0 claw their way out of it. A beautiful match, really well played from both teams, and I think for Phase 0 especially, a really solid first showing. Rival, of course, not the likes of something like a Crazy Raccoon or a Zeta Division in our standings, but we know they have a chance at going to something like an LCQ. This is a quality team to put up a fight against, build experience points, and now Rival will have another shot at Crazy Raccoon coming up.
I mean, for me, if Rival play like that against Crazy Raccoon, though, they don't have a chance. They were way too kind of handing over games too easily through Bounty, through Hot Zone. Like, they were just handing kills, handing games over, which you can't do against a team like Crazy Raccoon. So definitely got a few things to iron out before they head into the semi-final, but they've got 2 quarterfinals worth of time to really think about it.
At the same time, just like Crazy Raccoon, they kind of struggle to close out. So also Crazy Raccoon doesn't look as strong as they used to in the past. That number 1 seed now against Rival, number 5 seed. It's going to be an exciting match regardless because so far we haven't seen a single 3-0, not even a 3-1. We get some close games today. And yes, as you said, some of these moments that we've seen from Phase 0 today definitely show us a bright future for these guys. We definitely will see them again in the monthly final, especially Telpney in this set. That play, he got separated from his team and somehow still gets a trade-off. I don't know if that comes down to a fumble of Rival or if he just played it so well.
I think it was just a great play. I mean, he was kind of in a tough situation and still made great contact with the enemy side. So Phase 0, a team that we'll be looking out for in future qualifiers, in future months. But for now, Rival Esports going to take control. Crazy Raccoon, like you mentioned, not looking their best. So that could be an interesting semi-final posing on that upper side. But now we move forward to this lower side of the bracket. And there are several teams down here that I'm really keeping my eye out for. One of them, of course, being SKC. This is a team that every single month has had a better result. It's somebody in the preseason that I thought was going to be great. And I think this is a big opportunity, especially a Zeta Division that I think is good, but not necessarily as convincing as I thought they would be coming to the season. I think they're vulnerable. I think SKC have a reason to strike in this lower side.
We get Arc back now as well. We haven't seen too much of a convincing series from any of these teams today. It was always a 3-2, always problems to close things out. Is this one going to be just as close, Arc?
For context, we had like 3 2-3 scorelines in the whole entirety of Brawl Cup. That was over the course of 3 days. I mean, East Asia is honestly the gift that keeps on giving today. It is so neck and neck, it really is, and you can just see how much the rest of this region has elevated themselves. Whilst CR and Zeta have been taking the spotlight, everyone else has been putting in serious grind.
Love to see it, and I also love to see 2 for 2 gang. Keep it up, everybody, as now we ride with SKC coming up on the next... Hey, look, as close as these have been, we very well could be in a world where we're 0-2, and we all know we've been in that spot before. It's not nearly as fun, is it?
That never happened. What do you mean? We're prediction masters, all of us, and we all say SKC is going to take this one. For me, on paper, quarterfinal number 3 didn't look as close as 2 and 4. Those 2 quarterfinals were the ones where I felt like kind of a 50-50. For this one, I do feel like SKC has to come out on top, right? But as we're already talking about this matchup, let's show them it's SK Kalalas East Asia versus Insomnia. And SKC with Guru, Ghost and Naipishu have been extremely hyped up right from the beginning of the spring split already. Coming into the summer split now, they do come in with some momentum, as in the last month we watched them. In April, they did had a victory against Zeta Division. It was a close one, it was a 3-2, and then almost also went the distance against Crazy Raccoon, where they found finally their master in the grand finals. But so far, they're winning against every single team in East Asia except CR so far.
Yes, their progression speaks for itself. You know, the first month, the quarterfinals finish, semi-finals the following month, and then the grand finals finish. Not quite the first place, but nonetheless, they are really getting better as time goes on. For Naipishu, this is personal as well. This is his former teammates that he's pitched up against. So it's like the former effort result roster that he's going to be facing again today. So that should, in theory, be better for them. Like, he would be able to give information, valuable information to his teammates to really be able to get that edge over them today. Or maybe it's the sort of thing that can cause a team to crumble, because again, when you're playing against former teammates, you know, it's more personal.
I think the edge for SK Kalalas is really also having a coach that doesn't stem from the region itself. And I think the draft is really what is showing how SK Kalalas is really shining every single month. Let's see how they're feeling coming into June.
Naipishu, y'all had a very solid first half of the year, but now that Brawl Cup is over, do you feel more pressure knowing that your region is fully limited to 3 spots after EMEA took the other 2?
なんかスプリングスプリットは、結果良かったと思うんですけれども、今ブローカップが終わって、世界選手権の出場枠は3枠しかないということが決定されましたが、これはなんか、もっとプレッシャーを与えますか？
いや、今、僕たちだいぶ調子がいいので、とりあえず今月優勝できたらまだ全然狙えると思う。今回優勝して世界大会狙っていきたいかなと思います。
Yeah, we're cool. We're playing well. We're feeling okay. If we win this monthly qualifier, we will still be able to reach the world finals, which is obviously the goal. So we'll just do our best, try to win it, and then we're on a good course to go through.
Alongside that as well, with each passing month, you guys have had a better result. What is the next step to go from making a grand finals to, say, winning the grand finals in June?
マンスリーの結果といえば毎月徐々にこの結果が良くなったと思うんですけれども、今月優勝できるために一番大事なことは何だと思いますか？
そうですね、一番大事なことはピック、そのドラフト、前回は決勝まではピック良かったんですけど、ピックが決勝あんま良くなかったので、今回は全部ピック仕上げて優勝までのピックやったんで、それが一番大事かな思います。
Yeah, so I think last time our picks were very good until the very end of it, until the final. So and then in the final we just our draft was very very bad. So I think that's going to be the most important thing for us this month to actually win. We want to go with good drafts, good picks all the way to the final, and then hopefully we can win it all.
So it seems like the draft was giving them the edge, but also the reason, for him at least, why they lost the grand finals last month. They didn't go quite as far as they would have wanted in the last month. Now I feel like coming into today, looking at their scrims as well, Ark, this could be the month where SK Kalalas is winning it all.
Yeah, they've been putting in some serious grind. I mean, it's fair to say. And, you know, I feel like this region, again, is not nearly as clear-cut as any of the previous years in the BSC. You know, you can just see from today alone how close it really is in terms of competition. Now, yes, Crazy Raccoon and Zeta Division are very much out in front in terms of points. But with a 1.5 times multiplier on those points, a team like, SKC could absolutely capitalize down in this second split of the season.
We're looking at the maps now. Once again, they have been drafted by our teams. SK Colours was allowed to start as they are the first seed. Now, Crystal Arcade is a map that we've seen already. Today is going to be their pick, followed up by Goldarm Gulch. Now actually picked and not just a decider. SK Colours with Open Business, Insomnia with Layer Cake. Triple Dribble is going to be the tiebreaker map here. Do we get to see a tiebreaker?
I don't think so. I think this is where the streak ends. I hope I'm wrong. I love 3-2s as much as all of us, but this is the one that I would say it feels like a 3-0, 3-1 to me. I think deep down in my heart of hearts, it's my fiduciary duty to be honest with you as Brawl Nation. I think this one's a 3-1 at best.
We did talk a lot about SK Colours already. On the other side of the arena here, we have Insomnia, who have qualified consistently. This is the third time, I think, they're playing in the monthly finals, and they never really made it out of the top 8, but that's still a solid, consistent performance. These are the global bands. Edgar and Damien bands out once more. Naja and Kid joining them now. So yeah, we won't have any shenanigans this time around. Kenny, you were casting the match before. Are you glad we don't get to see Edgar and Damien this time?
I mean, from a perspective of, it's just kind of nice to see every team take a different approach. It's cool to see that in our most recent edition, the map draft, that everybody's kind of doing their own thing. It hasn't just been the same set of 4 maps. We've all gotten a little unique spin on the game modes, which is cool. 95% of folks at home, though, riding with SKC. I don't know if there's ever a match in the BSC that feels that high, but unfortunately, I do think if I have to pick a winner, I kind of see where the poll's coming from, right? It just makes too much sense. They've got a backing of history. I get it. I'm sad, but I get it.
We had 2 matches so far. Both of them went the distance. Let's see if quarterfinal number 3 is going to. Are we going there as well? All the way is what we want to see usually, but SK Colours has been so dominant in scrims that I kind of fear for Insomnia it's not going to be an easy task. So far, never made it out of the top 8. Is today going to be the day? We seem to think not, but maybe they have some surprises for us in store.
Why do ESH never ban Pierce? I don't understand it. I looked at the map pool coming forwards and saw so much open range. I thought it was worthy of being a global ban. It's not even worthy of being a first pick, it seems, on this side of things. It's wide open here for SKC.
We have the map draft very new here. I do want to mention here, Crystal Arcade has been a map that has been scrimmed only once by Insomnia, and they lost it as well. So SK Colours definitely did their homework not only in the brawler drafts, but also in the maps.
Yeah, it's going to be something new for all these teams, and I'm curious if it changes preparation, because when you've known your maps in the past, you're mainly focusing on those 5 in your quarterfinals, and then you do some in the semifinals, and if you're really confident, you go to the Yadalo grand finals. But now, everybody's just kind of got to do everything. You find your strengths, and maybe these teams are just relying that their good maps are good enough to win, and then they hope they just put up enough of a fight on losing ones.
For me, Ruffs and Pierce would be beautiful. Open up the map with the Ruffs, have the supply drop to the Pierce. It's just kind of like quite an open, clear-cut thing for me, but let's see whether it is the Brawl which they deviate towards. But they need to ban. It's getting a lot of attention as well this month so far in this region, and I don't know whether I'm a massive fan of it. Crystal Arcade is so wide open. Chester in the back pocket. It's not the worst of brawlers, but I think they just maybe missed a trick, no pun intended.
Anita's so much fun to play too. I don't know, they really don't like her, or she's just too strong against tanks. And let's see if tanks are what we're going to see now. Some of them we already mentioned. Mina, of course, is still going to be super strong. She's wide open as well as Fang, for example. Let's see what we get to see actually as our second pick here. Alongside the Chester, we still have some options open also to counter a Mortis, for example. Otis would have been a brawler that came to mind. Mortis is going to be picked up here, and of course, he's going to do fairly well as doing some shenanigans in the opponent's side. Stu just picking up the gems, Wahoshi making sure that the opponents don't have a single second of rest.
I still think Otis comes through here. I think if you're on this 4-5 turn, you need anti-tank, and Stu's kind of a hybrid mid. They have their aggressive option. Yeah. They need anti-tank, because if the 6 pick comes around and they grab something beefy that can do well, and they don't have enough damage output on this right-hand side, it's not going to go well. So they do grab DPS. I think not the exact same. I mean, it's not a clear-cut anti-tank, but it's also a flex carrier. It also has the hypercharge, which I think is lethal on this map. So I think that's allowable. I think very acceptable 5th pick there.
I'm on board with the Mo. It is a brawler that I quite like. I feel like Mo's best mode, however, is Brawl, but here it can certainly have a place. Stu, again, not too surprised to see it today. I think we're going to see a lot more of it also. The Mortis is quite an early kind of sign of the aggressor. Kenji to come through from SKC as the kind of answer to it. But just kind of surprised that they were willing to sort of took that much risk in the Mortis at that stage in the draft. Not globally banned here, not banned out, so that's definitely a brawler looking forward into the next sets as well that kind of needs to be on that horizon.
Interesting route for me. We have Chester being picked up on the left-hand side as the first brawler of SK Kalalas, and he has a pretty good matchup into all three members on the side of Insomnia. Now let's see what we're going to see of these two teams, if Insomnia can surprise us today. Otherwise, SK Kalalas should be making it to the semis.
Fun start here as SKC looked to continue their crusade, had an excellent end to the spring split, got all the way to a grand final, and now they are heavy favorites in this quarterfinal number 3. An immediate takedown as well. They're going to send this flexible mid in Chester. Part of the reason he shows up so much in Gym Grab, he can operate in the lanes on these Hard Rock Mines, these Crystal Arcades, or he can play the mid if you want to. So many different options. On top of that, if Mo dives in, if Mortis dives in, look at this. They can just get immediate tags. Love the team play coming out of SKC early.
Yeah, Ghost T, phenomenal sandbags in those early few seconds, and then supply drop quickly earned and handed over to Kuri. Already full mid control, and the clustering of Insomnia is concerning for me, honestly. Good taps again off the wall from Ghost T onto that Mortis. Honestly, they've got to be keeping a very close eye on Koga. He's the most threatening of this squad.
Stu's going to have a hard time here, especially with the sandbags on the ground. Kenji, of course, he can dash away from, but just not going to be able to easily kill. I feel like a lot of effort is going to have to be put in for Mo to do damage, for Mortis to get up in the faces. There he goes, but a stun coming out immediately. What a good super to have on hand.
You don't quite know what's in your back pocket with Chester, but that is the way to hold it back. And I think that for Insomnia, that will sting for sure. But in terms of gems, in terms of the objective, not too shabby. 6 apiece now. Hypercharge pop for Ghost to that left-hand side now, entirely broken up. Napishu and Koga can dance to the left-hand side. Bats coming out and the heels coming in.
Koga doing his best, but in the 2v1, just not going to be able to come out on top. Oh, and a beautiful tap as well. Naipishu from the skies, ceilings one, and now comes down with a couple gems for defense. Guru with 12 in the pocket, can now back away as Gene on this right-hand side doesn't have enough space, trying to deal with multiple brawlers at once, but they have to focus this Chester on the bottom of the map. Kenji with a hypercharge, stowed away though, should be able to play defense. It was a close back and forth. Like you mentioned, objective started to look better for the right-hand side, but it was SKC that prevailed. The mechanics there from Kenji is what saved him.
Oh, pinpoint precision from Napishu. Unreal on that Kenji, making every single moment count. Not always easy, not always clear cut to land the maximum value on those supers, but he was doing it every single time. And those takedowns were pivotal to turning things around, as it was so close until that moment. See a bit more from Insomnia, a bit more from Koga, ideally, as well as the aggression of SKC that is prevailing so far.
Everybody on SKC once again playing this together. The rotation's going through as now Koga expands to the right-hand side. Wall breakdown early. They've already fed Ghost T a super. Lahochi just trying to claim one of his own. As a Stu, that is so valuable. You have to be able to have some maneuverability, some dashes, so that you can make yourself count. Right now, it's not doing a lot. Kenji this time doesn't get the perfect strike, but will stay alive. Gene, kind of surprised, didn't go for the follow-up kill there. Held back.
I'm super surprised there as well. That would have been a prime opportunity to, you would wait, not waste super, but you would have to use super to ensure the takedown. But then you would be able to then put pressure onto SKC and stay in that spot, and it just brings the whole motion back into the sport. It's a bit of a wasted opportunity for me, but 5 gems to 3. Insomnia still not doing a terrible job in terms of these gem captures. The Stu obviously going to lend his hand. And a nice dash there from Koga to not pick up that gem along the way to ensure they can continue to stay on this aggressive. Kuro as well, going to be supered up by that supply drop so already. Oh, it's dangerous. Koga, though, too low HP to be able to contest it.
Now Koga's going to have to be careful, though, because as a Mortis, you don't typically want to hold gems, and now has to go at the enemy side if they want to put any pressure on the team. Naipishu alongside Kuru, once again surviving. Now a little take cover going out of Ghost T, a super going out as well. Wall break even more so going through, and that's just going to play into SKC's hands.
Yeah, the more the map gets broken up, providing SKC can stay in this control. Nice break again from the left-hand side. It's only really the right and that top left that's going to be able to do too much there. Now with the speed zone, a chance to be able to heal up, evade these shots most importantly, and try to get in with another push. The Pishu knows it, goes right up against that wall and tries to get some value there as well, as Koga now will be lurking this right-hand side, but 3 gems above his head. That's enough to get a countdown easily if he drops them.
All eyes on Gene. Has the Mo hypercharged super and can dash basically across half the map, I would say, as a close guesstimate. Now encroaching on the right-hand side, all of SKC Claying clustered up together. The take cover already down on the ground as Nightpishu tries to go at this. They know they can either get a kill or operate in the middle as this gym mine goes down. There's the super. Gene diving and doesn't get the kill, though, but ties the 10th gym count. SKC still with the numbers, though, should soon go down to a countdown towards them.
Yeah, tough spot there for Gene. Couldn't really kind of go in any bit of timing, to be completely honest. Ultimately, there's not enough low HP to ensure it. Now, 12 to 10. They've got to go on the aggressive big time here, and there's a lot of healing that is required on the side of Insomnia. Koga on the right-hand side going in, but not able to close the gap enough to get anything of value, anything of utility. That first set goes quite straightforwardly the way of SKC.
Nicely done. Pretty convincing overall. I mean, we saw some signs of life coming in from that right-hand in, but overall the red roster just couldn't match up to SKC, and I think the mechanics really shone through. It can't be the play of the day because we know what happened in quarterfinal 1 with that Colette, but I thought that Kenji, the perfect tap, a hard super at a professional level to hit as well. That X pattern, obviously very predictable. These pro players have now dealt with it for a couple years. These signs even coming out as the celebration from SKC2. Looking back at the draft, I don't hate it. I think the Stu as the first overall pick was where this went wrong. It was a really good answer. SKC grabbed the Chester, so they have anti-take in the pocket. This makes it harder to get away with something like a Mortis, a Mo if he dives in. And on top of that, they now have sandbags, which traditionally have been a really good way to do it, still deal with Stu. So I think SKC, just with a strong build overall, gave him a little flexibility towards the end. I think that's just smart decision-making.
Were you surprised to not see the Pierce? I didn't want to bang on about it too much for me, just simply because, like, you know, although it's my preference, I'm not the pro. In a map that's so easily broken up, I just felt like it could have been something. Again, the Mo and the Mortis are kind of deterrents of it, though. So I just kind of wonder whether there may have been a better mid on the side there of Insomnia.
I mean, I think very clearly after seeing Stu fall through, the one thing I will give them credit for is Stu is one of those kind of flexible hybrids, right? It can play a lane if you really want to, or it can play a middle. You can use the utility of either wall break, depending on the enemy composition, speed zone if you want the extra dash. Pierce is a great brawler. I am a little surprised we don't see it nearly as much as we see in something like a Brawl Cup meta, right? Where it was a really popular brawler. It's not like the guy's been nerfed or anything to the ground since we last saw him. It's a solid pick. I wonder if these teams, especially in this East Asian meta that we're seeing today, are clearly concerned about these aggro brawlers. I mean, they're really going deep in the bag to make sure they're pulling out the Kenjis of the world, the Mortis of the world. I mean, we see Kit, Edgar ban, Leon's coming out. There's just so many of these assassins, and I think maybe Pierce can just get a little overwhelmed.
Angelo double ban here, Gene double ban here as well. Crow going to be open here, potentially. I love it when we actually kind of see duplicates, because rarely do we get the chance to see a nice, healthy variety of brawler pool. I think brawlers like Brock here as well, definitely going to be easily wall broken open to give options. RT as well. Sort of the brawlers that you can wait to the later stages of the draft necessarily to be able to obtain, but I mean, there's safe bets. You can't really ever go wrong with them. Bell as well. Ultimately, the more time goes on, the more you can land those nest eggs. With Gus, you're expecting a kind of Ollie kind of pairing with that brawler, so whatever it is has to be something which can be able to assert authority in that regard.
No Gene, so I think both of these teams kind of had their eye on some vision such as Leon, so that makes sense that they grabbed that with the first. Obviously, the Invisi heal can really help out. Safe 2-3 turn here, going with Gus, the shield, the long range, the kooky popper. A lot to like, even though he hasn't been nearly as popular recently, to brawlers like you mentioned, like Pierce, who are still available here. Double sharpshooter. Don't know if we necessarily see that in the face of a Leon, but I think it's something the left-hand side can keep in mind if they really want.
Yeah, Mina's a great pairing with that Gus. Really quite like that, and it just amazes me that Mina all day long has just never really been banned out.
Not banned, but always picked.
But
it's
always
wild.
picked,
yeah.
Exactly. So it's on that cusp, isn't it, really? When you consider the bans that we've got, there was potential for it to be there. Back over now to SKC to add to this Leon pick. And protecting the lollipop drop certainly is going to be on their minds. Again, brawlers like Brock can kind of have that incinerary to go against it. Yeah, finally, Pierce coming through. I've got to be careful to not champion Pierce too much.
Yeah.
But we see it so often in other regions. It's just kind of one of those brawlers that I've just noticed is not really translating over to the same consistency as we're seeing it picked in others.
Curious if this is a Crow coming out. I feel like they want to protect from the vision of Leon. Instead, they just go full wall break. So I feel like this does leave some solid options. That's the 6th pick, though. It is a decently squishy team. I feel like they could very well go double assassin if they really want. I don't know. I feel like this is an interesting composition. I feel like I don't see Colt too much on this map in general. The other picks have made a lot of sense to me, but I want to kind of see how the Colt fits into this picture as the well-rounded roster. What are they really getting at here with the Colt to try and prevent the 6th pick from being?
Yeah, I'm with you. I did, however, love seeing Cole picked up in knockout by Only Realm at the Brawl Cup. That was super exciting to see. It's a really entertaining brawler to have, for sure. But I feel like they're just kind of wanting to have options to ensure that the meter can't creep up, or in the eventuality that you mentioned of having there be a potential double assassination. Having that map be open would be an advantage for the peers to be able to then tap. The Leon as well, you know, got to get that balance between wall break and allowing the Leon the places to place that lollipop drop and kind of assert themselves further forwards and using that cover. So again, communication will be very, very key in regards to how they want to go about this one. But I do love the Colt. It's just got to be in the right hands in that regard to land the shots and to really get the value which it brings. It's a very high skill cap brawler.
Intriguing draft to say the least. A lot of what we've got out of East Asia today. And of course with Mina on the map, playmaking potential all around as Kuru goes to this left-hand side. Ghosty dashing around as well. One of the benefits of Pierce is he obviously can replenish his ammo, but those sandbags are so good to him. Look at this. He's going to have to recharge all that ammo just from exhausting. He can't even one-tap a sandbag.
Good break there from Nepishu. That silver bullet. And he is the man to really target those sandbags. Like you say, the Pierce is going to struggle over time. Oh, look at that connections from Ghost T. Brutal onto Koga, who's able to narrowly avoid that super, though. Going down instead of up, and Jin as well, taking a lot of shots from Nepishu. I'm liking what I'm seeing so far from SKC. They are being brutal in their assault, and Insomnia have been pushed back down to that bottom right.
They've really just forced their way through, like you said, and now they've cut off this grass as well. It's going to make it harder for somebody like Koga to dash around, to catch enemies off guard. With this fog closing in too, they're just going to have to operate in the open space as Ghost T gets backed away. He doesn't mind, though. He's a sharpshooter. Jin goes down. 3v2 situation. Windmill up, though, and now a Gust Bubble. 5,200 extra HP, and Nepishu doesn't land the mark this time. What a comeback! Nicely done by the red roster. A beautiful execution. They grabbed the first round, but I am fearful for them. The map is fully opened up. It was a long round, so SKC had plenty of opportunity to tear this down to their liking.
Connection there from Ghost T, going to force the Gust upwards. Not too bad on that side of things. I'm worried about Koga potentially, but now he is healing. That last sandbag will fall, and SKC will just keep that mid control on their side. But as time goes on, the pitcher is going to continuously break these bushes, and Insomnia are going to have less and less places to hide in that regard. More sandbags down, lollipop drop as well, so to give SKC a little bit of a saving grace here. Koga going to be pinched out. And this is the Kuru, but not going to land too much. And there's the slow from Nepishu there, popping up. And Jin is the victim. 2 or 4 as quickly as that, and should be now easy pickings for Koga.
Not sure a hypercharge was necessary, but the super is nice, because now this entire right-hand side bush completely covered. So SKC, as this goes on, makes it easier. I'm curious if Insomnia just completely mix this up and go left. SKC obviously going to naturally trend to go that way, especially if you're a sharpshooter composition. That's the play, and there you go. They're trying to get sneaky with it a little bit. All 3 members being spotted out. Shield going down. Complete miss, though, as now Koga just has to back off. They can't get aggressive with this.
I like that from SKC, being ahead of the game and knowing where Insomnia's minds were going to be at. Now, Koga has super, but not really going to be able to use too much of it unless we get a Gust shielding from Weochi. It's got to be him that lands those utility shots. Supply drop over. Now Koga is even more dangerous, more damage output. But again, it's going to struggle with no cover and no Gust shield to be able to assert themselves forward. Now is the time to do so. Jin takes a lot of shots, though. He's going to be forced back, and he doesn't have the support anymore.
Yeah, and on top of that, now Koga and Wahochi have to make up for it. They have to be on the front lines while Jin isn't firing back, just trying to heal passively as Nepishu keeps peppering them down with shots. A bullet storm likely in the making here. There it is now, a charge up of that. This is getting scarier and scarier by the moment. They're going to have to play around this window here on the bottom right-hand side. Wahochi barely hanging on. Teammate there for coverage, though. Red roster managed to grab 2 kills, and Leon, a great playmaker, but not nearly enough into a full roster. Nicely done. This is a tight set so far.
That was looking like a tasty cold beam, and it just turned so sour in motion. But Insomnia did need a pickup, for sure. That could well be it. Just a little bit of a glimmer, enough to be able to go in with a game in this one, with SKC ahead by 1 set. It is very much needed, but now look at the map. Now it's much more catered to their comp and their kind of play style, and they're going to capitalize down on moments like this. Whilst things are set up in more their favor. I'm surprised in all honesty they were able to make that last game count, considering the map was just completely open.
Insomnia's start goes south, so Koga gonna have to go to the back lines alongside the two teammates, and this has allowed SKC to push forward. Now they're all clustered on this top right-hand side. Beautiful bullet storm going down. Excellent execution as a super goes through, and speaking of execution, just entirely taking down the enemy side. It's just Koga left. It's a big-time brawler. It can obviously make some spectacular plays, but I think in this situation, it's probably smart just to wait for the green fog to close in, send us off into the next one. Don't charge any extra supers for SKC.
That's the thing, the green fog taking that long to close in because SKC just erupted onto the map, and it allowed Napishu to get a nice, healthy break as well and just have his way with that map. I mean, that was not really the round for me, and the approach from Insomnia was just not there. Again, you've got to capitalize down on these early moments when you're going to struggle to push forwards against it. So, not the start, not at all.
Insomnia this time will fully commit to the right-hand end. They're going to stay clustered together, working on this skinny side of grass just to stay hidden. They want Koga to be able to get surprise attacks here. But Kuru, of course, can make surprise attacks happen of their own. Lollipop drop going down, invisibility, a little extra speed, just trying to charge up that super, especially if SKC get that rolling. I think that's where they're really going to shine, and there it is. The invisibility available here towards those in-games could be what separates them.
I like that they push you break there as well. Speaking of which, separates them, that bush being left open is going to allow that crossover to know exactly who is on what side. Jin popping there, the supply drop over to Koga. More sandbags out, and another silver bullet from Napishu just to ensure that they can be taken care of quickly. Kuru finds the trade though. Still a 2v2, it's still doable here for Insomnia. Overextended somewhat a little bit. I was expecting it, and Ghosty shortly to follow after. So this is surely now around, unless the Napishu can find something tremendous here. I think it's going to be all too much to take, and he will fall. So a very important round here for Insomnia.
And Gene can now power up a teammate immediately because of the superstars they got off the backs of that round. That trade on the Leon, I think, really changed up that entire round. Heck, this game, because instead of getting a surprise attack, it's now an even trade in the Assassin versus the long-range Leon. They still have somebody like Koga up. I think they were set up for great success towards that end game.
I agree. SKC now are going to have to really battle for this game. It could be a set going against them if they don't. You can't make any mistakes on this one. They push you as well, quite low. Not really able to get the most amount of value, honestly, out of that utility. Koga now coming down the top left-hand side, trying to get the pinch off there as well to prevent the flank. A good break from Napishu. That was needed as well, but again, a lot of pressure on SKC to come through here.
Preemptive pop of that hypercharge is definitely going to set them back, as Napishu's not nearly as powerful. Kuru relying on the mind games at this point. Invisible strikes, but only a few tags from the long distance. That's not ideal for Leon. The self-popping of the super there from Wahochi, just trying to march it forward, but again, no real tags, asserting dominance to get control of this mid, but now the green fog closing in. Ghosty with the super lined up, 3v1 situation. All of a sudden, Insomnia deleted amongst the map, and SKC grab a game. This has been sloppy all around, I'd say, or more scrappy, I guess, being a better word, right? It's been so back and forth, each team capitalizing on itty-bitty little mistakes, and it's those little things that separate. I think that was big on SKC to come away with that. In round 2, losing Leon in that trade was pivotal, and then off the start, you called it out, that Colt hypercharge didn't get them a lot. I mean, it kept them alive, but you want to be thriving, not surviving.
Exactly that. The fact of the matter is, it's a really bold pick to have a knockout for the Colt. It's certainly going to get a lot of value just from the gadget alone, right? The silver bullet just being able to cycle in so quickly. And again, the cover, the bush break, it's all really, really pivotal for them to have in their kit. But you still got to land it as much as you possibly can. It's the tough ball to make work, but so far it's the gadget that's doing all the work for me, and you've already got the break of the crossover from the bush, a lot of coverage as well. But this is like a bit of a must-win set for me here for SKC if they want to assert their authority on today's bracket. Because Insomnia were getting some really, really good momentum, and to a point where they can still tie this one up, honestly.
Especially considering the shakiness, I would say, of the other two top teams going 3-2 situations. SKC with a confident 3-0 could look real primed to maybe finally take down a grand final. Fog starting to close in. Gene going to work alongside Koga. A little extra health points going along. The longer they stay closer together, take cover on the ground as well. Napishu dropping shots, but Wahochi with a beautiful placed gadget. The Cookie Popper gets the takedown. 3v2. Goes T on the back lines. Knows the inevitable. Going to fall back into that green smoke and go away. Once again, it's Insomnia claiming an early round, and this time they're going to charge up Koga immediately in prime position to really steal this round number 2. This could be a set going their way.
Yeah, SKC now have got to really pull up their stocks here. Some good shots though. Those sandbags did wondrously well. Koga, oh my word, having to duke for his life there, and a lot of missed shots between Nepish there and Ghost T. Might be a saving grace here. Now approaching to the top side of this situation, and still struggling to find much on the side of SKC. Now going backwards and losing position and control. It didn't really work out, and there's every chance that they could have got a 2v3 scenario out of that.
Insomnia on eggshells, though. They're on this top right-hand side, dodging for their lives, as you mentioned. And Kuru's still in position here. They're shadowing this Mina up on the top, as Wahochi tries to get the long-range battle back in their favor. They left Mina all alone to fend for herself. Now everybody grouping back together here. Somehow Insomnia have gotten this far. It really felt like SKC could strike early.
SKC have got to try to land more of these shots because there are many opportunities. Wahochi now has to pop out a shield as well. Ghost T as well, forced out the hypercharge. There's more HP on the side of SKC at the moment, but so far it is Insomnia who are doing better in terms of the taps. They push you now as well, though. Koga popping the windstorm as well, trying to just to be able to survive these shots, and SKC are able to turn things around despite missing so many shots along the way. They're still surviving on.
I can't believe Insomnia didn't grab that round. It really felt like they were going to be able to come away with that. Instead, though, it's SKC with the early pop. Now a bullet storm going down. The 6-shooter putting in work. Really good plays now as Koga left all alone. They do have plenty to work with, though. A Hurricane available, a Gust Shield available. I think they just need to send Koga in a moment's notice, recharge the health here, and make one good attempt. The more they can land on this Hurricane, the better for them.
And that is the start of dreams for SKC here. That's what they were trying to achieve in the previous rounds. Now, in a 3 versus 2, they've got the hypercharge there off the Leon and Kuru. And I haven't really seen too much from him, so now is the time for him to pop off. Wahochi got nowhere to go now in a 3 versus 1. Koga is the last man standing, and it feels to me like SKC will survive this against all odds. And that really says more about Insomnia, because they should have won that set, in my opinion. It should be 1-1. SKC up against the ropes, did not back down, and were able to stay standing. That's crazy.
Big steal of a set, and I think that could have been said for either team. It felt like a lot of little mistakes were being made from both ends, but neither really able to capitalize on them, I would say, at the same time. I feel like it's just been a lot of back and forth, and the whole theme of the day for me, despite this being a 2-0 scoreline, it just feels even the whole way through. It feels like every set, there is potential for an underdog team to take it. And I love seeing this region get elevated. I think the world was quickly reminded at Brawl Cup where they stand. It is EMEA's world. We are simply all living in it. I think that's a motivator for teams like SKC who see their brethren fall in a 3-0, in a 3-1 fashion to somebody like Foot Esports. I think they want to show that this region's got more to it. I love seeing these, not younger teams necessarily, but those down the leaderboard really show their stuff here. So SKC escaped with one, but you can see it on the leaderboard here. Very close overall in kills. I mean, just a few separating this one.
Going from what you were saying about Brawl Cup, I feel like for me, it was the best time for teams to realize that they were slightly behind that region, you know, because then going into the World Finals, similarly as last year, right, with, you know, SK Gaming and Humble out in front, it just allows people with time to now look from the surrounding regions, the time to prepare going into the World Finals. And that's why we're just kind of seeing immediately East Asia rising to the plate, as they did last year with Crazy Raccoon going into those World Finals and that LCQ run, which almost ended in disaster for them as well. But perseverance, you know, it really is quite key. Another open map for open business. Hot Zone is the mode. And you know, this again, if memory serves correct, is another SKC pick of a map. So, you know, this is why that last set for me was a really must-win scenario for Insomnia, now up against the ropes and not their map of choice.
Couple typical bans and some more unique. So the gray strategy is now out the window. You saw that on Hot Zone earlier today, so we're not going to get any cheesy composition like that. Few anti-tanks out of the way too, so I was curious what their choice was going to be, because Chester was still on the board. I would say that's the typical click first. If not, it's usually Otis, but it's going to be Imz actually on this one. And now Wall Break comes to mind for me. So Ruff's removed, but Griff is somebody that, especially on this left-hand side, I want to keep in the back of my mind as we proceed.
Yeah, I agree. Finks as well can have a good time here. Definitely a brawler like Luke can have some good utilities, some good a way to assert authority on that zone to ensure the capture, but will suffer a little bit in the eventuality of that walls being broken by Griff. Yeah, Luke going to come out, but again, that range, got to be a little bit cautious around it, and it's always a brawler which I think is just a fantastic one for Hot Zone, but it has got weaknesses for sure. Stu as well, certainly is a brawler that can get in the face of a Lu and evade it around those freezes, which is so pivotal to making it work at all.
Really early click on this 2-3 turn for an assassin, so I think, especially into somebody like an Ims, I'm not particularly worried for Kenji. Ims, of course, has the ability to push back with Gadget, but even still, I think Kenji can kind of hold his own, especially when he swipes through somebody, he can heal a little bit. Top of that, like you mentioned, you just need control. And Ims to control brawler, also a little anti-tank in there. Lu, same exact thing. That ice ring covers up the entire center of the zone, and that is a huge focal point. Curious to the right-hand side, tries to grab something like a Finks of their own, because that Tsushimi slash will be slow motion, and on top of that, they get control of their own.
And it is to be Finks coming through then for Insomnia. Pierce is an option, but against the Kenji, it's going to be quite hard to land those shots, and when aggressive, you've got to ensure that you've got someone on your teammate side to defend against it. So I think the Finks is going to provide a great amount of cushioning in that regard, and will deter the idea of a Pierce in the hands then of SKC potentially here. Lacking some aggression for sure for me. They need to have something to really rival that Kenji. So kind of curious as to whether they do try and dare for something like a Mortis. It can be quite a hard thing as a Lu to play into that. You go with the Stu, yeah. I think that that's probably their best bet in regards to having something to really pester that Lu.
Solid flex pick. And I think they can go wall break if they want, because the one fear I would have for this composition is I think they were looking out for possibly a thrower here at the end, because somebody like Finks and Ims not necessarily going to do great into that. Ims has a piercing shot through the wall with Gadget, but if you do that, then you don't have the pushback into Kenji, so there's a lot of mind games going on here. But that's something as a 6 pick I would have been worried about. Now that's not so much of a concern. I think this makes this a little more difficult for somebody like SKC. They're going to go for the peak shots. They're going to go with Mo. Somebody that I feel like Hot Zone is not Mo's memo right now. On paper, I don't hate this. I just kind of want to see how it plays out. I'm open to see what goes down with this.
Yeah, it's kind of like my third game mode for Mo, working down from Brawl to then like gem grab and double swoosh, and then now open business. It's not necessarily the map that I think is going to be best suited for, but it's certainly a concerning brawler if you're able to cycle those supers. Going on the zone is not nearly as straightforward. Lu with the ice block gadget could be a deterrent of that if you want to ensure that survivability and just try to waste some of that utility. But I'm looking for the Sphinx on the side of Insomnia too, because that is a brawler which needs to be able to cycle those time warps in more often than not.
Gene not using a speed zone immediately tells me that they're going to be running that wall break as well, I imagine, because otherwise they would have just dropped it off the rib. Left-hand side, the peak shots from Ghost T on paper are the one-on-one interactions is something I'm looking out for with Mo. Into Ims, into Stu. Whatever side lane they've got, they're going to have the distance advantage. They're not going to be able to feed the Stu or the Ims. I actually think this could play out really well for SKC.
I'm liking the way that they are utilizing the cover, but as quickly as that, Gene will break up, and that is the thing. As they feed into that Stu, they're going to be opening up the map a lot, but then they have got some brawlers which can then use that against them as well. Ghost T, really great value from him as well, and they're literally continuing the assault here on Mahoshi. Probably going to come back to him, maybe. I think it's the best call. Survive, stay with your team, and be in position for this next push.
Insomnia really need to do it as a group as well. Another dash going through, a teleport away, a complete miss, but a freeze on top of that, so a 3v1 situation. It's SKC simply winning lanes right now. They're keeping Brawl Stars simple. Win lane, win game. And especially as this map opens up, sure, that's great and all, but now Ims is going to have a slightly harder time with this win on the wall break side. It's also a loss for your other brawler. I just feel like it's really going to be hard for Insomnia to put this all together.
They're not really working together as a unit. They're so far behind now as well, as SKC approach 90% in climbing. They're just not really working the zone at all, and as quickly as that, I just don't see a way in which they're, if they are able to obtain a team wipe, able to push back off the side of things. It's now match point. SKC have got themselves into a wondrous position where, by getting it to this stage of the sets, with a comp that is clearly troublesome for Insomnia, I just can't see Insomnia fighting back. They're going to have to make so many adaptations now. It can be done, but it's not going to be easy.
Right. Road to victory is significantly harder. And now that we've seen this Mo play out in real time, especially now that you get an extra more than 30 seconds, I would say, to reflect on this. I mean, these guys are making big decisions at a lightning break speed, thousands of dollars on the line, and they're still clicking brawlers with confidence. You love to see it. But this Mo is just capitalizing on lane victories. Finally, a early good start, I would say, for Insomnia. Almost at 10%, but on top of that, they've got numbers. They need to keep Gene in prime position. It has to be a nuisance. It's their only real aggressive brawler.
Curious tapping straight up the bat already, a super down as well, but now, oh, he gets the Stu as well. That's ridiculous, and he might not even burn down here on 190 HP. Wondrously well played by that man here, but the aggression still now from the M's and the Finks of Insomnia pushing their way forwards. And SKC now needs to retake, but Kuru did so well to survive in that position.
Much more even in terms of matchups as well. It really hasn't been SKC excelling yet. If anything, it's been more takedowns for Insomnia. Despite that, though, Ghost T with the dive in will try and get a trade. Back down by Wahochi. Still gets the kill, though. Speeds his way around in the turret. Now Gene will grab one of his own. Back and forth the whole time. A much slower pace, I would say. In terms of the fighting, it's all over the place. But in terms of control of the middle, significantly more even. Nobody running away with this yet.
Well, Ghost T now has earned the hypercharge and probably a couple of taps away from Super. Just the Time Wolf now is going to delay that advance. A spray with, again, control from Insomnia. Now Nipishu can try to make some space, get a few swipes here, left and right, but Gene is doing a good job of keeping him back, continuously tapping and dashing backwards. And SKC now just about able to find some space to breathe with that takedown of Koga.
This is the time where the long dash comes into play too, because Kenji can't swipe at the same rate that Stu can dash away, so there's constant space going down. Speaking of space, Nipishu trying to create some for his own team as Gene, in a quick flash of an eye, dashes away Wahochi with a hypercharge available. I think thought about, tempted maybe using that, but instead he's going to have to deal with this ice ring for now and back away.
SKC have got to keep Wahochi suppressed here. The hypercharge of M is just so dominant. The right-hand side, Gene going in, going to be able to heal off the back of these hypercharged flames. Nipishu gets a swipe though, shuts it down. That could be absolutely beautiful for SKC, who get a trade there as well. Now 2 on his own. Ghost T comes in, and Koga goes down. And now they should be able to get this done if they can just keep on this zone. Now approaching 80%.
Constant pressure for SKC, but a hypercharge for Wahochi. Using it for the raw stats, hasn't even needed to use the super yet. Will actually be able to hold on to it. SKC respect this. Space out, but Wahochi gets to hold on. What a great mind game and play coming out of them.
It really was. Pop the hypercharge, but not the super now, as a time when SKC needs to retake and retake now. It's about to be level apiece, 83% each side. Whoever goes down now is basically going to throw the game.
SKC with an opportunity to end things right here, right now on match point. They grab the first, now looking for a second to teleport away as Wahochi holds on though. Back and forth in the clock, if anything, is the biggest concern. Ghost T has to step forward but can't, and Insomnia will hold on for dear life. It'll be a second match point, but now the red roster has a chance to excel.
We saw Insomnia struggle to do this in Knockout. The question is now, in the final hour, can they come forwards in Hot Zone to get this going forwards? They've not been off the mark. They've got some rounds here and there and some games, but sets is what matters here. And if they don't, it's going to be a sweep, and SKC will proceed to the semi-finals. It is still match point. SKC still have the advantage here, and a comp that can absolutely get it done.
SKC forced the teleport out of Koga early, so now that's going to be at a rotating clock as Gene doesn't have a super, looking for an angle here, but Nipishu just disengaging, not even interested. They're not worried about space. They just want to rotate Nipishu closer to in. They know that Kenji can deal with this, so Finks is either going to have to focus the mid or help multitask on this top right-hand side. It allows Kuru to step up a little bit, but nonetheless, building time. Look at this. Insomnia already at 40%, not even double digits for SKC.
It was just 1% for so long, and now finally Kura gets in the zone, but had to use a super to do so, and Koga got stunned out, but is behind the wall safely. He couldn't land additional shots to follow up and get a kill. So Insomnia doing a fantastic job of preserving their life now, as Gene going to break this top right-hand side in just a few seconds. Keeping it there for the moment. Has come for going on the aggressive. Nipishu going to dance again on that top mid there with Wahochi. Here's some good swipes. It should be potentially even a trade here. He stays on top, and all 3 members, most importantly, of SKC actually stay standing.
Difficult hill now to climb for Insomnia. They have a super from Koga, and they're going to have to force it out. Look how slow the ice rink goes down on the top left-hand side of the map. It's now Koga on the right-hand side, fully expand. Gene going at the faces of the enemy. Nipishu backed away, but Kuru tiptoeing his way onto this, tapping as well alongside it, 75%. Beautiful stuff out of SKC. Just a little more work to go.
There is time for a comeback here. Insomnia did it previously. Kuru going to lay that down onto the mid there to deter anyone. Wahochi goes in regardless. Pops there, Subu gets a little few frames of invincibility, but should go down here, and that might be a mistake. SKC now might be able to stay on this zone, especially as Nipishu is the higher in terms of HP. He's got to dash and juke around this. He might be able to do it alone. No, goes down. And now that time comes in at just the nick of time. Insomnia can still bring this back.
Insomnia need a stalwart of defense as now Kuru releases the super. They can't step on this, and Nipishu can. A dive into the air. Kuru steps onto the ice as well. Rotates out Ghost T with just enough. It looked close, but I couldn't quite see if it was a photo finish or not.
SKC look like they are in control of that one. Smiles round for them. We'll get the confirmation through in just a moment, but I'm certain that that is them taking it.
Yeah, got confirmation. They did end up winning that. It looked like the Mo was possibly going to go down there, though. SKC slide by, and on their faces, too. They certainly don't look disappointed, right? I think they escaped with a win there.
I mean, honestly, neck and neck, though. Insomnia had just so many chances to cause upsets. I just kind of feel for them here. Like, they just maybe didn't have that level of ice in the veins to pull through with it. I feel like that we could have seen this go the distance. I think that 3-0 scoreline is going to kind of plague today's bracket somewhat, because having just come from 2-3 scorelines to that, which was easily one that could have been the same, I feel like they just kind of choked it. I just feel like they should have done that better and had many attempts to do so.
And I think SK Kalalas know it's too. You saw it in their faces. They didn't look overjoyed making it into the semi-finals. It is a 3-0 in the end, but a close one at that. It doesn't really reflect how close each of the sets really was.
Felt very competitive. I was still impressed with this region as a whole, and SKC sliding by at the very end there, some solid drafts, some very interesting stuff. I think by the time this weekend's all said and done, the drafting in this region will stand out compared to the others, and it's a lot of fun to watch. I mean, this aggressive meta that they've got going down certainly sets up for some big-time plays.
I was really impressed, honestly, with East Asia so far this monthly final. I mean, you can just see how much work has been going on behind the scenes, how prepared everyone is coming in. Ghost T as well. 13 kills on that Mo pick. 371 DPS as well, the most of any of the 6 players there. I mean, phenomenal work from him. Really, really it was.
I think overall we have seen an Insomnia that looked even better than in previous months. Never made it out of the quarterfinals, and now against SK Kalalas, probably also not the easiest team to face in that first round. Yeah, still, it was a very strong performance. Still, I think I say this every month, they have what it takes to make it through the semi-finals. It's just slightly a little bit missing. What is it for you, Ark? Is it the draft? Is it, I don't know, the mechanics in the end?
Sometimes with teams that are just slightly behind that cut of being the very best in the region, it's almost like a fear of winning. You know, that's the only way I can kind of put it. It's like being so close to causing an upset that the nerves kind of take hold and start to kick in, and that's where we kind of see that inability to kind of secure games, secure those sets, and kind of felt like that's what happened to me. I
mean, we have seen the same thing today, even with Crazy Raccoon and Rival, right? They were almost afraid of actually taking the win. They were 2-0 up already and then almost got reverse swept. We get Trev back now. You had a bit of a shorter break than your 2 colleagues, only a 3-0, kind of like we expected. Now, if you could see into the future, are you seeing another 3-2 or another 3-0?
Lock in.
Ooh, let me look in quick, hang on. I'm seeing a 3-2. I'm seeing a 3-2. It's going to have to be done.
Let's see if once again we have been aligned in our predictions as well. This is actually the only one we disagree. So for the first time now, one of us, and it is going to be Ark, of course, is going to be wrong with their prediction.
I think this one for me is based a lot on the qualifying stages. You know, I've got to take a risk here. I feel like we're always so united in East Asia, and we always tend to you know, be upset in our predictions because this region is just so unpredictable. I think for Fennel, it's one of those things where it hasn't really gone their way so far. A bit of a disappointing end to April in that quarterfinals exit to Rival Esports. So, you know, did not qualify for the monthly finals in the month prior to that. But they made the grand finals to kick things off in February. I think we kind of forget that. They've kind of yet to get back to that former glory. So I'm taking a punt on them today. I feel like they got it.
And yet they lost to Rival in the April monthly finals to then sweep them in the qualifiers this month. 3-0 for them to now be the top seed. Now, a bit unfortunate for them. If you make it through to the monthly finals in the upper bracket, you usually want to face a weaker team. Now, unfortunately for them, Zeta Division made it through the lower bracket, and they're going to be their opponent. So this quarterfinal number 4 is promising a very tight match. Another 3-2, as Trev already predicted. Fennel versus Zeta Division. And to see these two matched up in a quarterfinal is not something we see too often.
Yeah, can't catch a break, can they, at the end of the day? They managed to get through the upper bracket and then Zeta come through the lower bracket. So I don't know if that's a good thing for them this month or a bad thing, because they do want to knock this team out in the quarterfinals, right? This is one of the teams they want to be catching up to. So it's like they're going to have to do something one of these months to be able to earn those places at either World Finals or LCQ. So why not now? And especially when they're not looking as strong as they have done in the past as well.
Yeah, and as well, we've got to remember going back to February, right? You know, it was Fennel that knocked out Crazy Raccoon in the quarterfinals, but they did not knock out Zeta in the grand finals. So this is that grudge match that we've been waiting for really in this region, or at least I have. So I'm really looking forward to this one.
It is indeed a grudge match. So we sat down, or Kenny did, with the Choppy and asked him all about Zeta.
Choppy, you faced Zeta Division in a rematch of the February Grand Finals. What is different this time, and what did you learn from your last encounter?
今の最初の対戦は2月のグランドファイナルズの再戦だと思うんですね。ゼッタディビジョンなんですけれども。で、このグランドファイナルズ、前のグランドファイナルズと違うことは今回何だと思いますか？そしてその時に一番最大の学びは何でしたか？
そうですね、前回ゼータディビジョンと戦った時は、決勝戦だったってこともあってあんまり対策とかできてなかったんで、今回は1回戦で当たるということもあってもうゼータディビジョンだけの対策をしっかりとしてきました。
So yeah, last time it was the grand finals, so I think we didn't actually have the time to prep for that because, well, that was the last game of the month. Now it's the very first one, so we had plenty of time to prepare specifically for them and be ready for what they have to show us.
After the spring split, y'all are in a very solid spot overall in the region, but what is the biggest thing you all worked on coming into the summer split?
なんか春スプリットの後で結果が悪くはないと思うんですので、ほぼいいと思うんですが、今回サマースプリットに向けてどんなことを一番改善したいと思いますか？
まず練習量を結構増やして、あとはチームでの連携っていうところをかなり練習してきました。
So what we changed from last split is definitely we have more practice time, and also we work more on our cooperation and like how we rely on each other. Those are two things that we definitely changed compared to the last split.
More practice time. Let's see if that actually helps to make it through to the semi-finals against none other than Zeta Division. I would really like to see Fennel do good again. It has been a bit of an up and down for them this season so far, this 2026, and they're just missing out right now, sitting in that 4th slot, with East Asia only having 3 slots now. That's confirmed after the Brawl Cup. Yeah, as I said, they just miss out on that 4th, not even making it to LCQ at the moment. We now have our brand new map draft once again. Zeta Division is gonna start the draft here with Hard Rock Mine.
Which is very interesting because the upper seed chooses the coin toss, right? So Fennel here are actually choosing to go second and choosing the 2nd and 4th map, and Zeta going 1st and 3rd. And obviously, as a production, we decided that 5th to ensure that both sides get that kind of fair split along the way. That's the first time I think that we've seen it today, I think.
Yeah.
So just kind of an interesting observation there.
Yeah, so the first seed gets to choose if they want to come first or second, and so far, never before have we seen a first seed actually choosing the second map. Why could that be, Trev?
Yeah, you beat me. You beat me. I don't know. Like, because personally, if I was playing, you'd want to start strong, right? You want to start on a map that you're good on, get momentum going your way. But I don't know if they're just a team maybe who likes playing from behind, you know. Not that majority of people would want to start from behind. You can be good at it, but you still wouldn't want to. So it's very confusing. I'm not sure why, but clearly they've got a game plan and they're sticking to it.
Let's see if it works out for them too. Damon is going to be banned out here at Edgar Open. Mort is banned out as well as Stu. Mina now as well. Mina is probably the most picked brawler so far in East Asia. Angel Boy has kind of brought her into the meta, or at least picked her as often as she was never picked before. So yeah, that is showing now even in the global band stage. Any surprises here? Stu, maybe? We haven't really seen him in the global band so far.
Surprised at what's left open, I would say. Like, you know, Colette, Naja, those brawlers are certainly going to be the ones to look out for, in my opinion.
Wow.
I think Crow as well. Well, I mean, we've had 95% to 5% in the Crazy Raccoon first set. We had it as well in the last one. It did kind of look more like a higher tier thing, but I think that honestly, whenever I see anything kind of above 90%, I feel like it's always a bit closer than it actually would seem in terms of those polls and stuff.
Yes, but still very surprising, as Fennel has quite a large fan base too. They must have just looked at the seeding, and Zeta Division also gained an additional 30 points playing in the Brawl Cup. So they're now 100 points ahead of everyone else. It looks like Fennel has no chance on paper, but as we discussed before, Fennel is looking very strong currently in scrims, and they come in with a different game plan. We talked to Ajapi and he said exactly that. They had more time to prepare for Zeta Division, and that might just be the key.
Yeah, I mean, you need time to prepare, and especially against a team like Zeta Division. You know, they've had a month off while Zeta Division were off at the Brawl Cup, you know, preparing for other teams, and you know, the guys who are sitting at home, not making it to those in-person events, are going to be focusing on their region because they know they need to get up a couple of spaces if they want to go to World Finals. They need to get up one space if they want to go to LCQ. So they've got a lot of work to do in the second half of the year, and the 1.5 times points as well is going to help them along that route.
What was interesting to me in the global ban stage is that the two aggressive brawlers here were actually banned out by Zeta Division. Usually they're the ones who like to play a Damien or a Mortis, I would imagine.
Yeah, a very, very aggressive team, and I think that for me, you've got to be prepared, most importantly, for teams like that, with something in your back pocket. I need to kind of see, for me, Colette banned in every single set here, just because like there's not really a map or mode in which she's going to be a bad brawler to consider. That's kind of like where I'm looking at. Whoever has that coin toss is obviously going to be leaving it open, so whoever doesn't needs to be banning that brawler just every single time.
Coming into today, we said quarterfinal number 4 is probably going to be the closest one. Well, we already had 2 quarterfinals that went the distance. Is this one going in at 3-2 as well? And we are on Hard Rock Mine. It was the pick of Zeta Division, so you'd expect them to also take the win in this one. They usually really like to play Nita on this map, and she's actually left open. Let's see if she's actually going to be picked up right away. Nita, Ruffs, Otis, those are your safe picks. They're going to go a different route. They're going to go with something a bit more aggressive. Shade going to come in immediately, and that's exactly what I meant. From Zeta Division, we usually expect them to see aggressive brawlers. Damien and Mortis banned out is not something I would expect from them, and Shade has always been a signature for Stutampo.
Yeah, it's one of those brawlers that at this stage of the draft, you can kind of get away with here in the sense that, like, there are counters to Shade, but do you want to really commit to something like a jacket at this stage of the draft? You don't. So it kind of just makes them have to think. Otis I really like as a pick here coming through from Fennel. Can play mid, can play lane, is quite versatile in that regard. So kind of like what I'm seeing so far. Ruff still, you know, potentially here is going to be open. So I kind of want to see that brawler be heavily considered by both sides.
Yeah, I think it makes sense. You know, we've already seen Trunk come out today as well, one of the other brawlers who's probably going to be fairly decent against the Shade as well. And regardless of picking Shade early, no matter what matchup it's in, it's always going to have an opportunity of turning the game around regardless. You can get battered for 3 minutes straight and then turn the game around when there's 2 seconds left. So it's never a terrible shout regardless. You've just got to accept that you're going to be battered for the majority of it. Mo coming in as well, a brawler that is, you know, so strong at the moment.
Mo and Otis are 2 brawlers we see very often on Hard Rock Mine. It's interesting that we don't see Shade being punished more. As you mentioned, there's still quite some really good counters to him open, and Shade as first pick is usually something that does get punished. So let's see with what they will follow up their draft. We've already mentioned the safer picks, but Zeta clearly doesn't want to follow into that, like the Nita, like the Ruffs. They're going to go with Max this time around, so give some speed to the Shade as well. Last pick, I would like to see some more range now, really.
I never thought I'd see a day where I see Zeta Division pick up Max and me just like be so begruntled by it because of the marbles, man. Like I'm not giving Max at all for that. Did me dirty. But again, I mean, it's a brawler which I think has a lot of utility. It's kind of being missed by quite a lot of regions, so I'm kind of all for it. Nita coming forwards. If it's not banned in this region, I guess it's going to be picked up, and I still feel like it's a little bit overrated here, but it does make some sense as a brawler which can get a lot of value and have that pushback potential.
Yeah, I can't blame them for it. I think when it's not banned, as you said, it's going to be really strong and good against the majority of things. You've got Bears, you know, tanking out all of these Mo shots, being able to place it on yourself when he comes in on you as well as a good defensive measure. Max, you know, as sad as the marble run may have made you two, I think it's still pretty solid. It's been a safe pick through the mid of this region for some time now, and there's the Ruffs that you mentioned as well. I think that left-hand side is super well-rounded. Like, it's just 3 brawlers that are going to be decent into the majority of things, but that Zeta comp is always going to scare me with the Shade.
The 2 brawlers that I mentioned right at the beginning as the safe first picks were actually still picked up, but in the end, Nita and Ruffs coming in there as the 2 last picks. And yeah, it's kind of interesting now that in those marble races, can you remember all 3 winners? We all remember the downfall of Max because we all expected her to be good in racing.
Spike, Squeak, and then the third, I was
8-bit.
8-bit. Well, there you go.
Fastest brawler in the game.
That's what we play the game daily.
Well, Shatampo already aggressing on the right-hand side. Didn't get anything back from it, though. Don't think anybody was in his range. And he didn't find that gadget either, so shouldn't have too much super, and well defended there from Fennel, but it didn't stop Zayta from getting those first 3 gems. He just opened up a bit of room for Batman to come and get them.
It's a very good start from Zayta here. IC will clear up there. Tampa on that right-hand side. That's going to allow Kenji and the champion to focus more on this left. Suzuki pushing forwards now. Support from the skies for Kenji as well, but not going to really land too much. Except a supply for himself this time around. There's a nice tap there onto Batman as well, but it's his teammates that are now forced all the way to the right and pinned by Shatampo.
Yeah, and Shatampo getting some shots in as well. Shizuku on the left-hand side with some great positioning, but they've got to be careful about IC coming in here from the right-hand side with the super. Have to be cautious, especially when you've got 6 gems over the mid's head. Suzuki doing a phenomenal job here, just really taking the effect off the mid, and we've seen it a few times. I mean, Shatampo's doing absolutely nothing, but I still believe there's going to be that one moment where he just does so much.
I like a knockback from IC, Batman, but he shifted away, but not enough, and IC did not outstay his welcome. Low arms from Shatampo to shut it down, and that was pivotal.
Well, not the man I'd want the gems on, I'll tell you that for free, but we'll see if he's going to be able to do more in that position than he is on the right-hand side, where he's been doing nothing so far. Here comes the Meteor Shower in from Kenji, and does actually knock Batman back just a little bit. Suzuki's still in the same position he's been in all game, but now being pinched and does fall.
Nice there from Chapi. Big speed there for Zayta. Not really going to make the most of it. Batman down to 1 shot as well, and Kenji misses it. Now follows up, but the gem is too far back to be able to be reached. IC there with a hypercharge as well. Now again, big missiles coming down from the sky for Kenji, and Shatampo just closes the gap now. Falls back with the hypercharge. There's enough damage to get done, but Shatampo stays standing.
Yeah, good speed there from Batman to keep him in the mix. There's the hyper super onto the Nita. They can tie this from mid, but they need all control. I think this one might spawn on their side, and it does. The next will be on the opposing side, and they've got to reach for it.
Yeah, got to go forward to Chappie low here as well. Kenji can't find the taps, and there's the gem spawn straight into the hands of Zayta, and Batman, oh, he goes down! Can they get the gem? No, it can't be reached! So Zayta will get the game regardless!
I mean, that might have been, like, I don't know how they've won that game. They must have got, like, a combined 2 kills or something like that. And Shatampo was falling over and over again at the start. Suzuki was in a good position for the whole game, taking people's, like, effort away. But he didn't really do too much at all.
Kind of felt like, for me, Fennel were making more opportunities for themselves that play far, to me, the more confident of the 2. But aside from that, I mean, I just didn't really kind of feel like Zayta were going to go run away with it as well as they did, in all honesty. Let's see, though, as it is just the first set, and Fennel are getting warmed up as well as Zayta to it. So far, 2 gems apiece now. It's going from left to right this time round as Zayta forced all the way to the right-hand side. Fast splatter from Sharpie, pushes back Suzuki, and on the top side, Kenji finds Batman. Those gems, though, still staying there, as Fennel are being quite sheepish to go for them.
Yeah, Suzuki was there for a while, but actually didn't move aside and kind of let them have them. Doesn't even kill IC here either. And that's 6 gems on the side of Fennel. Now IC should fall down, pinching with the Bruce and the Max. Sharpie around the back, Suzuki getting some shots in, but yet again, will find the kill. Shatampo coming forwards, a few shots in, and Kenji does go down. That's 3 back the way of Zayta.
Shatampo going to be sticking around on this bottom right-hand side for sure. Didn't waste any time to stop Kenji coming back into the map. That's brilliant from Zayta. Much better. Batman in the mid now has the speed as well, which he can always use for himself. Shatampo's already locked in. The break is going to be there from Kenji, but I mean, as long as Shatampo is there, he's a problem.
Yeah, here's the hyper from Suzuki as well. Bruce gets placed down. Now the Meteor's coming in. Shatampo around the right-hand side as well. Gets his hypercharge and his super, and eventually gets going. And the super will assist him getting out as well with a bit more speed. Zayta collapsing on Fennel, and it wasn't even really necessary because they were in quite a lead regardless, but just did it to floor.
We're waiting to see the first sign of that pin from Zayta, and already one of them is showing it. So I'm imagining that if they do win this, then all 3 members will be getting out what is now the new toxicity in those pin side of things. Zayta, as we know, do not hesitate to clown on their opposition from time to time. But a first set that was definitely a more convincing second game than it was a first. I feel like at the moment, Fennel have got some catching up to do here.
Yeah, absolutely. I mean, this thing, Zayta, as I said after the first game, didn't seem like they did a lot. And to be honest, there was opportunities like that where they could have maybe got away with some of the gems and really changed the game. But In the second game, it was much better. The double right start got him some super, fed him quite a bit, and then he was able to just keep on taking that Ruffs down over and over again and made big plays like this. And like I said, it wasn't even necessary that really. They could have just waited another 10 seconds and got them from the mid, but felt so confident that why not?
In the end, it was Zeta Division's map pick, so it makes a lot of sense to me that they also win it. Fennel is gonna be on their map of choice in the next one, so let's see if they can turn things around and even out the score overall. Looking at the stats here, anything that sticks out, Mark?
I mean, for me, it's kind of pretty balanced, but I mean, generally a bit more DPS shown really on the left side there from Fennel, but you know, again, it's not necessarily about how it starts or how the stats even show towards the end. It's like how the objective is played out, and that's kind of where for me Zeta was just playing a better game. I think the pivotal moment for me was the second game, which Tampo locked in that bottom right corner. I think everything around that was impossible for Kenji to come back from, and you know, when you're struggling to get out of a spawn, how do you expect to get into the mid?
I think this thing that really stood out to me in the end was that the Shade also had 15 gems, their max only 18, so they just stole a lot of the gems is what we can see from these stats. And on the side of Fennel, we didn't really see any of that. We didn't see any pressure. We only saw the Otis pick up the gems, but only the ones that were on their own side, and they never really got the pressure to actually be a danger to Zeta Division. Let's see if they turn things around now. As I said, Hideout is their map pick. Trev, are they going to win it?
So it's a tough question, because Zeta looked really good there. Even when they didn't look good, they still looked better. And as you said, Fennel didn't really aggress too much, so maybe this kind of more passive, bouncy style, if they get the first star, might suit them a bit more, and especially because it is their pick. So they, considering it's their pick, I hope they do win it, because if they don't, I think this could even be a 3-0.
It was also a bit of a draft problem, I feel. We had Shade as first pick, and did he really get accounted for by Fennel?
Well, in the first game, he didn't really get much value, did he? Let's be honest. I mean, Fennel were able to handle it, but you're right. I mean, then the second game, completely different story. And that's Zeta making the adaptation, not Fennel. So, like, we need to kind of see more from that, from Fennel, to be able to stand a better fight against things. Because, I mean, Zeta Division, again, like, I think it's fair to say we expected a bit more from them at Brawl Cup, but they did make the semis. That's not a bad showing. I mean, that's better than Crazy Raccoons. So they are still so out in front in terms of those points, and a team like Fennel really needs to aggress better if they stand a chance to contest them further.
Now we're heading over to Hideout. It's a map that we've seen quite often today as well. And we're definitely going to see Kaze if she slides through the bans. She's probably the best bowler to pick up that blue star, especially with Mortis banned out for the global ban stage already. We have an Ellie or a Mina that could be an answer to also try and pick up that blue star. And a lot of snipers that are still in the game. And as Ark, as you said, Pierce is left open very often in East Asia.
Dying to talk about it, but I'm showing restraint.
Saw it in your face.
Showing restraint at the moment. It just seems like for me, it's the Brawl, which in this region, just not nearly heavily as prioritized, which is fine. I mean, you know,
Picked off,
but not nearly as often as the EMEA at the moment. I try to kind of compare regions. I get a lot of flack for that, but I think for EMEA we'd see it kind of more of these open maps. I think that for this region they're very aggressive, so there's a lot more hesitancy towards kind of like the long ranged affair, when the kind of more assassination up close and quarters is kind of where their minds are at.
Well, ban-wise, the Jean, the Nadia, and the Bell from the side of Fennel. Over the opposing side, the Byron, the Edgar, and the Kit are going to be the bans out of the way. So a few of those brawlers, as you mentioned, Sonny, that still can go for the star. Mina is going to be global banned as well, so that's not going to be an opportunity. It wouldn't surprise him if we do see that Kaze just to get that first star, because a lot of the time we just see her sitting back and being passive with a couple of long-range brawlers, and it's kind of untouchable.
We've seen Leon quite often today. Makes a lot of sense that Zeta Division picks him up. Now Kaze is still left open. It's probably going to be picked up now by Fennel. You compare it with a Byron to back it with some heals. We see a lot of Pierce. You mentioned it. Even in East Asia, he's picked up quite often. A good answer to that would be the Nani as well. We saw a lot of Cheese today. Kit's now banned, so probably not going to see any dog option instead, but who knows, you know, I'm open to surprises. But now I expect Kaze and either Byron or
I just want your autograph!
Never mind.
There's a big one left open, but
She was banned out so often.
never a bad brawler to pick up early. I'm surprised it's not globally banned, honestly, but I mean, let's see. Gus would be a bad idea here for me, but certainly Ruffs, I mean, at Pierce, I'd like to see the map get opened up in that regard some way or another. Jae Young as well, going to be that kind of brawler to have for those heals, a potential Jean as well as the
Who's
here.
close, punk?
Yes, Fennel, my guy.
Well, they've brought it in. Still left that kind of first star on the table, though, but playing a bit more of a long range, and they've got that Colette to counter some of the more aggression and tanks as well. So it's pretty well rounded from Fennel, we'll say, and it's clear to see you love the Pierce, and I know a lot of people will as well, because it probably would be one of the better long range brawls on this map, or just in general.
We'll see if Leon gets some backing. Byron bends out. Ross, probably not the best of best options. Ross is gonna come in here. We saw him very often today as a Colette counter, thanks to the sandbags. Colette does take a while to chip those down. He's not too bad. So also with the traits, Leon is gonna get some easier kills when he then has super available. Now, do we see some backing, or do we just see something that stands alone? Jaeyoung can do both, actually. He's a really good healer for the Leon end. So far, he's going to be the one that will get the blue star. If there's no Kaze or Ellie on the left-hand side, Jaeyoung is actually the quickest brawler to get it.
Yeah, it's definitely a blue star catcher, isn't it? Lacking some aggression, lacking some... some aggression for me on the side really of Fennel. I kind of worry there's a lacking of range on the side of Zeta though, honestly. I mean, those are kind of all brawlers which are not going to be able to outrange the Pierce, and if they add another kind of long range affair, when you're coming through. I mean, I do quite like this Fennel draft, to be completely honest. I think that it's going to struggle against the Jaeyoung specifically, and if Zeta are able to just continuously cycle that speed and those heals, that's what's going to cause maybe Fennel to find themselves in the back against the wall.
Lumi for the first time today, actually, and she has been another one of these shining stars of the Brawl Cup. Both Mina and her, the two most picked, banned out very often, and we haven't really seen her so far in East Asia, so let's see what she still can do in June.
Yeah, we'll see if she's going to be able to pull through here and get some points on the board for Fennel. Blue Star, as we said, going to go that way of Zeta, especially with the lollipop drop to assist him as well. Some of those slip screens will be a big help, but it's the Suzuki versus the Charpe on this left-hand side. Should have the sandbags to assist, but so far, it's Fennel just getting so much control. Yeah, straight off the bat, into the mid. Putting Zeta into the back lines here. Lollipop drop there, down from Chitampo. Into that position for Balaman to make the best use of it. Fennel got to be cautious to not push into this too early. They also can't leave it too late, though. 1 minute 20 on the clock, so plenty of time so far, and Chappie getting some good value. Now the sandbags are going to be his kryptonite, and he's going to be left alone to handle them. Now that's happened, he's able to clear them all out, so a pretty good start from Fennel, but again, pushing this is not going to be easy, not with those lollipop drops. You're going to have to be really cautious about overextending and feeding some more stars over here, or they won't be able to get it done in the late game, especially if we don't see any Pierce shots, finding connections, collect shots, to be able to earn those supers, because that's what's going to break you through those back lines. The Charpe has the super now and actually just completely wastes it.
Yeah, not the greatest. Tambo as well has invisibility now. May have just been seen there by a glimmer by Kenji, so we shout out now the shots will follow up anyway. But nonetheless, that's a brawler which can do so much when pushed up against the back wall. These sandbags and the Chappie. I'm not sure why they're not slipping lanes, in all honesty, because I don't think Chappie's going to have a good time there.
Well, Leon Super coming around the left-hand side. A Charpe not aware of it, and there's the kill. A good extension from Zeta just with 25 seconds on the clock means he's going to be coming all the way back up from spawn, and they've got some work to do. ICT takes a few shots to the face, but they're pinned in this back left, and there's a chance.
They're going to have to get two now as well, because the blue star is still with Zeta now. Lollipop drop goes down, Hammer goes to the right-hand side, tries to flank IC. It means that Kenji can come around here with a Chappie, maybe get some taps into Suzuki to find one, but it doesn't matter, there's a trade there regardless. Batman can still fall here, 6-7. It's not going to be enough time. Still, yet again, Zeta. Don't do that, Truck. Do not do it. I know I said it, but don't do it. You know what I'm referring to here. To the game.
No clue what you're talking about, but what a great end game that was. It was so close in the end, but couldn't quite get it done, and they knew that as well, so they managed it quite well, knowing who should aggress, who can go down, and who to stay up. So Zeta, yet again, they're one set up now, in a good position. They had full control of that game. Even in the late game, it didn't seem too much at risk, regardless of so many people going down.
Well, different game, same story. Zeta will take the blue star yet again. Are they going to make any adaptations? Because again, I just feel like those sandbags are just not best for a Chappie to deal with. Lollipop drop again for Zeta, and they've got time on their side and the confidence in knowing that they were able to defend in the previous game against this comp. They can do so again if needed. We need to see something, an opening for Fennel here to be able to give themselves that sort of switch around. They was always behind from the get-go in that previous game.
Yeah, they're swapping lanes here, sending IC the side of Suzuki, one of the brawlers who can kind of burst through those sandbags, and he's just going to go, all right, fair enough, I'm off to the right side then. I'll stay on Chappie. They're doing a great job of rotating. And to be fair, it's easier to rotate along the back line than it is going forwards, especially with how the walls shape up here. I see getting pinched in now as Kenji and Chappie try to do the same to Suzuki.
Yeah, just get like a freeze on the map here with Kenji to really pinch down. There's another lollipop drop, and that's going to be more unpredictability. Again, Fed will come back to that mid. They've got to find the balance here. Tampo cannot be fed this time round. Suzuki gets tapped up here by a Chappie. He's going to push around a bit to this right-hand side. More sandbags go down. And it just feels like Zato have got everything in the back pocket, but now Tampo, hypnotized, goes down. And this is the chance for Fennel to run back, but not too prematurely. They do need to hold mid-control. There's 30 seconds on the clock.
Yeah, Suzuki has to be careful there. Brought down to one shot by a Chappie as he tries to chase him down and get the kill. Batman through the mid. In the heal mode at the moment, so not going to be the most impactful for trying to get these stars back. Suzuki places the sandbags on the right side, now trying to go forwards once more. Slipstreams, here's the invis, but he's scouted out. Just narrowly missed. Icy's at risk. The super's there, and Chappie's low. He gets some shots on him as well. 120. They need another and get it, but Colette trades in the blue stars still with Zeta, and that's going to be the set. Big back and forwards, but Fennel falls short.
I don't understand from IC.
I don't understand.
Go invisible. He saw him. He knew he was under a threat, and he didn't connect the first shot and stayed so far detached from his teammates. That was the time for me to to hunker down, to have some support. You're still really proud of that. You're still really proud that you hopped in there with a. Don't understand.
No, it's because even as a British person, that was the most British thing I've heard in my entire life. And listen, I live around some thick accents, but that was definitely something.
I'm just disappointed, really. I mean, the accents come out when I feel for a team that should have done better.
Passion. It's the passion.
Shines through. They should have done better then.
Absolutely.
Just relax, have a cup of tea. It's gonna be okay. We still have a chance on the side of the Fennel fans, as you are one, as you voted for them, Ark. And so far we haven't seen too many 3-0s today, so who says this is going to end in 1? But yes, we had a couple of overextensions. I think you can't say it any differently from the side of Fennel. We had a Choppy walking up alone on the left-hand side. The Leon had super available, got shot down. Then we had IC just follow the same route there, and just, yeah, as you said, he saw him go invisible and he still got picked up here from the Leon. And then the two lost seconds moments from Fennel were just not played to perfection. We got a couple of kills on a Choppy, but his teammates both fall in the meantime. They clearly saw that the Pierce probably will get another kill, so just stay alive in that moment and you can actually get the win.
The thing is, stat-wise, it's like they both got 5 kills, and across both games it was only separated by 1 star. It's just the blue star decided the second and a real unfortunate couple of trades in the first. So it was a lot closer than you thought, regardless of Fennel having full control of the map. Zeta had full control of the game. That's the issue. They just needed to get a kill earlier, and when they did get a kill, they were a bit careless with the lead.
And until we honed into the last 10 seconds of that first game, it was only a single kill that has fallen. It was a 3-0 for Zeta Division. So a really close set. Despite all that, though, Zeta Division now 2-0 up.
I mean, it's just Tampo every single time as the playmaker and doing exactly what he needed to do. But Fennel, if they were not aware that he was invis, absolutely should have done, and that's a massive blunder because it was visible. He literally was there, and then he was not. So communication potentially is the reason there. I'm still now even more concerned because this, again, is another Zeta drafted map. That was the one that Fennel drafted. They should have won for themselves, and they didn't. So now, at real risk of being swept.
And the Leon ult is something you learn to call out even in kindergarten, Leon ults, Gene ults, you tell your teammates when it is available, so you're all ready for it. Now, draft coming in here, Edgar banned out once more, Lumi, Colette as well, so Zeta Division did really think that those two brawlers did a lot in the previous set. Naja gonna be left open, and she's immediately picked up here as first. I quite like her, she's super strong. On Brawl Ball, sometimes she's lacking a bit of DPS there.
Yeah, I mean, it's got the trickle effect. Obviously, you're going to be poisoning your opponents, but it's the same as, occasionally, a Byron in Brawl Ball or something like that. You might get the first ticks of damage, but it's not all going through for a few seconds, so still the opportunity of walking and stuff like that as well. So, although I do quite like it, and it's going to be able to scout bushes quite well, the same as, a lingering crow shot would.
Sweet sound!
I'm not sure if it'd be my first. Poco, going to, as we say, low DPS on the other side, you're going to try overwhelm it.
Kenji for me would be a great pickup. I mean, it's brawlers like that which the Naja is going to really struggle to play into. And like you said, like a bit of poison can do some wonders against the Poco as well. Poco's got the beautiful gadget, the tuning fork there to dissipate any of those activities. So poison not going to be nearly as much of a problem, but they need that aggression to and there you go. I mean, I'm now super worried for Fennel because I like Naja. She's a very good brawler, but in Brawl was probably her weakest mode in my opinion. And against this comp now, they're in serious risk of being run down. I mean, Otis wouldn't be the worst of shouts, not banned out here. You've got to have something like that now to have any chance of keeping this Kenji at bay.
Otis, Cordelius, and Chester are the three that comes to mind. Cordelius banned out at that, so let's see if any of the other two are a good enough answer to that Kenji, because yes, the damage per second, the DPS is clearly missing on that left-hand side. M's coming in now, also more of a slow and steady brawler, does a lot of damage over time. Is it going to be enough really to stop that Poco Kenji comp?
It's going to be tough, it really is. I think there's still quite a lot left to be desired by this Fennel comp, to be honest, and only one more pick to be able to do it. And regardless of that, the other side can kind of double down on aggression if they really need to as well. Not that you probably would into an Ems. You kind of need to just use those knockbacks up to stop people in the tracks. But it's going to be difficult for them to stop this, it really is, because they can just add that second aggression and open up. I mean, it's a bold one. I don't hate it.
Against Ken?
Yeah, I don't hate it.
Yeah, I don't hate it either. I quite like it. There is still a chance of getting a hard counter down here. I mean, it is not the worst idea in the world. Not the counter I was expecting. The counter I quite like, but it still has that same kind of risk of Naja being potentially run down. If you haven't got the mind control, then it is going to be a walk-in. You might gain some utility off the back of the shots that you're able to land, but if it's the final goal of the game, then it doesn't really matter either way. So mind control, definitely going to make some plays potentially here for Zeta, potentially some defenses also. But I actually think that Brawl may have slightly saved the comp. With a Naja, though, as a first-pick brawler, it's still in serious risk of getting run down here, regardless.
Fennel needs the set to stay alive and still potentially make it into the semi-finals. Let's see what they can do into Zeta Division here that have been looking very strong today so far.
I mean, the thrower on this map is just so good as well. Like, even IC is going to be taking so long to get his super up here. Kenji rotates over to that right-hand side to force this Kenji versus Bull matchup, but Suzuki will just chase him down here. Should get some good heals back, and that's a great little bars pop there on the right-hand side to keep himself alive. But Suzuki, just back off, he'll heal, they'll wait, and live to fight another day.
Ball push to the left, comes with mind control, already gets a great connection onto a Chappie here as well, and gets the pass through as well. That's got to be at the max range of that Super 2. That's beautifully done by Zeta, and Fennel are just a bit all over the place.
Yeah, it's been used now though, and they've got a couple of supers here. Kenji with one, IC with one, and that's what you want the Willow for. Suzuki will move this ball over to the right-hand side to stop the ball from kind of being able to pick it up and just go for it. Naja used the super, but we see a little dive down from Stamper to avoid all that and stay out of the way.
Chance here to push forwards. IC has the ball. And now, hypercharge for a Sharpies. These moments have got to be making plays. IC could go on to Poco here. Does so, gets the stun up as well, and Batman will fall. This is the chance to go, and they can't because Tatamba is the last man standing. Or no hypnosis. I think that could have been a hypercharge. Just play through and just hopefully not feed too much along the way. They're still in motion. Kenji's weak's going to come back here. But Fennel are just struggling to make it count when it matters.
Great shot from Tampo there as well. A Sharpie getting some damage in once more, gets the kill, and Suzuki brings him low, sends him packing. High charge for Chitampo now, goes for it, grabs the ball. Can he force this one? I think he's going to rout in time. They'll give them a chance, and Chitampo picked up on return. Batman heals Suzuki whilst he's getting some damage in. And it's back to the drawing board. It's just 50-50 through the mid.
I see just got taken down mid-super as well. Just not the best of decision-making coming here out from Fennel. Now Suzuki wants to be in a good position. He should go. He's still going to keep going. He's not being taken care of. He's in the back line. Still, I see. He's got to heal up here. Chappie forced out the hypercharge at just the right time for him. He saved that moment.
Yeah, now I see coming forward, and that's going to be just Batman alive. Are they going to get the respawn in time? Can't get the shot round. Gets a heal just in time, and that couldn't have come at a better moment for Fennel.
But even then, it was almost defended. I kind of felt like the hypercharge was worth popping there just to get the additional speed to ensure it. It was close, but Fennel judged it, so fair play to them. But they are now against the walls as they go into overtime now, and Chitampa can't be far away from a mind control here.
Yeah, he's going to have no walls now, though, and a hypercharge from IC. They need this Willow Super to be able to fend it off, but still just being denied it. But denying it gives them so much room to push up. They're just not taking the ground at the moment. Suzuku dashing over to the left-hand side, one who can avoid these shots quite nicely. There's the hypercharge coming through, gets some shots in. Heal was there, cycled out. Stampo goes for the super, can't find it. Poco gets a heal through, but that's going to be a 1-2 up the pitch. And Fennel get the goal in the game.
Very close though, even there in overtime. The Naja shots were not really landing onto the Willow, and it almost caused a wide opening there for Zeta to be able to secure it. But I think that was probably the best thing that they could have hoped for. But we always didn't get to overtime. That was almost defended, and had it been so, Zeta would have been on match point. So I still don't really have massively high hopes here for Fennel, but that's a good start. I feel like they can still get very easily overrun unless they can really start to iron out some of these mistakes.
Yeah, Suzuku's doing well here, evading a few of those shots, and as soon as I say that, he gets hit. Rush Stampo coming forwards, throwing over the top, and he should be able to find some connections onto IC, but he's just missing. Has the super now, baits it, doesn't use it. And Kenji might need to pop a vase here to stay alive. Pinched in, gets the pass through Suzuku, but IC has got nowhere to clear it. And overwhelmed by Zeta as they get the first goal.
Zeta locking down every witch exit. I mean, like, there's literally nowhere to put the ball in terms of safety. They're just backing down every single option. And now continuing the assault. They are still behind, though, in this set. It's the only saving grace that Fennel have here. It taps from IC and going in and breaking that left-hand side, but Kenji still stands. There's a hot mind control here for Stampo. Kenji's going to be so careful. And Chappie also, he's got every option to him, and Kenji's too low. Of course it's going to be a goal.
I mean, I don't see how you can leave that, to be honest with you. Like, you knew as soon as it was kind of like a 1v1 or even a 1v2, he's going to be able to get that done. Mind controls one of you, the other one's 500 HP. It's going to be game done. I mean, it just seemed like there were a bit of an oversight there from Fennel on that defense.
It's looking tough here for Fennel. Their last chance to make it count. Or Zeta will proceed to the semi-finals here. Suzuku still so aggressive getting it done, and actually Naja going to come out on top there just past the IC, a potential opening as well! Gets the super lands to perfection, and that's the way to open!
Yeah, really nice answer from Fennel here, trying to drag this to the fourth set. Gadget early on then from the Poco, with the tuning fork to stop this burning damage come through. Suzuku gets the M super out, but gets knocked back now as well. IC will fall, with Stampo low on the right-hand side.
Again, Kenji missing a lot of these Naja shots. He's allowing Zeta to heal, allowing them to push forwards, and again, with players like Stampo getting up against that wall into a goal-scoring opportunity. The pass from Suzuku is potential there as well. He's going to go for it himself, and again, it's what we are saying coming in. There's no defensive measures for Fennel, and Naja is not going to get it done, and IC can't be everywhere.
One more needed now, IC. Super in hand, and Willow doesn't have one of his own. Going in now, Batman gets the hypercharge off though, and that's going to be well cycled out by IC, who continues to go in. Dive down though from Stampo. Can he get the damage in? Oh! Almost got it done, but Fennel hold on and take the set. We're going to the fourth.
I mean, hold on is putting it lightly. I mean, just barely surviving here. I mean, yes, they're going to have time now to just try to let that last set wash past them, recollect, discuss what's next. But there are big issues going on here, and Zeta, who are a team which in their qualifiers, their drafts were their weakest asset. I mean, that was the reason that they lost in that stage and had to go through the lower bracket. But right now, it's Fennel that are really not kind of seeing that draft, which speaks volumes to me. And I'm concerned, I'm really worried. I don't know whether that gaining a set there is enough to bring them back to life. I hope for their sake it is enough to do something with it.
I really didn't see it, honestly. This was also the map pick from Zeta Division. Now we're heading over to New Horizons, which was actually the map Fennel picked. So they potentially pushed it all the way to a 6-5. And it wouldn't be the only time. That ball pick really worked out in the end. It was a huge surprise to us, but we clearly saw already it's going to be so good against the Kenji, and IC clearly made it work. He was the playmaker most of those times. The Naja, we already said it, not really that good on Brawl Ball. She is one of the strongest brawlers in the meta, but maybe just not with her lacking DPS. She is the most picked brawler from Zeta Division on this map, picked up by Fennel. They actually have the most picked brawler, Ems and Willow. Willow went the other way, so maybe you have to stick to what is working. I say that now, Fennel still won the set, right? But I think if they would have had Willow and Ems and the ball, it would have been even more dominant.
Yeah, it was a worrying set win, I think. It's not as convincing as it should be. I'm not like, oh, I tell you what, they're going to go and reverse sweep this now, because I still think Zeta are in control. Almost got that Willow super off at the end. It had us all kind of going, ooh, when he just narrowly almost clipped him with it as well. So unfortunate for Stampo on that defense, but as you said, IC on that ball was really good.
Or is this like the new scrim meta, you know? Play the brawler that you're hoping that your opposition are going to go, we better bag that because, you know, they're going to pick it up otherwise. And then it's like a trap that's laid out from the start. I just don't really kind of feel like the Naja for me there is kind of like a risk worth taking. Very good brawler, of course. We know that from the amount that she is banned. It's just very, very difficult against you know, others that are just able to run you down. You know, we had our concerns, but the ball did save it. And we all said on the desk prior to going into the match that actually now we are feeling that there is something that they can work with, but it was only just by the narrowest of narrow margins.
They did win a map now, though, that Zeta Division picked. So Final still in the run to potentially making it into the semi-finals. They now have the chance to prolong it even further on a map that they picked themselves. It's New Horizons. We have the bans in already. Leon is definitely a playmaker on a map like this one. Naja and Jean banned out from the side of Fennel. Colette is going to be left open and immediately picked up here by Zeta Division. Just a really strong brawler overall at the moment. She's bringing in the range, the DPS that you need against tanks, Edgar's too. But yeah, Pierce left open, which is, again, an oversight, you could say, from East Asia as a region. Yet still, he's picked up so often. Why not ban him?
Yeah, I'm not sure. I do like the Colette as a first pick, though. Obviously, you're kind of accounting really early on for the aggression that has been played so much throughout the quarterfinals today. So I think it's a good shout to bring the Colette in early, but as you said, you kind of, if you're doing that, you need to get rid of these longer range brawls that are going to deal with her quite well, Pierce being one of them. Edgar, you know, it's not as simple as kind of two-tap and a super, because you can get some heals along the way by hitting those shots. So a bit better into that matchup than quite a lot of assassins or tanks would be. Max as well coming in to pair with the Colette. They're really loving the Max today, aren't they?
The Zeta special.
Yeah.
East Asia. I mean, I'm here for it. I think they're going to be cautious here about the wall break potential here, because like if they bring it, then Pierce is going to have a wide open game. If they don't, then it's going to be a pickup that's going to be combined with the Pierce. So they are going to bring something of that in for themselves. Don't necessarily mind it. I think that certainly with the Max and the Colt combo, it's going to allow for a lot more technique to be able to dodge and juke and hopefully kind of predict and land those strafe shots. So back over to the third and final pick here for Fennel. Jaeyoung, they need something to really rival that max speed, to have some agility of their own. Bring that, you know, Edgar forwards, or have a Gus, have that shielding, combine it with the Edgar. Not that he really needs it at the moment, because he's able to survive in so many ridiculous scenarios.
I liked the Jaeyoung idea, Colt and Max, a combo that Zeta Division likes to play very often. Also, Max is usually the counter you're looking for against the Colt, so what else can you really play? They're just going to double down on the range here, really. It's good against the Colette, it's fine against the Colt. It's going to struggle against the Max. So it really all comes down to how well can Zeta Division actually play around the speed from Max.
Yeah, and they're going to need to as well, because I do like the composition on the left-hand side. Edgar's going to be really punishing for a couple of those brawlers, but you've just got to be, you know, breaking these walls really early and shaping the map to how it's going to harm Edgar, but kind of also help Pierce at the same time.
Well, ready, Chappie does find a cheeky little shot there on Tampo, who I'd imagine has got the ability to break whenever he sees fit, so be cautious around that. Oh, Hypnosis already connects to Kenji. That's almost disastrous. Somehow, they're not able to escape to that position. This is where Chappie can get a lot of value. I mean, they've got to hunker down by the Max. It's simply that when Max has got the super, that they're going to be able to dissipate incredibly quickly. So the nest eggs laying down over time are actually going to go into Fennel's favour, in my opinion. Wouldn't be a bad idea to consider placing some in the mid as well, because once the gas comes in, you kind of lose them as they're on the outskirts.
Yeah, I was going to say they are quite far back, so although they're getting some down, they shouldn't really come into action unless Zeta go hyper-aggressive onto Fennel here. And there's one a little bit further up, still not in the mid portion of the map, but they haven't really got the ground to get in there. Kenji's going to come forwards now, Suzuki requiring a super. There's the max speed, but the bouncing shots of the bell proving a real issue. Super going to be missed though, and Kenji still running it down. Super there for the Colette, but it looks like Batman's accepted defeat here, but Suzuki apparently hadn't.
What a tap on the return though as well. I was a bit concerned because that missed mark may have actually been a bit of a decisive moment there. It turned out okay in the end. Nonetheless, definitely concerns. Fennel now push back Kenji though, that hypercharge on the Edgar. He's just such a difficult brawler to handle, to deal with. Very tough to kind of go in at this stage of the game. Has to be able to survive on his teammates can't falter. Big pop of the nest egg there, and the taps from a Chappie are landing consistently onto Batman. now has some super speed of his own. Fennel know it. They've got to push up the map, gain back that positioning power.
Yes, Suzuki just helping out his teammate there to stay alive after that nest egg hit. Kenji coming forward. There's the hypnotize again, though. Missed his super, I think. Wall break eventually comes through, but it punishes him. Kenji jumps out and leaves them in a 3v2 here. Really nice situation for them to be able to push out because they haven't got any like heavy bursting damage as they tried to break through.
Yeah, I don't mind it. Kenji used that jump to evade, which I think is going to work out well. Now he can try and earn it back. The Chuffy used the hypercharge and tries to get a bit more additional speed, which kept his survivability in check. But they do need to come together here in this 3 versus 2. Suzuki's getting a lot of value here. 2 versus 2 now. Chuffy low as well, so is Kenji. It's marked. He missed the shot. He missed the swipe. That may have been enough. Suzuki comes out on top. I'm not sure. I didn't see it back. It was so quick. But I think there was a fist that missed.
Yeah, maybe so, but I think he was kind of just throwing them out. I don't know if you expected him maybe to try and bait the shots to then come in with a super, so possibly tried to predict it in advance. Kenji has another super in hand, though, so still ready to fight, and that's a great win for Zeta to get. When you're in a 3v2 there, you're expecting them to just be easily defeated.
Kenji is staying on these back lines here in the eventuality that IC or Chappie are able to connect some damaging shots and come in for the final blows. But so far it's Batman on the far right who was the weakest, and he's not ideally in range. Again, the Chappie doing some huge damage. IC there is down, there's a trade, but now 2 versus 2 is still Kenji there, but he's got to heal up. He's a good positioning brawler to have in these moments here. I mean, if the Colt gets weak, then he can go in for the final kill, but it's been quite tough to make this work.
Yeah, Zeta are going to be desperate to play the right here. Kenji goes in as he's got that max speed still lingering, and he's going to be punished for that, I'm sure. Getting some shots in him now, and he does go down. I think the max speed was still lingering there. He just couldn't keep up with the Colt, and just seems like an opportunity wasted.
Just getting too ahead of yourselves in those positions. You know, you've got like a bit of an advantage. Colt is so squishy. You know, if you just time it right, then you're able to definitely win that trade. And I feel like you're right, that max speed lingering, it was costly there. They just went in too preemptively.
Well, one more needed for Zeta yet again. Second match point they've had so far. Stampo trying to find some shots around the right-hand side, and to be fair, his breaks helped in the last round, but he did wait. Oh, Batman. Risky business. I'm not sure if he intentionally baited that and then dashed backwards. Oh, the Chappie gonna get punished back in turn. I think there was a hypnotizing there from Suzuki as well. Really nice from Zeta.
Chappie got so short-changed there. I mean, the shots were deadly leading up to it, but then outstayed his welcome. Batman there with a face shift as well to have made. That's beautiful. Kenji might come out on top here and does. Now IC in danger, in trouble. He's got to go back. And Suzuki comes forwards. If Kenji had a super there, it may have been the perfect time, but he's still earning it. But IC survives to fight another day.
Still a max speed there, though, and that has been punishing for the Edgar so far. And the same with IC, who's not going to be able to find those shots that he would have wanted. Bit of ammo lingering on the floor here. There comes to jump in, and Suzuki gets the hypnotize off. Going to come back onto him. Wastes the second super, and Batman still low. Dashes through so well there, evading all those shots and the super that IC had thrown out. And he's not winning that with 400. Almost.
I think a full HP Suzuki may have still got taken care of.
You never know.
But
you never know. You never know.
I mean, I just feel like for Kenji, why are you jumping on the Colette? Unless you're certain that that gadget is not available, you're not really going to be doing anything other than getting hypnotized and taken care of. So, bit of a misjudge there maybe from Kenji. Maybe he just thought that Suzuki didn't have it or was further away from the super, but I feel like you can't really making those mistakes, not when you're against match point.
Yeah, it's a rough one. Super available for Batman again, so we've got this retreat or attack factor if they need it. Stampo scared of where Kenji is and be like, he needs some help from his teammates here. So the rotating Suzuki will be sent to the left-hand lane, but at the moment playing through the mid with Batman and just waiting, playing slow.
IC has got hypercharged now. They need time to keep ticking the more that time goes on. Chappie can land these mystics. Again, these taps. Face shift is saving Batman massively so here, but he's moving into the ricochet shot. I mean, that's not ideal. The polarization there going to seal his demise. And now they can pinch Suzuki down, try and get some more utility for the next round, which they need to win on the side here of Fennel. Suzuki's actually doing a masterclass in innovation. I've got to be honest. I mean, they're surviving on impeccably well, but it may just be giving over more. There's no chance. Even as a Colette, I'm just going to call it. There's no chance. But he had a dream, and fair play to him. I mean, that's kind of like rubbing salt in the wound as far as I'm concerned.
Some unreal movement in there. Absolutely phenomenal from him, and he earned his hypercharge and his super along the way, so I'm pretty sure he's going to be quite pleased about that trade. But a hypercharge for IC and Kenji, super for a Chappie. This is lining up for a Fennel win, but we'll see if Zeta can earn their supers prior to a big team fight.
Well, Suzuki has now got the hypercharge as well. Kenji hypnotized and almost tapped up by the Colt there. There goes to the left-hand side where Chappie is playing a fantastic game. I see he's got to be so careful there. Does get the outrage, but look at that jump from Kenji. A jump to nowhere. To no avails with the hypercharge and bringing nothing for his team. You cannot be wasting moments like that. That could have been a set potential there, and it's just wasted. Icy falls now, and Zeta has surely got this in the bag.
Yeah, set potential going heavily the other way now as Shatampo just clips them up. A couple of nest eggs laying in the mid still, so they have a chance. But against a Colette with a super, a Colt and a Max on the Zeta side, they're popping the nest egg, and that's really not going to do too much for them. Kenji has a super and has a dream. See if he can pull it off. Now going in, gets the shield as well. Kenji coming through, gets some heals for the Charpy. Burned down, and that's going to be the Zeta win, and a big one at that. Few mistakes here and there from Fennel have cost him in that last set.
Few mistakes, but not just small ones. Massive blunders there towards the end. Pressure getting to Fennel, and another quarterfinals exit to join that of which they had in April. Not the result that they were looking for here today. Zeta, despite their qualifying being very, very rickety and some drafts that were very questionable, coming out strong in their quarterfinals here today. And again, with brawls like Colette left over more often than not, I mean, I just felt like it was where, for me, Fennel was struggling, not just in the mistakes, but also in their drafts.
And when Zeta was struggling in the qualifiers, their drafts have been looking very solid today. We can say that as strong as Edgar is in the meta, maybe don't pick him into a Colette. And as good as Choppy is on snipers, picking Bell as a last pick against Max might have also not been it. They definitely hindered themselves in winning this one, just coming out of the draft already. It started so well. A Pierce, nice draft, right?
I was happy.
But then
I was happy.
It kind of crumbled, and we see it in Kenji. Look at that DPS. Like, he's a really strong player, but he didn't do anything.
Literally anything. Well, I mean, he did some things,
He
but
confirmed
he went the
skills.
opposite direction. I mean, 30, I mean, you expect a Brawl, especially when you got a Colt on the field. Yes, the Colette can defend against it, but I mean, I expected more.
The Edgar really just confirmed kills. He got them when they were already low, but he were relying heavily on his two teammates to even chip them down. Now, coming out of the quarterfinals, East Asia really showed us where it's at. A lot of the lesser team, let's call them, that usually end up in the top 8 but don't go further, have showed up big time today and pushed some of the biggest teams to a last set. Still, we see a semi-final that we seen the months before as well. Crazy Raccoon versus Rival Esports is going to be that semi-final number 1, Trev. Semi-final number 2, SK Clawless East Asia versus Zeta Division. Who do you have in the grand finals at this point?
Listen, I'm putting Crazy Raccoon and Zeta Division in. I want to see the complete opposite final, though, to be honest with you, just so we see a bit more competition on this leaderboard. Because obviously, thanks to the Brawl Cup, thanks to their performances in the earlier months, Zeta and Crazy Raccoon are like substantially higher than the rest of the teams. Even like 100, I want to say, just over, higher than that third place. So it would close the gap quite nicely and make this second half of the year a bit more interesting.
We get Kenny back on the desk as well. Happy to see you again. And now that Ark is gone, let's rub it in a little. Let's have a look at our predictions.
I mean, always good to be right. Look, 4 for 4 so far, and I'm getting scared. It usually doesn't go this well. Usually we're not doing well. Most of us are doing well. However, I imagine we're going to differ in the semifinals. So at some point here, somebody's got to go down. You pick Zeta Division. I'm riding with SKC. I am a believer. It looks like Sunny's alongside me. I thought I was going to be alone in this journey, so that's good. Unfortunately for the underdogs, though, we're all going for CR. And I think it's just reasonable, right? I think CR have been the most convincing and best team in this region.
I thought I'm going to be the only one too, so
put it there.
Appreciate it.
I thought we were all going to be smart and go for Zeta, but apparently that's not what we're doing.
Looking at scrims, which is what I usually do when I put in my decisions also on the website, eventofprocess.com, if you haven't locked in your predictions just yet. I look at scrims, and SK Clawless is winning against everyone apart from Crazy Raccoon. So I have them win against Zeta Division in the semis and then lose to Crazy Raccoon in the finals, because those two are the teams that I have there. But I go with you. I would like to see a completely new grand finals today, and for the first time ever have a rival in the finals. Would be really cool.
Yeah, it'd be cool to mix it up. I mean, I think they have the potential, but again, semifinals has kind of been their ceiling to this point, and getting a win over CR in the semifinals would easily be the best win of their season so far. So I do think there's room to grow. I'm just not sure it's this month.
Both teams got pushed into the 5th and final set. Let's see if they can close it out a bit quicker in this one, whoever it may be. Crazy Raccoon versus Rival Esports. Now, Crazy Raccoon, the world champions, played in Brawl Cup. What can we say about Rival, Trev?
As you said at the start, it's kind of a bit of a veteran taking on a couple of rookies and hoping for the best in a year. You don't know what you're going to get when you bring new people into the Brawl Stars Championship, but this has been a semi-successful venture for these guys. They're kind of a little bit of a tier below the top two, but right around that mid-pack, fighting for the LCQ spot. So I think this is, as you said, Kenny, this is kind of their ceiling. I'd love to see them push past it and break through and get to the grand finals, but I think looking at our predictions, I think this is a pretty set Crazy Raccoon ending, and they should be heading to the grand.
I think so too. I mean, I wouldn't rule anything out. CR definitely weren't flawless in their opening match. Same can be said for Rival. A couple close calls there in the 3-2 category, especially against something unknown like Phase Zero. Caught me off guard. So clearly East Asia's got some stuff as we move down those ranks as well, even to somebody like Phase Zero that's literally just trying to put points on the board and get towards that leaderboard. So I'm excited. I'm hopeful that Rival can still keep this competitive, but again, it's just hard for me to go against CR. They're so tried, tested, and defending world champions, Tensai's a 3-timer. I'm not going to be betting against them very frequently.
Yet still, they come short when it comes to the international stage. Crazy Raccoon, unfortunately, fell to an EMEA roster. They also picked up a couple of tips, it seems, on the way they brought in a lot of Minas today in the quarterfinals, which worked out quite well for them.
Yeah, absolutely. I mean, I think that's part of the perks of playing at these international events, right? You build kind of the extra points towards seeing other people's strategies. You get to see what worked against you, and it was so interesting hearing from Milkrio, because I feel like historically everybody talks about East Asia's mechanics. Mechanics, they stink at the draft. The one thing he said, what was the biggest thing we stink at? It was EMEA kicking our butts at mechanics. And that's a crazy thought to think that now there's two things going against them. They know they have so much to work on. I'm hoping to see that drive kind of come in here. Obviously, it'd be nice to see Rival win, but it would be awesome to see CR make a statement performance too.
Absolutely, and I think they've both got a lot of work to do after their quarterfinal performances. Both Rival and Crazy Raccoon left a bit to be desired in terms of quarterfinal performances, so I'm hoping that they're able to both play to their best level so they give us a good game.
We'll see if they can show it to us today, also in mechanics, in drafts, in everything. If they can become another well-rounded champion, as Crazy Raccoon has already done it twice, won the grand finals of this region. This is the map draft, so Crazy Raccoon is starting out. They got to decide if they want to pick first or second. Of course, they got to pick first, right, Fennel? We have Crazy Raccoon picking Hideouts, then Triple Dribble from Arrival, Safe Zone. That's the first time we get to see this map today. Crystal Arcade. A common map. It seems to be the favorite amongst the gem grab maps today.
Yeah, it seems to be the case, to be honest with you. In Hideout as well, we've seen a lot of Hideout in terms of bounty too, so teams really enjoying that map. Triple Dribble, not one of my favourites, but I can see why people would like it, especially if you've kind of got a bit more of an aggressive or like a thrower bias. But I'm excited to see how this one plays out. I'm thinking it's probably going to be like a 3-1 kind of game to Crazy Raccoon. I don't think it'll be a sweep, because I think Rival have got a little bit of something in them that we get to see.
I don't want it to be a sweep. And again, Crazy Raccoon had a little bit of a problem coming into today that they just couldn't finish in the end. They just couldn't actually close it out. They could have made it a very quick 3-0, landed on a 3-2, and that's something we see often from Crazy Raccoon, honestly.
Global bans will be rolling in, and the assassins coming out of that left-hand side. No Edgar, no Kit. Especially on top of that, a couple maps that are repeating here. Repeat offenders. Hideout was actually the selection for CR the last go-around where they ended up winning, and Crystal Arcade was Rivals. So both of these teams, this is a clear strength that they have. One doing it in the opening map, one putting it in the fourth. I would say the left-hand side is just more of the generic, we ban these brawlers because they're good. The right is much more targeted, though. I wonder why Ruffs, and I wonder why Ems. I wonder if that's a data thing, if it's something they're just uncomfortable with playing. It's been really interesting to kind of hear pros' thoughts in general about why they make the choices they do at this global stage.
Maybe 2030 or something, we get to hear the players also talk about why they picked what. We can only try and figure it out via the stats that we do have, and Crazy Raccoon does like to play those two rollers on Crystal Arcade specifically, which is the fourth map. Let's see if we even get to see it, 96% for Crazy Raccoon. That is insane. That is the most one-sided vote we had in the BSC, I think.
Yeah, I mean, I think it's probably getting towards it, to be honest with you. And I'm not surprised, Crazy Raccoon, when you look at their, position on the leaderboard, their win percentages, it's all going to be pretty high, to be honest with you. So when you're just looking at it like that, yes, 96% of people are probably going to choose Crazy Raccoon if forced to make it. But I don't think if you said, give me a percentage-wise, if you said, give me percent of like who do you think is going to win, you'd probably be around like 70-30 in my opinion. Rival definitely not going to be the favourites by any means coming into this one, but as you said, they've targeted some bans towards them, so it gives them a bit more of a chance.
And they're leaving Damien left open is what stands out to me once more. We have only seen him open once today, and it was usually, if you pick Damien alone, you're going to win. If you pick Damien and Edgar together, you're losing.
Yeah, we do have a handful of this, and it was actually Rival that used that composition a few times in their match as well. So Crystal Arcade is somewhere where they came out, used that as kind of a barbaric composition, just really running it down and going at people's faces. Can you pull that off against Crazy Raccoon? No. Mechanics are something that they're obviously very good at. It's how they've made their brand. So I don't know if that's necessarily what they're going to want to be looking for. I'm curious what adjustments they make from a team like Phase Zero to now going into the defending world champions.
Leading up to the monthly finals, they've actually been one of the only teams to leave Damien open, which is always a decision you want to make, right? In the scrims, in the monthly qualifiers, do we try and test with Damien open or not? You know, for every single team, they have to go through that process, and it seems like 9 out of 10 teams in East Asia usually ban him out. It's super interesting to me that Crazy Raccoon decided to leave him open, kind of bet on Rival to just get rid of him themselves. Now Damien is open, Naja is as well.
Yeah, I mean, there's a couple of good brawlers that are going to slip through, especially when you kind of not banning out those, as you said, Damien, Najas. It kind of opens up different metas depending on different global bans as well, so I'm intrigued to see how this one plays out. Damien, for me, probably just going to be banned every single game, even though he's not global banned. But to be fair, we said that last time as well, and it was left heavily open, so maybe I'm just going to be eating my own words yet again today. But yeah, I would have expected both Naja and Damien to just be banned out throughout the games if they're slipping through global bans.
Which is why we have global bans since March of this year, right? Now, if you haven't locked in your predictions just yet, you just saw the rewards that you can win if you get your predictions right, so make sure to head over there now. You can still vote for semi-final 1, 2 and the grand finals, and then also for tomorrow we have EMEA for you in store. We're gonna have different rewards also next weekend, so make sure to head over there now. Now, without further ado, I think we're ready for our semi-final number 1 of these beautiful June monthly finals. And we are on Hideout yet again.
Venom vibes.
Crazy Raccoon with the first pick. As I mentioned, Naja's left open and she's going to be immediately picked up here. Bell Doppelband has been the most picked brawlers from both of these teams on this map. Mortis, Jaeyoung, very quick draft here. Do you like it? It will definitely get the blue star with a sped up Mortis. There's no one who can be faster, not even a Kaze. Now let's see on the left hand side if we still get to see some aggression. Leon has been one of these brawlers that we have seen quite often today, is going to be bent out. Mina left open once more though.
I think all those are on the table. I think Blue Star on the right-hand side, so I would say left-hand side strays away from it. They're going to go with the Byron-Mina composition. Anytime you see Mina, I'm always looking out for Byron. Long range, plus the ability to obviously heal up the Mina. I think it's a good tandem. This Byron does strike me as a solid pick, but Mortis kind of still scares me for this left-hand side composition. Didn't expect a Poco. Definitely a curveball there, but I think they're literally just going to be powering up a Mortis to go dive at the enemies is what it looks like.
I think they would have liked to have Mina, Mortis and Jaeyoung, as this is a comp they played often in scrims. Now, doubling down the heals with Poco, he doesn't bring range against Mina and Byron, but what he has, Trev, is a gadget that is catered towards the Naja poison.
Yeah, I think that's a great shot. I think it'll work quite well, but I either think they're going to get absolutely battered or they're going to do the battering. There's going to be no in between. It just seems like that kind of games me in terms of the draft. As you said, though, Mortis will most definitely get this blue star, but not without Tensai contesting it a little bit and trying to find a few shots through the mid. Utapin moving forward with Tensai, trying to match it. Round the flank is Moya, but he's going to be very careful not to overextend.
Yeah, nobody can really be on their own here. Ryohi going to be working alongside Totoro, and it's going to so well so far, as Mortis will escape with about 5,000 HP. The blue star on top of that. Few stars on their side as well. I mean, Tensai now has to just stand in positioning. They're going for the long range and honestly just fanning out at this point. They have to separate Milkrio and also Byron here just to have a chance.
Yeah, I mean, that was a great start for them. There's the gadget as well. He's going forwards onto Moya now, who will try to get some damage in, but not really find any, to be honest with you, considering that lingering effect can't stay on it. There's the weekend warrior from Toro as well, and Tensai forced to retreat. And this lead is just getting away from them. 5 stars to 0 in the blue, obviously still with Rival as well.
Yeah, all these red roster members at the top right-hand side going to be able to expand a little bit here. Now moving down to the bottom right-hand side of the map. Poison going in. Ryogi getting rather aggressive, though. Doesn't need to overdo it. Knows that he can back off just a smidge here and allow CR to reclaim positioning. Just hold on to the lead. No need to throw it away.
Yeah, it's not looking too good for CR with all of these kind of lingering effect shots in the Byron and the Naj just getting completely negated every time they hit some good shots. It's just pressing at the tuning fork. Here come the Vases now, and the Snakes to follow as well as Milcario trying to get some job done, but just find a shot into the Poco there. Can't quite get it done just yet. Narrowly surviving 48, and Tensai will eventually get it. A trade on the right side actually puts CR in the lead.
Yeah, Blue Star being flip-flopped, so it's going to be the blue side with the lead here. Right-hand side, full engagement from the rival rosters. They have 2 utility brawlers in Mortis. They have to rely on Mortis to be the big playmaker. Sure, they can get a little bit out of the gadget from Jaeyoung, but it's really going to rely on the swipe in from Ryogi.
Well, 12 seconds left now coming in. Tensai gets the double super off Ryogi. He should be going down, and now they haven't got that front man to try and do the damage. Tensai hypercharge used there as well, but the Weekend Warrior from Toro not going to get the job done just yet. 2 seconds, and both of them burning down. That's going to be a CR win, and it did not seem like it for the majority of the game.
No, I mean, it really took till that last 10 second there to really get a kill and walk away with it. I like that CR put themselves in a position where even though they were down, it's one good push is all they really needed. And I think that's going to be the issue that this composition runs into. I feel like the Mortis is going to have to keep the gas pedal going because otherwise, this team on defense isn't nearly as fun. Mortis is somebody that thrives on offense, and Poco, of course, not dealing a ton of damage. Jaeyoung not going to be a top frag either. It really just relies on this Mortis constantly grabbing kills, and when you're sitting back and relaxing, it's really difficult to make it work.
Well, Blue Star inevitably going their way yet again, and it seems like Naja's playing a little bit further back here, just scared of Ryohei coming in, and he does try to make a move, but backs off pretty much instantly afterwards as well. Endless heals, and they've just got to wait for a moment where he over-aggresses really and just punish it.
Inside, just tiptoeing his way up the middle of the map is Ryogi, slowly encroaching. Moya backing away as Milcario operates on the right-hand side. Dash away, a couple poisonous snakes going down too, and that's going to be really pesky to deal with. Thankfully for them, piercing shots from multiple brawlers. We'll be able to eradicate those, but once again, CR now looking for this blue star, have positioning. They've pushed the team up against the wall. Extra speed going down, but separation, and that's what's important. They need to make sure that they don't get isolated too much, because Jaeyoung alone won't be able to survive all this tickling damage coming in. It's so close. Ryogi's able to slide through the gap. Nicely done.
Yeah, Tensai making the move now. Wants his super so he can press the gadget and cycle it out, but all of them sitting together and making sure that he can't push on his own. Up the right-hand side, Byron attempting to get some shots in, but whenever they hit some, endless heals follow.
Now the damage going through. Jaeyoung trying to slide through with a tag. Doesn't get much done. Ryogi, once again, going down the middle of the map. Gets a batarang off, but it's not really going to get him a kill. He's got the shield. It's a close call, but Milcario just gets a freebie out of that one. Now they're down. It's going to be left to Rival once again to go for a closeout.
I mean, it's a massive overextension. Whenever he doesn't have his team with him, he knows he's pretty much going to die in a 2v1. Utpin presses the gadget there, and that's super early. Not going to give him that effect for the end game here, and he goes in early again and falls down to Toro and Utpin. Have to try and make the same play as last time, and it failed once, and it'll fail again. Ryohei attempting to come up and make some ground, but now all alone, and Tensai healed to oblivion as CR take the first set.
That was real anticlimactic, wasn't it? I mean, it really felt like Rival had a chance at that, but I think the longer this drug on, CR were able to make adjustments into this unique composition, and I just didn't feel like there was enough offensive firepower. I like the idea. Sometimes you'll see really strategies like this with other brawlers. I think Poco's gadget is a big reason why they end up doing that, but a lot of the times if you're going to see the double support, it's a Byron plus a Glowy, something along those lines where at least you can tether on to opponent or be a little bit of a hybrid. Instead, though, it's really just Ryohei shouldering a composition, trying to make some big-time plays, and that's a big ask, especially in Mina. Look how many times this happened in game number 1 and 2. They go straight at Tensai. They know they need those blue stars, those frags, and instead it's just met with the Hurricane, and there's just no chance. Zeros across the board for that right-hand side. Mortis the only one doing work.
We see it in the stats as well. They were really relying on Mortis to do the work. And on the other side, Praise Raccoon did an amazing job at just staying together in a pack of 3, so the Mortis doesn't really get too much value. And they're all the time protected from the Mortis through the Mina, as you said already. We see Naja only a single kill. Also not the most DPS. Actually, she has the most across the board. Never mind. But yeah, I feel like Naja is a bit overestimated at the moment. She's probably the best she is on Bounty and Knockout. On Brawl Ball, we saw before how she's not really that good. Why is she still banned out so often, Trev?
I mean, to be fair, I think she had a bit of a tough run in there in terms of composition, to be fair, because every time Mortis or enemy goes in, Poco's popping a gadget. This is true. But, I just think the matchup there was just so tough, and maybe it's not a first pick. Maybe it should kind of slip through the bans more often. I'm not sure. I think, in theory, the composition with the Poco should absolutely work, but there was a couple of times where they gave stars away instead of kind of losing them. They kind of just handing them out, and I don't feel like CR would have won that if he didn't make those overextensions.
The first game definitely looked like they had it in the bag already, that the much better stars, but then gave the stars away. But coming into it, we already weren't a fan. I kind of did say, oh, maybe the Poco is a good pick because of the gadget, but I also just tried to make it sound better, if I'm honest. I didn't really feel like they had a chance because they just were lacking the range. They only had the Mortis, and Mortis had to stay alive also because he then had all the stars and the blue star. You usually don't want in Bounty to only have one brawlers with all the stars.
Yeah, I just feel like not enough damage, not enough firepower. I mean, I think there were a lot of niche things. It's one of those where it feels like this underdog team's maybe trying to catch them off guard. Sierra will never see this one coming, but instead it just didn't really fan out. I think be creative, be original, but that was a little too out-of-the-box thinking for me. And it's easy to say in hindsight, obviously, but yeah, I mean, just more often times than not, I think a Poco composition's probably just not happening on a map like Hideout, especially when it's CR's pick. They've proven themselves on this. I just don't think it was enough of a trap, quote-unquote, to make it happen.
Now, triple, what immediately comes to mind here, at least for me, Willow and Shade. And it's an interesting one for me here, because Crazy Raccoon's most picked and most win rate brawler is Shade, and there he is already. And on the other side, the best brawler for Rival Esports on that map was Trunk, which would be a good counter to it. So already coming into this, I was kind of expecting Shade to go one way, Trunk to go the other way. But Crazy Raccoon seems to look at the same table as I am, and they know exactly that they're good at Trunk, and they have a high win rate on it, and it's a good counter to their best brawler, so they ban him up.
Super unfortunate too, because Lumi's out of the equation as well. Grim and Frostbitten is a proven method to go against Shade. If you have an ice rink on the ground, then Shade is going to struggle. They also picked Damien to this, which is interesting. It's not really a direct counter, I would say, but Shade has the benefit of getting through that wall that Damien creates. So while I feel like this is a good brawler, I don't necessarily feel like it's a direct answer.
Yeah, I mean, Damien's going to be fine no matter what, really. Like,
right.
Of how strong he is. It's like, regardless of it not being a fine counter, it's like maybe not directly going after the Shade, but for the rest of the brawlers, it's probably going to be pretty okay regardless. But, I really do like the Shade as a first pick. I think it's a great shout. As you said, it's kind of one of their most picked brawlers, but instantly I think of the Willow when I think of this map. So, Chester is one of the more capable brawlers into the majority of things, so not surprised to see it picked when there's still two left.
I still wonder, because so far we don't really address the Shade on the right hand side, and if even I can see that they will pick up Shade and ban Trunk, they must have known to ban Shade, or if you leave him open, have an answer to it. Otis is going to be the last pick here. He's probably the best counter, if not the Nita, to Damien. Now on the right hand side, I still want to see something to address that Shade. Jester and Damien are two of the strongest brawlers into meta. There's no doubt to it, but Shade is still going to run around them in circles and not really care about their shots.
Yeah, Cordelius coming out. Cordelius is one that I just have question marks about in general. I know it's nice in the close quarters on this map, but at Brawl Cup, I felt like it was used as an answer a lot of the times, but it was always the third or the fourth or the fifth option at anti-tank. And for me, I feel like there were maybe better choices out there. I think it's tough, but I think they need it. I think something like a Nita stun maybe could come into play here as well, into something like a Shade. I think they just had to come up with some answer, and I feel like that Shadow Realm is maybe their way to address that, because Shade can really let loose. I feel like he had a perfectly good draft set up with the Trunk ban, with the Lumi ban. There just weren't a lot of options to deal with this guy.
Yeah, well, we'll see if Tensai can prove his worth as much as we think he will. Good shots coming in, and Rio Hate staying in a pretty healthy position now. Has to back off. Tensai going in, gets one shot, but can't quite find the killing blow. He's been going very far forwards and will get punished.
Ideal lane matchups too, because now that they have Cordelius going into Otis outranging by a mile. Chester can just hold the distance against Charlie. Ryohi just going to be able to bolster a lot of HP as Tensai's able to march forward. Fat Splatter on the ground as well. Spiderling's there for assistance too, and Milk Rio, untouched, unfazed, just locks it in.
Yeah, that seemed a little bit too easy. Ryohei coming very far forward now. I think he went for the hypercharge Cocoon into the mid, but they're using everything and it's still working. Totoro, the only one remaining. I don't know if they can get the ball up in time to throw it in before anything can happen. They try play it forwards, but just a lingering slow of that chest super stops them.
They're able to pocket this ball, but complete map control for CR. Prime positioning, they don't even need to worry about a thing because Tensai's just going to keep constantly cycling supers. Now in the underworld, going to be dragged alongside Cordelius up top. Moya going to town. It's a Charlie Cocoon going down too. And now Chester has to either let him loose or deal with the enemy side. Milkrio missing a hypercharge there, so still a little hope, but the ball resting on that top left-hand side as Tensai still remains firm.
Yeah, great clip from Milkrio there as well to keep the Damien low. Shots from Tensai, almost able to get the swing off, but Utapin yet again bring him into the realm. It hasn't been working massively for him, but it's helping the rest of his team stay alive in these positions. Moya in the unfortunate situation where he's coming out the realm right on top.
Neutral interaction, but now Ryohei trying to give his team the numbers. Down goes one, Milkrio going to be the second to go. A fresh mid coming out of Totoro, now he'll be able to heal. So Ryohei takes his time, Moya left all alone. They need to make sure they don't charge the Cocoon, and that's exactly what happens, but he barely marches it in. That was such a close call. Risky play, glad it worked out for him.
Hyper, there it is, 3 hits with the gadget. A great hit from Utapin with the super though, brings Tensai out of the mix for a while. Ryohei will box himself in there with Moya. Can he get the kill? Still trying to get the job done. There's the Cocoon, and they should all be focusing him now. Tensai just retreats behind the wall, so he's safe. And they're in a wonderful position to go and win this.
Nice team comms, and now the Haunted Hug going down for Tensai. It's just Utapin all alone. Has to be a goalkeeper for his team. Rotating, bobbing, weaving, trying to avoid any yo-yo or stray shot coming out of Milkrio, but he's painting this right-hand side of the map. Ryohei just forced to dive in. Desperation plays as both sides are now down to 2 roster members. Hyperchargers for each available side as well. This can be a game of cat and mouse. Tensai can dive in, but Utapin can just match with a Shadow Realm, and that will drag him out of it. Will lose a ton of value. I would say advantage rival if they can regain positioning.
Yeah, it's a question of whether Moya's going to be able to get this hypercharge and make a connection with the Hyper Cocoon, because that'll open up a lot in the open. Tensai with a hypercharge, not going to be the scariest thing in the world. Utapin popped a hyper really early there, was lucky to find it in the end. Moya will just pop the hypercharge below. Can he get the ball to the mid? Does. Tensai can't get the kill, it drops on the line, and Ryohei trying to make a break for it, but Tensai will get back in front of him. Utapin's still waiting for the ball and jumps over one of the swings from Tensai.
Kick over to the left-hand end as Utapin's looking to get in position. A hypercharge should capture all 3 of them. Tensai gets a super off, but dies. A missed shot from Utapin though. Ball falls at the line, and a nice job by the red roster. I would say a questionable decision-making there too. They really went hyper-offensive with Cord specifically. It ended up working out. I don't know if I liked the process behind that, though. I think they really needed to just match that with a Shade. It would have been a little bit easier for them to get that. But at the end of the day, nicely done. Damien showing his stuff. It's a strong brawler, even if it's not the easiest matchup in the world, even if Shade is still having a pretty solid time. I feel like Rival have done just enough to have answers.
Yeah, I mean, for me, Crazy Raccoon were dominating the majority of that game, always in control, always in their opponent's half, but couldn't quite find the goals. Ryohei trying to get around the left-hand side. So many low brawlers here. They might even be able to just super this one up and go for the goal. Not even going to go for the super. Just try kill Totoro here and should be able to do just that. There's the early goal again for CR. And it's more of the thing. Somehow Rival get the game win, but CR always in control.
I mean, that was sub 25 seconds. We'll capture all 3 brawlers with the crowd, but it's not going to be enough here as Totoro is going to be able to lob up a shot. Milkrio on this right-hand side. Scoops the ball, dumps it. Tensai going to be holding on to the super. It's going to be a constant battle. Cordelia shadowing this Shade the entire time. Tensai will hold back. Utapin just going ahead and pulling the trigger, though. Again, maybe a little early. I think ideally you just want to bait Tensai into using that super.
Yeah, I don't think Tensai really cares about that, to be honest with you. He's got a hyper super now that he can just use and surely go and get the kill. Ryohei on the offensive, though, trying to get in an aggressive position. Pinched down by Moya. Totoro making the move around the right side, but not the super he would have wanted. And left in a real tough spot. Fat Spatter should be pinching here with the Charlie, but they actually can't get the hit. Eventually do. They don't really need to aggress, though. They just need to prevent a goal.
Credit to them. They bought some time, but Tensai now up in the face of Damien going against these walls. Punched away, though. Will have another super already at the ready. Preemptively had that gadget popped. Low HP, can't get through the walls, but has to take the time. Utapin with a hard decision here. Does he go ahead and do this for defense and help his 2 teammates out? There it is. Good timing. Baited out Tensai, can at least drag him down. Ryohei up top has to be trusted to handle defense.
Yeah, now going forwards, making the move. There's the mute onto him, though, but Milkrio will explode and take a bit more damage. Utapin wins that matchup. Hyper super there for Moya as well on the defensive. 45 seconds to make a move. There he is, moving forwards. Hyper's one, gets the shots off, just narrowly survives. And still in the back lines, might be able to receive this pass, and is super going to be missed by Totoro as well. Moya still with a chance, might be able to get this one off. Ryohei throwing out some shots, cocooned, and Moya will find the goal. Was left to survive for way too long, and eventually receives the pass.
Slick play out of CR. I mean, the fact that they survived with 170-ish HP on that top right-hand side. Damien, of course, as a closer range brawler, needs to use his fist. He didn't have anything from the distance to cover that, and it was just a little bit of buying time. Great job by CR to bounce back there. Even though Rival have a game, to your point, it has felt like they've been in the driver's seat the whole time. We saw 25 seconds roughly be the goal for CR on the first go-round. This ball being kicked to the bottom left-hand side of the map, but Moya already with the super. Tensai getting fed super because Totoro has to move up to this left-hand side, and now he'll just go ahead and instigate this. A kill, 3v2 situation, and Moya with a hypercharge. That is ridiculous. We're not even 30 seconds in.
Yeah, I mean, he's missed his hypercharge, to be fair, but they get the kill anyway. Ryohei jumping in. Tensai in the super, though, doesn't really get affected by it in this situation. Pockets the ball, and Milkrio will be left to go and get that. Tensai just rolling on in, and that is not the decision I would have gone for.
No, just a lot of unideal spots there. Again, a very quick goal. Now they've wasted the super out of Cordelius as well, and Tensai with a hypercharge at the ready. He's already in positioning. Udipin doesn't have a super. A slide through. CR just looking like the better team, marching their way to what could be potentially another grand finals for them.
I mean, that was just, even though they lost the game, and I said it during it, it was all domination from Crazy Raccoon. You know, towards especially the two games that Crazy Raccoon won, I don't think Rival really got out of their half too much. Moya playing an incredible Charlie, which usually kind of goes a little bit unnoticed on that brawler, but as you said, had a hypercharge in like 18 seconds or something like that. Yeah, he missed it, but at least he got it.
Unexcusable in the sense of just feeding those supers too much, and I think this one really came down to just strategy as a whole, but on top of that, it just felt like Cordelius, not the easiest job in the world, but they're really relying on that Cordelius to make these constant good decisions. They burn that super at the end game. There were several times early on where I feel like Udipin needed to bait out Tensai, and the fact that they drafted Cordelius for this Shade, it is still Shade with 470 DPS, 2 goals, and 12 kills. You just can't let that happen.
I said it coming into the draft already, and they have the same data as I do. Ban out the best brawler of the team on this map. Tensai on that Shade. I have it in front of me. They surely have it in front of them as well. Why do you give them the Shade? They banned out the Trunk, which is a really good brawler for Rival Esports and would have been a good counter to the Shade, but that's exactly how you play the game and how you play the draft in the end. Crazy Raccoon just really did that better. They won the draft and they're winning the set in the end. I also want to mention Moya there. He absolutely dished out on that Charlie. He had his hypercharge in the second round within 14 seconds.
There's like no world where that should be happening. Like a hypercharge, like a super's one thing. Credit where, you know, a hypercharge is unbelievable. It's not like Charlie's is a rapid fire. You know, you need a lot of shots to get through that. So the fact that he's just cycling a yo-yo out that quickly, pretty ridiculous.
Definitely. And let's see if they can do it again. We're now heading over to Safe Zone, which was, I believe, Crazy Raccoon's pick again.
As the third set, I would assume so, as they're coming through the top. But yeah, it's going to be a tough one now for Rival to come and win this. 2 down, being dominated, especially in the second set. The first one was a lot closer. The second set seemed to be more Crazy Raccoon's way. But bans are in then for Safe Zone. The Penny, the Kaze, and the Colette. No surprise to see that Colette. It was a brawl that was played here so much a few years ago. With its resurgence, no surprise it's out of the way. Naja going to be the first pick then for Rival Esports as well, along with the Colt, the Colette, and the Penny bans over there.
Train Conductor still available, something I'm looking out for. I know Naja can be a solid pick overall, but just long distance, good control. I can't fault him. It's a great brawler, but I wonder if this left side just doubles down on some super aggressive stuff, because Naja can do trickling damage, but not necessarily insta-kills. The super is really nice, but I don't know if I'm kind of tempted if I'm the left-hand side, just get really aggressive with this 2-3 turn.
Aggressive or pick up the Pierce again. Has worked out quite often today. Would also be a great and safe pick for the middle here on Safe Zone. Lumi coming in to do kind of the same thing here. She dishes out a lot of damage, is great at defense, and also has a lot of area control thanks to her gadgets. Now let's see what they're actually going to come up with. I do like the Naja on a map like this one. She is probably one of the better brawlers to pick on here. We still need some damage on the right-hand side. Left side now has Melody for that. Now, Melody has been an interesting one. She has been one of the best bowlers on Heist for the longest time. I don't think she's that strong right now.
Yeah, not as she was. I think a lot of the time it was kind of picked in as like an answer to Chuck. It's like, okay, you've got Chuck, we've got Melody, we'll just base race it. And it's not as strong at the moment. I feel like there are a lot of things in the game that have those defensive measures to stop her over and over and over
and
again.
They're left open too.
Yeah, exactly. So it's like, yes, you're going to get some damage throughout the game, but it's not probably going to be as much as you would have done in the past.
So Otis left open. That's going to be a way that they deal with this. I think they just have to prepare for the inevitable 6th pick, set themselves up for success, get something that's well-rounded on defense. But right now, I think Otis is a solid hybrid of DPS, but I think they could use a little more juice in this composition, especially in the eyes of a Melody. So we've got our defensive option here, little hybrid coming out. Naja can do high safe damage, but I think more going to be better in the long range affair. I don't mind it as something like Lumi, where you can just hold your space and go the distance. They could also go somebody like somebody that can kind of traverse over the water on this map too. I'm curious if they go that route. Lily is solid. That is the damage we were looking for, but I am a little surprised that that's their take of choice.
We were talking about we want some DPS. Lily is okay, do just that, but I think there would have still been just some better options. A car, for example, to go with Watcher. Even an Eve at that, it can be defensive, but can also go aggressive whenever she has hatchlings available. Lily is not what I was looking for. It can work still, though. Against the Lumi, you can just go into the Shadow Realm, sneak up to save, and then get off some damage before the Lumi will eventually take you out, because Lumi's just really good in defense. Bo now coming in as that mid-pick. Surprised to not see the Pierce that I mentioned coming into the draft. Bo is someone that we haven't seen in quite some time. Both drafts have some brawlers that I did not expect. The Bo and the Melody on the one side and the Lily on the right-hand side, but both drafts can definitely work out.
Yeah, absolutely. I mean, Melody's going to need to be kind of the big damage dealer for that side. Lily is just, as you said, just non-stop gadget, go forwards, gadget, go forwards. It's a cycle over and over again. The same as Melody will be. You get a few supers and you just dash forward 3 times. Bo through the mid then instantly. Milcreo not able to see Ryohei just yet, but he'll put enough space in between him and the brawler as he comes out the realm and get some good shots in, but not without receiving 7% off the Lily and a few ticks from the Fat Splat.
They do get some damage in there, but like you mentioned, Lily is going to be a north-south kind of brawler. It's a straight line down the middle of the map, rotate gadget, get kills, feed super, and that's all there really is to it with this brawler. But the other two are really going to be relied on for defense, and right now Milcreo just able to slide through. Ryohei going to meet him in his face, get a few punches off, grab a kill, but now very much an even affair. Gonna have to just keep an eye on this Lily, but Tensai at the same time, if they see Ryohei make a move, it's going to be Tensai matching on the other end.
Yeah, Tensai going up now, choosing to go for the Naji. He's not going to have the DPS in his face to stop him, but does get the trade. Milcreo throws just more shots onto safe, and they're just going to let the Lily live down the bottom, get the crack, and they're going to take one in turn.
Yeah, 74% apiece now as the bow mines go down, so they're not going to be able to step very easily. Of course, going to activate that with the trip wire from the gadget. So nicely played there as a hypercharge is already available for Tensai. He's going to dive in, and once again, goes at the face of the enemy. With Totoro there, it's not going to be enough to get through. I think they're doing a good job of really holding Melody back.
Yeah, I think I'm pretty sure he's happy with what he got though. Got 1 kill, got half the Otis HP down to allow his teammates to get up, and he's just been left on defense again. Ryohei here. Moya coming up, there's the Gadget, has a hypercharge as well, and honestly, I thought he was going to leave him for a second there. Gadget used, the Frostbitten. It's even still, 49 to 49. They can't be separated, they're just base racing, but it's just 1-by-1 crack.
Ryohei is just buying time, though. It's now taking 2 brawlers to occupy the bottom right-hand side, so Naja can throw down this super. And look at all the poison trickling down. It's that super where she really gets her value.
Yeah, Moya not having a good time now. Naja there as well. Tensai going forwards. Hypercharge might be used on defense from Ryohei and brings Tensai into the realm, and he's just going to go up himself, and that is a base race that they surely can't win with him only needing a few more shots. Can't even get the crack, and do eventually now, but this should be surely their game to win. Bow mines on there as well, but Lily just going to outpace them.
When I think of Naja, I think of the poison, obviously, but when you see it in action like that, I'm always reminded of how lethal that super can really be if all those snakes do manage to get on the high sit, because now you've got a puddle of poison on the ground, snakes eating away at your safe, corroding and getting through those piercing stages that are very important. So nicely done. I feel like Rival very much bouncing back here. You said 3-1. I was right there with you. Obviously, this has been one-sided affair so far, but Ryohei, they know exactly where he's going to be. He's going to go right down the gut, right into the middle of the map, get a few damage points out, and it's already below 12%. 12% at a time is perfectly fine, I would say, especially when you're converting your life like that.
Yeah, similar to last time as well. And Bo keeps on doing this thing where he's super aggressive, just goes for the shots on safe and dies rather than trying to keep control and win it that way. So definitely a base racy game we've got going on here, avoiding Tensai, making sure they're not feeding those supers, because he didn't really get on the safe in the last one.
Moya off pure control. Grim and Frostbitten on the ground, so there's going to be 2 circles of blue supers going in. Going to be a little cut off as Milcrio, again, staying really aggressive. As a Bo, this has been rather surprising. I feel like he's been more on the safe than Tensai has.
He absolutely has so far, and they didn't get the crack either, but do have just a narrow 10% lead, which should be pretty much equalized here by Naja getting some snakes on the floor, and that does so much damage. Same with when the Fat Spot comes down, super missed there by Rohi, and he's not going to be pleased with that one.
Yeah, I think I underestimated that function of it in the draft, that Croquet. I just think of her as more of a sharpshooter, but instead she can certainly do her damage as well and carry this team. So now Otis has a super, so if nobody wants to dive in, they have a stopping point. Lily once again right up the middle of the map. Milcrio staying aggressive, but now backing away with all that damage going through. The tripwire is out. We'll get them close though, and now Tensai trying to follow through as well. They should be rather close to getting this to 50%. Not quite, but evened out nonetheless.
I mean, he managed to get the tripwire onto Totoro, which is why they got so much damage there, which is a huge thing. I'm not sure why he was kind of stepping around the mines, maybe trying to bait them out, but they're going to be tripwired anyway at some point, so surprising to see him do that. And now just 1% off getting that take. Ryohei goes for the super and finds it yet again. Going to be coming out pretty weak though, and that might be a big hit from Moira, and is. They get the crack, but only 2% in it.
Nothing more depressing than having just 1% left as well, because they have to get that 1% and then wait. So this is more of an advantage, I would say, than you would think. It may be 2%, but it's an entire stage alongside it.
Yeah, well, the hypercharge there for the defense as well. Otis means that Tensai can't really overextend and go for him. Ryohei just will, and that's a super miss by Moya as well. They're committing so much to that. Get the 1%, throw the bow mines on it, and surely they're back into it, but they can't get anything.
Double kill and plenty of time on the clock. There's a nice cutoff from Moya. He's going to have to occupy as much space as possible, build room for Tensai to grow, to go down the middle of the map, but Tensai instead has to focus on the right-hand side. The offense from Rival just too powerful, and as Moya cleans up the bottom side, it ultimately won't matter. Just several stages, pierced through from Rival. It's a nice bounce back. They've given themselves a chance on to set 4.
Yeah, I mean, that was a really good performance for them. Naja was just getting so much damage, Lily on over and over again. Tensai didn't manage to, and Otis literally just had to sit back on defense with the hypercharge super. So rough do then for the side of Crazy Raccoon, but still have looked pretty good over the last couple of sets. Just Drab really wasn't there in this one.
Really close matches that we get to see today. This one won't end in a 3-0 yet again. Rival lives to see another set at least. Let's see if they can push it all the way to set 5 in the end. Yeah, really liked what you guys said as well. The offense was just too strong. Totoro was able to defend in the back, whereas Naja and Lily just dished out some damage. As I said, neither the Bo, the Melody, nor the Lily were really picks that I expected, but Lily worked out super well for Rival.
Yeah, I think it just wasn't able to be a constant pressure, and this allowed for Otis to just fully focus on defense or get a few chip shots in with the Fat Splatter, and then Naja could just land these long-range tag once she charged up a super, unleash the snakes, let them eat away at that heist save. I would say, though, this is all of a sudden really interesting because CR didn't end the match there. That was also their map. Now we pivot to Crystal Arcade. This is the map that Rival picked, but also won with earlier today. So this is a comfort one, and all of a sudden I think CR are put on high alert.
Yeah, I mean, stat-wise, it's you know, pretty far the way of Rival in terms of kills. They're doubling the kills for Ryohei and Totoro over Moira Milcrio, and then Utapin doing Tensai as well. So that is a big line, a big storyline for them as well. Stats-wise, kill-wise, you know, control, everything went their way in that one. So that's what they need to get back into this game. Bit of a momentum swing. They're still going to need 2 in a row, so a lot more to ask of Rival, but it's possible.
But once again, Crazy Raccoon doesn't manage to actually close it out. This seems to be a problem from this roster. Whenever they're 2 up, they still have to play a couple more sets, it seems. When you looked at the damage to save there, Melody with 16,000, Lily with 86,000. That's exactly the thing. I think Melody's just not that strong anymore. Now we're heading over to Crystal Arcade. The comp that Rival Esports had played in the quarterfinals was Damien, Max, and Kit. All 3 of these brawlers still left open. Let's see if we're gonna see the exact same thing. Naja has been a super good brawler for Crazy Raccoon on this map. They have a 100% win rate with her on Crystal Arcade, so it makes a lot of sense that they pick her up here. On the right side, Kit has been the best performing brawler for them. So it's probably gonna be the same. Never mind. Mina, neither Damien nor Max nor Kit so far.
Yeah, Mix Kid, of course, going to be kind of ruled out from the equation. They can just go ahead and throw it out because of the global bans. But Max and Damien still certainly available here. Mina, I think, a great aggressive option. If I'm the left-hand side and I'm picking first, I think you either just pick what you believe to be the best brawler on the map, period. And I think Naja's in that category where you could insta-lock it. I do believe it's that good of a brawler just in general. But I think the same can be said for Damien. They go with Mina. I think part of that is the windmill as well. But this is, again, the second time today, like you mentioned and reminded us of that composition earlier, Max plus 2 really aggressive brawlers, and they've just already committed to 2 really aggressive brawlers. So either their 6th pick is going to have to be a reactive one or something that empowers these 2, because otherwise it's going to be running rampant.
Yeah, the thing is as well, it's not like Naja's got tons and tons of DPS. She's going to do better at range when people are burning down further away from her. But if a Mina or a Damien are kind of diving in on her, she's not got that much to do in that matchup. Charlie, though, going to be good against both of those. Cocoon, going to be solid, and same Trump. You know, fine with people coming into it.
And worked out for them on Triple Dribble earlier. Moya just so good on that brawler. Now let's see if we're going to see an iteration of the same comp as they played in the quarterfinals, just replacing the Kit with the Mina. They play Max, Damon, Mina here, or if we're going to see something else. I would also like to see a Jaeyoung, for example, has a bit more range against the Naja, still brings the speed to enable his 2 teammates. Sirius is going to be the last pick here. I did not expect it, especially against that Trunk. He's going to struggle quite a bit when the Trunks is coming up a bit too close to him, but he has a decent matchup into the other 2, so I don't mind it.
Yeah, I think just counting on it to be their mid of choice, or even Mina, I think, could argue to be the mid here. I think depending on what they want the matchup to be for Sirius, I think just looking at this other side and thinking Thrower could work into a few of these guys, and even Trunk, if he can hug that wall, you can still throw some shots over it and kind of use him as a super feeder. So I kind of see the vision here for this right-hand side. I don't think this is too bad.
Yeah, I don't mind it at all either. We'll see if they're going to be able to drag it all the way to a set number 5, or if CR will close this one out in 4. Milcreo straight to the left-hand side. It's going to be the Mina through the mid and the Sirius down the lane. Ryohei getting pinched in at the moment, and Tensai trying to find him with these shots to get the burn and the vision.
Now Ryohei trying to punch at Moya, who does have a cocoon available, gets thrown back, but will survive due to Damien dying. Sirius has the extra help, but Milcreo just does so much damage, has so much HP. Trunk, with all the ground being laid on this left-hand side too, is just going to be a force to be reckoned with.
Yeah, Ryohei coming in straight off spawn, getting some big damage in. Hypercharge there for Moya already on this brawler. We know he's dangerous with it. 2 Trunks coming in there as well, and they're going to clean up the hypercharge that was missed. Milcreo gets the kill and has a super available to go in again.
A lot of Trunk going down on the ground for both sides at this point. Milcreo gets stunned out, so will be in trouble, speeding his way along that right-hand side, but it's a distraction. Ryohei up the middle will able to grab a kill, and those 4 gems spilled out into the ground. All the snakes allowing Milcreo to scoop these up. Somehow they haven't given these back yet, but he's surrounded. Going back to his enemy side. Wow, that was a great save.
Yeah, does a good job of distracting there as well, allowing his 2 teammates to get back into the mix, but Damien just destroying them. They find a shot in there as well, but don't even get Ryohei down, who is trapped with them. Milcreo not able to do too much with 5 gems over his head. Can't risk a lot here.
Now double Trunk on the left-hand side once again. Moya missing 2. That's going to be devastating for the defense, as Milcreo just feels like he has to expand for offense and somehow gets the kill. Unipin with 670 will juke this out, but has to fall back. Ultimately survives, but it does allow CR to hold on.
Yeah, U2 are so close to going down there. In comes the jump once more, and Ryohei just demolishing every single matchup that he goes into. Milcreo managed to get a little reset here as well for the side of Crazy Raccoon, and U-Spin will just slide in, get the next gem.
Trunk Gem Carrier, not ideal, but more importantly, they have to focus on grabbing a kill onto the other side. Tensai going for a hypercharge. Ryohei once again getting the mosh pit underway, dancing up the middle of the map, and Milcreo can't progress yet. Bounces a nice little trick shot out of Trunk, but it's not going to be enough. Rival just 1 game away from putting CR at a second set 5 for the day.
Yeah, it's going to be a tough one now for Crazy Raccoon to come back from, because that was absolute domination. Yes, we saw a couple of cocoons missed in big moments. Hypercharge was missed. One was missed when Damien jumped straight onto them. So really unfortunate. Not the Moya we were seeing in the gem grab set, but sure, it'll bounce back.
Absolutely, as now Unipin expands up the middle, has the windmill going down instantly. Sirius on the left-hand side being backed by Damien as the Spiderlings allow for Moya to hold a little positioning here. Tensai looking for bounce shots. Sharpshooter, but does have the ability kind of ricochet shots, and they can curve at any moment, any degree they want. They can work around this, so I think this can actually work out well.
Yeah, well, he's not finding the shots on Satora at the moment, but gets one in eventually. Burning down now, will be able to be scouted out. Narrowly survives, but brought down eventually. Good super there from Milcreo as well, and Damien not yet dead. But the gem carrier on the side of CR is, but Milcreo will even the score.
Unipin once again left all alone. Sirius trying to charge up some super, get some extra assistance on the ground. I think that's what's going to be really important, especially into single shot brawlers like Naja, like Charlie, who aren't able to take those down very quickly. Ryohei, of course, can boast that HP, just go straight up the gut. Get a takedown there as Milkrio really looking for some action. A hypercharge being burned, and he won't find a kill at all. Don't even believe a tag, and now look at this. Sirius can just send 3 Trunks up the middle. They're instantly going to be able to reclaim this.
Yeah, Ryohei not having the best time on the left against Naja, though. Does get within range, still goes down. Milkrio trying to get some work done on the right. Totoro just endless Trunks straight back into his face, though, and he's not enjoying that.
Now Ryohei can go down with another hypercharge straight at the gym carrier. Moya with low HP will burn to the ground as Ryohei scoops these up. Milkrio trying to defend for his teammates. 80 HP, but he dives away. Tinsai should be able to grab this kill, get a reset, but that doesn't mean they'll be able to claim these gyms. Utapin with an insta-score.
15 seconds, or we are going to set 5 to the side of CR or rival win. Still back in spawn and a lot of help from the Sirius on the right-hand side. Moya with a hypercharge coming from the right. Pace is there. Tensai pops one of his own. Milkrio trying to pin them in, but there's the Damien yet again, just stopping them in their tracks, and he has been all over CR in set 4.
This was the concern. A big steal of a set in set 3, and now rival 2-0 on this map for the day. It's a map they're confident in. They've now won twice, and it will push them to a set 5 against CR. This is further than the last time they climbed against the 2025 champs. It was a 3-1 just a couple months ago. Same exact spot in the semifinals. The furthest rival have gotten this year is that mark. And now finally with an opportunity to get past it. And if they beat CR, this would be huge, not just for CR falling a little bit, they would still maintain positioning on leaderboard, but rival, this middle of the pack team just trying to move their way up to more of an LCQ spot, that 3rd spot in the region, all of a sudden would have a huge steal of points.
And it's a big moment for them as well, because it kind of gives Zeta Division an opportunity to leapfrog into first as well if they do drop out here. Obviously Zeta still haven't got through their semi-final, but I think they're probably the favourites going into it. So it's a big one for Crazy Raccoon. This need to get the win on the board. 12 kills there for Ryohei, and I think we know who was doing the heavy lifting for the side of rival.
Oh, really? Can't quite see it.
Yeah.
12 kills on Ryohei, also the most DPS. That's Damien slid through and is going to be picked up and works out for the side of rival. The series also worked out better than I expected. I would have liked to see the iteration that they had before already worked out for them. Now this comp worked out too. With a completely new draft, we don't see really much of the same picks, and this really just seems to be their map. Crystal Arcade is Rival's map. They're unbeatable on a map like this one. Now the next one is going to be our tiebreaker map. It was completely chosen at random, so none of those two teams should have an advantage in that regard. We are on New Horizons. Now, once again, Nina is heavily featured on a map like this one, Pierce as well. Those two are definitely what I'm looking out for here.
Yeah, and several global bans I think going to impact this one too. So no Edgar, Air Kit allowed, and then Colonel Ruff's of course thrown out too. So those are 3 brawlers I would say really relevant. The Ims is somebody I'm not too worried about particularly for this one, but it does allow for more bans. However, some duplicates. We've got Naja and Leon for both sides. So it's going to be a little more wide open than I thought.
Yeah, Colette and the Jae Young to round out the bans along with those 2 doubles then. So still a lot left open since some of the aggression remains. Jean going to be the first pick though from the side of rival. We've seen it pop up a few times in Bounty today, namely against the Leon, but with Leon out of the way, it becomes, I feel, a little less warranted.
Jean is an interesting one. Usually banned out today in Bounty. Also a very good option against Leon. He's not going to be an option though. He's banned out. So Mina and Pierce both still left open for the side of Crazy Raccoon. Let's see if they're actually going to go with it against the Jean. What we see very often as well is Ruffs. He's globally banned there. So what else do you have to put up against that pool on the right-hand side?
I think Pierce is a good one just to have the distance. I thought Bell might have been in consideration too, just because when you see a Jean comp, that's often a response. But I like your shout at Mina. I actually thought that Mina Byron would have been a pretty good 2-3 turn for them to get that flare of aggression, have a windmill gadget as well, but also have Byron to power up the Mina too. Instead, they're just going to go for the sharpshooter of choice.
Yeah, I think it was, you know, Mina was probably a great shout.
All 3 good options.
It's really good. Pierce as well as the first. So 2 brawlers in a row that we had mentioned, but Jean on the right side got 2 brawlers to add to it. Now it's going to be real tough to bounce back against these 2 picks because they are so strong. 2 of the better brawlers in the moment that have slipped through the global and the map bans. So I'm worried now for rival, regardless of the momentum in the 2 sets in a row they've got.
I'd like a Buster against this. Really good against Mina, decent against the Pierce. Will eventually get super and is a super good shot on knockouts. Damien is going to be left open and picked up once again. Worked out for a rival in the last one. Why not pick him up again? Now, maybe something with range once more. RT is left open. He's always a good shout to knock out the safe pick here. What else is there on the board for you, Kenny?
I'm looking at Byron to see if they want to go for the 1-2 punch here. Max, though, I mean, that's something that they went for earlier. I would say Max is a little more niche, but of course, Max Jean is super good. This 6-pick, though, could be interesting. I wonder if this is going to be Charlie to go for the Spiderlings into something like Max and Jean, and on top of that, have Cocoon ready for somebody like Damien.
Yeah, I think that's a really good shout, actually, because, you know, with no roughs in the mix, you don't really have any, you know, sandbags to be able to pull up against the Jean. So I don't think Charlie. Yeah, there you go. Charlie would be the best shout, worst shout in the world. Sorry. So Damien not going to have an easy as a time now, and we just need Moya to bounce back to how he was playing it in Brawl.
I would have actually liked to see a rival with the Charlie. She's so good against Pierce, usually picked up as his counter on Gem Grab, for example, because of the Spiderlings. You just want to get rid of the extra ammo from Pierce. Picked up by CR once more. Moya has been some good rounds for him on this brawler, so why not? This is now definitely the last set. We get to see up the semi-final number 1. Crazy Raccoon once again with some last-minute panic, just can't close it out. They get another chance in this one. Rival could pull off a complete reverse sweep here, though.
East Asia's leaderboard certainly in jeopardy right now, but nothing short of entertainment so far today from the region. A great start to our summer split as Milkrio and Tensai will cluster together. Moya from the distance, Yo-Yo in and out. Rival doing the same, just trying to use those magic puffs, pairing that alongside the Max. This is a long time combination in Brawl Stars. You got the passive heals, the poke damage, plus the speed that will inevitably come through that Max.
Well, it's very left to right now. Tensai trying to pinch around the side, but just nobody making a move on this rival side. I think they're probably quite happy to wait until the late game at the moment, or wait at least until Jean gets a pull and they can start to make a move. But Milkrio hitting some good shots and Utapin in a bit of jeopardy.
Tensai slowly charging up this super too as the heal goes out for Ryohi from that gadget, but a Hurricane available, going for the gadget as well. Love this choice in the combo. Look at all this cycling. It's a Tropical Storm on the right-hand side, and now a 3v1 situation. Jean gonna save this pull. Not a chance they want to waste this one going into the next.
I mean, that was a lot there. That was just super after super after super from Tensai, and a brilliant round brought back for CR when they've had such a tough couple of sets. Hypercharge ready for Moya as well, so even if Damien gets that super, they've got the answer to it. But a Jean pull is always a worry.
Yeah, Ryohi in a world of hurt right now because he doesn't have the distance to kind of go at these teams, so has to either rely on a pull from Jean or Max. But inevitably, they have to rely on a teammate. They can't go at the enemy side, and now a super valuable super going down. Look at all the extra bullets on the ground, too. He can pick up these shells at a moment's notice if he wants, but instead, just focusing, applying pressure. Ryohi does have a super, though. This is going to be their saving grace.
Well, this is their spot now, I guess, on the left-hand side, just chilling here, waiting for the Jean pull to attempt to make a connection, and nobody can really push around the side of them, so it's going to have to be kind of a sit and wait, hopefully get some Charlie spiders down to tank this out for the side of CR. It's just a waiting game.
Yeah, a waiting game is exactly what came to mind too. Rival just really biding at their time. Moya, of course, on defense has Spiderlings and also has the Cocoon ready to go, but the Fog going to force a fight. Trio, he has the super going at this right-hand side, traps all 3 enemies. Oh my goodness, Damien is just a problem. Sometimes it is that simple. Have super, click super, and especially as the Fog closed in, it was even easier to land that tag. So Rival, despite having a blunder in that round number 1, now can excel. Ryohi going at it once again, 3v2 situation. I really like that Charlie pick on paper, but man, the Damien super just too strong.
Yeah, I mean, if you're kind of just wandering about on your own, you're going to be punished for it if you don't have your super as a Charlie there. So real rough stuff now for CR, who started so well when it was actually kind of a skill matchup, and then it was kind of just Damien.
Yeah, Damien stars right now for sure, as Ryohi was really struggling off the rip, but the second he cycled in that super, it entirely changed each round. CR in a world of hurt, in a 3v2 situation. Thankfully for them, they do have 10. Inker does have a super available, and alongside that, a purple button. Lord knows they're going to need it.
Yeah, absolutely. Tensai's going to need to absolutely pop off here. Same with Milkrio if he managed to get a super. Utapin still super in hand, waiting to try and get this pull off, but hasn't really needed to do too much so far, to be honest with you. Really goes super aggressive here, and Tensai throws out a hyper. Not going to be able to get too much done with that. Milkrio pops one of his own, but a real nice split there as Utapin goes up the top, and Totoro stays down the bottom, so he can't get the value he wants and that's going to be a match point to Rival.
Rival 1 away. Crazy Raccoon have been on a streak of grand finals, but Brawl Cup was the first time we've seen them stumble in a little bit. Now they return to homeland where it's seemingly easier, where they are sitting on the throne, and instead they're being challenged by an upstart in Rival. A longtime player, Ryohi, forced to join some new comrades this season, and they are certainly pushing CR to their limits right now.
Ooh, risky start though. Satoro's so low, and Charlie can surely pinch around here. Has to phase shift away, and Ryohei now been left all alone. And that should be a pinch in as well, but get some heals off. Moya can't quite get the finishing blow just yet. Nice shots in, and Milkrow going for the pinch. There's Moya, but so low, gets the cocoon, and that's going to put him in a real tough spot as well when he comes out of it with some follow-up shots. Totoro narrowly survives, but it gets picked up by Milkrow.
Yeah, I think they might have been running the slimy star power there too, so it was really going to trap them if they got the cocoon, make it easier to land those tags, especially in a mode like this where you really want to grab those and secure them. It's a big deal, but this is exactly the same. CR are not out of the woods yet. We know exactly what happened. The second Damien gets the super, it entirely changes the game.
Yeah, and I don't think it'll be too far off for him, to be honest with you. He needs to find a couple more. Yutspin maybe wants to make use of his pull. They're going to go hyper-aggressive on Ryohei here to try and punish it. Moya gets the shots off. Pierce super in there as well. Spiderling's place, and Tensai just surviving, super used. Surely going to be able to get the trade here and make it a 2v2, and that they do. Hypercharge used though, and that's a waste for the late game.
Yeah, I mean, the purple button being popped, I don't know if it was necessary, but it did allow the additional stats to ensure that they grab that kill. And you just can't afford to lose this one if you're CR. I think they want to take this. If they go another one, it's just one step closer for Damien to once again land a super on you, pin you, get the easy tags. I mean, I think they'd just rather leave this to the 2v2 chance.
Yeah, absolutely makes sense. Have to try and win this one, or they're going to be in a lot of trouble with Damien having the possibility of making something happen. Probably won't step too far out of line again. I think he's learned his lesson now after a couple of rounds where he's kind of overextended. But a 2v2, super and hypercharge, sadly for CR on different people. As Milkrow, I'm sure, would like his super now. Needs to find some connecting shots and get some in there as well. Totoro goes phase shift in, but that's going to be it as Yutspin retreats to the gas.
Calm, cool, collected. CR still maintaining. Once they deal with Damien, it entirely changes this. I think, especially without a pull, with Gene on the back lines, with Max able to do some damage, but not a ton of damage. Difficult to bring those brawlers down, and especially in the context of those matchups, right? Pierce somebody that can recycle ammo up close, easy to get those tags. And on top of that, if they pull something like a Charlie, even if they get that Spiderling's cocoon, there was just no chance, I think. I think it inevitably was going to land with Moya getting a kill at the end of the day. So really like this for the in-game situations, but unfortunately they lose a brawler rather early. That is quite the blunder if you're CR.
Yeah, have to try and get the trade now, but don't want to feed Ryohei for further rounds as well. So it might be worth even sacking this one just to not have him have those supers. But it doesn't seem like that's the case. They're staying in quite an aggressive position trying to get supers.
Yeah, need to be rather careful. I mean, this is definitely going to be a mind game here of how much utility do you truly want to charge. He's just going to flank on this L-shaped wall as Moya looks for the poke damage, going for the yo-yo around the corner, pull it back. It's kind of like a Carl pickaxe. Same mechanics that operate with that. It's Tensai dances, juking, looking for any tags he can get because those hurricanes are going to be so valuable. Finally charges one up but low HP. Curious if they get aggressive as Tensai pops the gadget, looking to just cycle as many of these as possible, but Rival, gas pedal. It's going to be a super going down as now they're occupying the mid entirely.
There's one, goes up with another as well, makes it a 2v2, and a slight overextension for Ryohei does get punished. Pull there though, but Moya has a super of his own. Tensai dashing about, trying to stay mobile, but Moya gets pulled in at a max speed from Totoro. Should tie this one up, but Tensai gets some heals off, but will go down. That's going to be one round from a Rival win.
Heroic, but with no windmill gadget available in this one because of the choice of the other gadget, they just didn't really stand a chance once the pull landed. Moya couldn't quite get the tag, couldn't get the super off, didn't buy enough time. It was close, but not quite. Now I'm nervous for CR. Rival have a pull available, and Ryohei looming, waiting to use the super, and they're separating themselves too. They don't want to cluster up, but if they isolate themselves too, I think this is an easy Ryohei kill as well.
Yeah, it's really worrying here, especially Tensai up top. On his own, could pretty much get pinned in a 3v1 situation if he overextends, so Ryohei gonna keep an eye on that. Yutspin with a pull as well, trying to go, and just dashes out the way, and that seems like a waste as well.
Yeah, maybe a waste, but I think if they land that, it could be GG, so I think at some point you just gotta shoot your shot. Tensai has charged up the purple button super. This is something we have to look out for. Moya, of course, has the super as well. The cocoon could be a large factor. A lot of chess pieces on the board. It's all about how they are moved as Tensai makes his move now. The triple king going down. He's pulling in everybody, though, and Damien gets the kill. There's a Charlie cocoon going down, but everybody just poking their purple buttons. It's so close, but Rival now in a 3v1. They can spell it. A grand finals in the making. They've waited for 3 months in off-season 2, and we're even doing kickflips right now. What a celebration out of Rival.
It's definitely something. You've obviously very happy with this result and getting to the grand final, taking down Crazy Raccoon and opening up some good points for them for the overall leaderboard. Big, big win for them and massively deserved after all that persevering.
Covered in the goosebumps, I'm celebrating with Rival here. We wanted to see a different team in the grand finals. This is the first time ever we get to see them this year. And I believe in the back, Spoo is probably celebrating as well, proud of his boys here. Crazy Raccoon, I don't know what's happening with them today. 2-0 up, came close already in the quarterfinals to losing it to a pretty unknown team. Now Rival didn't really look like they could be a danger to them at all. 2-0 up again, and yeah, reverse sweep. What more can you say? Rival just really got the edge of them today.
Yeah, it just didn't feel like CR's sharpest day. And to your point, this felt like a really, I mean, let's just take set 5 alone, right? The reverse sweep is one thing, already catastrophic enough. But this felt super winnable to me. I really think on paper these matchups worked out pretty well, but maybe Damien is just too strong. Maybe they should have just ruled it out. Maybe that was the ultimate mistake here because they just got overwhelmed. They really focused on that. And this is just the definition of jumping for joy. I've never seen a celebration quite as funny as that one to me.
Yeah, I think, to be fair, I think you do have to just get rid of the Damien, honestly.
Yeah, I mean,
when
when
you're a team like CR who are coming into these games, they're probably coming into every game in this region as the favourites. You get rid of the things that are just stupidly good so you don't have to play against them because you're going to beat them in the majority of matchups when it's skill versus skill. And just unfortunately for them, Damien doesn't really require a lot of that.
And as I mentioned before, some teams decided to ban him throughout the scrims and the monthly qualifiers already. Rival has been one of the only teams to constantly leave Damien open. Yet again, also in this match, not being global banned, I expect the Crazy Raccoon to ban him throughout the normal stage. And 2 out of 3 times that Rival was able to pick up Damien, it worked out for them. So they really, should have just got rid of him.
Yeah, strategy certainly in question, but a marquee victory for Rival Esports nonetheless. So we'll get a little mix-up in our grand final, another unique one for East Asia, and it's just been an excellent start. I mean, you can see it on the board, but several 3-2s on that top-hand side, and the lower side, I think, is due one. SKC versus Zeta, the third time they will be meeting on broadcast. It's 1-1 apiece, and I'm starting to believe in SKC, and after seeing Rival win as well, I think the underdogs might be due.
I knew there was going to be an upset today. I just backed the wrong team.
We all did. We all messed it up.
Very true. Well, let's see how our predictions are going to go in the semi-finals today. Not looking too good for us, but honestly, I'm happy. I can only win if I vote for the obvious team because I'm rooting for the underdog. And this time around, the underdog actually came out on top, and we get a completely new grand finals entry. Are they also going to be our grand finals winner later today? That's going to be an exciting one because against SK Kalalas and also Zeta Division, I wouldn't want to be them right now. That's going to be a tough matchup.
Yeah, I was actually kind of surprised that so many of you guys were going with SKC because this is normally one of those kind of cut and dry ones for me. I mean, Zeta are that team, in my opinion, but I rate it. I think that this is the day for underdogs. It really is. And it has been that all season long, hasn't it, really? So it could go either way. This one genuinely could be an SKC and Rival Grand Finals.
You're calling them the underdogs here, but if you remember what happened in the last monthly finals, it was the same exact thing. Zeta Division versus SK Kalalas in the semis, and SK Kalalas edged them out in a 3-2 series. It's gonna be a same match again. Semi-final number 2 today, SK Kalalas East Asia versus Zeta Division. Last time those two teams faced, it was a 3-2, but a super close one. Zeta Division just like Crazy Raccoon now actually, just couldn't quite close it out in the end. Now SKC, Kenny, you and I both voted for them. For me, it was also scrim rates that pushed me to that decision. What was it for you?
I think SKC have been trending upwards the entire year. I talked about them in the interview with them, but they're a team that's gotten a better result with each passing month. And I think they've had their eye on this since their, kind of devastating loss in that grand final. I mean, obviously a huge success for them, but when you make it that far, it always hurts to lose and get second place. It's the worst feeling in the world if you're a competitor. I just think they're progressing. I'm just going to believe in the upside swing a little bit. I've liked their practices. I think Zeta should be favorites reasonably. Like, if the vote at home is in SKC's favorite, I would be surprised. This series is 1-1 on the year. You talked about the 3-2 last time. The time before that, though, it was Zeta 3-0, so I'm not ruling it out, but I'm kind of just calling my shot here. I feel like this could be SKC's month.
Yeah, they've been looking, again, better and better with every month that goes by. it would make sense for them to kind of like make the grand finals today and also to win it potentially as well. Only really kind of faltering to that Crazy Raccoon match in the grand finals last time round. But it was a close one versus Zeta to get to those grand finals in the first place. So I feel like Zeta for me are looking better today than they were going back prior to Brawl Cup. But again, their qualifiers were a bit shaky, so draft is the kind of letdown at the moment. But today, that draft was looking better.
I agree with you there. Zeta Division looked a lot better today than they did in the qualifiers, and it's only been a week since then. So they definitely used the time to catch up to the meta and draft a lot better. Let's see if it also works out against SK Lawless here. I talked about scrim rates before, and SK Lawless is beating every team in East Asia right now, apart from Crazy Raccoon. That's also why I have those two teams in the grand finals, and I still have Crazy Raccoon winning it all. Now Rival is waiting there for them. They're happy about that, I assume, so maybe they take this as motivation. If they make it to the grand finals today, they could edge it out and actually take the win today, because Rival, I don't know if they are prepared for them, but in scrims they've been looking very good against them.
Yeah, I think if you're the side of SKC and Zeta, you're licking your chops a little bit. That's no disrespect for Rival, but they've been the lower-seeded team all year long. This is their first grand finals. Both of these teams with a lot more experience, a lot more success so far. I think both of them know if they can get through the semifinal, there is a real chance they can bring home a grand final, and especially with CR losing for Zeta Division, that's motivation to climb up the leaderboard, retake that #1 spot. And if you're SKC, well, now that's motivation to knock down Rival, because if Rival get a win here, they're really going to push themselves forward.
The map draft is flying in now. We have Triple Dribble as the first map here from SK Kalalas, then Hard Rock Mine, Zeta Division. They picked it once before, get to play it yet again. Goldarm Gulch for SKC, Kaboom Canyon for Zeta Division, and then Hideout as the decider. We have seen a lot of those maps already today. Anything that we haven't seen yet today that you would still like to see, Ark?
I would like to see a bit more of a Colette ban. Kind of, we've seen that Brawler coming through a little bit too much for my liking. I'd always like to see a bit more Pierce, but I think I'll settle for Colette bans.
You get one.
Yeah, I'll get one. That'll be my shot.
I would like to see Triple Dribble as our first map. Willow again. I always like her in a map like this one. Shade was picked up by Crazy Raccoon, is usually the special from Zeta Division. So talking about the first map already, these two are going to be the brawlers I look out for. And then, of course, the usual suspects, Damien, Naja, Edgar, Sirius are also going to be good if they come through the global bans, which two of them aren't.
That's a big yawn, by the way.
Yeah, I was going to say...
Time stood still during that yawn.
I was going to say, he's going to need to lock in a little bit. I don't like seeing that. I feel better now for SKC side. If I'm seeing yawns coming out, the guy's bored. Either that or he's bored because he knows it's going to be an easy win. Global bans are always interesting. This one, though, I think is just a simple chalk up. It's just four of the better brawlers. I mean, Kent maybe a little lower down that, but three of them being mentioned, Colette, Damien, Edgar. It's fine. We can just get rid of them. Don't have to deal with it. We can get more unique with things.
And Ark gets his wish granted.
and double, a replay of the yawn as well. Like, I get two wishes granted back to back. That was one for the record books, honestly.
Yeah, I think we're going to get to see this replay a lot more often. Shatampo, be careful what you do on camera is all I'm going to say. Goes for us as well, usually, right? Let's look at the votes here on the website, eventofbrawlstars.com. You guys have voted, or you folks at home, 92% for Zeta Division. Not a huge surprise here, Kenny. We go with the 8% in this one, and I still feel good about it.
I think that is a hugely skewed number. I think, personally, I just don't see this being a 3-0. This is the kind of scoreline where it's dominant team versus inferior team, easy click. I just don't feel that way about this. In my heart of hearts, in my gut, I really feel like SKC are closer to Zeta than 92-8. To me, this feels like a 60-40 Zeta, but again, I just feel like this is setting up to be a great SKC day with Brawl Cup going to Zeta Division. SKC have been razor-focused on one thing, and that is the summer split for months, and I just feel like their practices have shown it. I feel like Zeta Division being in the lower bracket scares me off a little bit. I don't know. I don't agree with that.
We talk a lot about draft in general today as well. Do you think Sebas or Mameshi is going to have the upper hand here?
Mameshi's the mad scientist, as we like to call him here on the desk, and sometimes that doesn't always pay off. That's my only concern. It's a good time to dare, but you can't get carried away with yourself.
Let's see the draft then. Triple Dribble is going to be our first map. heading into set number 1. I get my wish granted as well. Shade is banned out, but we do get to see Willow. It's actually going to be the first pick here from the side of SK Colossus. Now, Zeta Division still has a lot of aggressive options open that could be quite good against that Willow. Shade is not an option, but Mortis could still be one. Naja is going to come in as first pick. There's the Mortis I just mentioned. Zeta Division does follow my head, or the plan I had in my head. I do like the draft on the right-hand side so far.
Yeah, I can't complain. I mean, 2 great brawlers. I think a lot of the times Mortis gets global banned just because he's so pesky to deal with at a professional level. But as far as assassins go, this is definitely one of the better ones they can grab, especially with Kid out of the way, Shade banned here, and then Edgar, of course, on that right-hand side. So no qualms so far for me.
I quite like this poker ban as well. It's kind of like a bit of a weird one, but it makes a lot of sense when you consider that they are really prioritizing the Willow from the side of SKC. Ball coming through as well is a brawler which is definitely still very much up there as a top contender in Brawl Ball for me, and especially now on the side of that Willow. Makes a lot of sense. I think, playing against it would be a tough one. Cordelius now as well as the prime counter to it. I mean, the way the SKC are cooking right now, I'm really enjoying.
I really like it. I hope they have enough for the Naja, though. We mentioned the poker ban. They're usually the one brawler you want to have because they get it against the toxins of Naja. On the right-hand side now, Otis would still be an option to make sure that they also have something to defend and a lot of DPS. They already have an aggressor. They could also pair it up with some heals now.
Yeah, I'm curious if they go wall break and something creative like they do go with the Otis. I was thinking Griff could have been a possible solution here too, because they blow up this map with a piggy bank a little bit. It makes it harder for Mortis, but I do think it really allows Naja to shine. I think to your point though, this is a very safe, typical option. We got to go anti-tank. We can also outrange the cord. The only issue is I think this Willow has a strong chance of having a good set, especially with no wall break.
We saw it pay off pretty well for Zeta, although they didn't quite win that set if memory serves correct earlier today. But Willow is still just such a great brawler pick. It's not necessarily like really riding high in terms of the meta, but in Brawl Ball it can be that very thing to defend or go on the offensive. And I think, to be honest, for me, SKC just wanted to take it out of Zeta's hands because they are so dangerous with it.
Reasonably so. Some mechanical monsters on that right-hand side, but SKC growing with each passing month, looking for an opportunity to finally win a grand finals. But now it's round 3 versus this squad, a rubber match, looking to prove that they're amongst the top 3. It's not 2 and then them on the next hand end as a fat splatter goes down for Shatampo. Kuro already having a charged up super as well. That's going to be the goal scoring opportunity. They have to be careful though. Low HP for Kuro.
Snakes go out. But this just goes T left here to defend. Couldn't get the ball in time as well. That's surely going to be Zeta's all the way forwards there as well. Nice there from Suzuki to find it. But yeah, a bit of a miss there from SKC. They may have been able to intercept the ball, but it would have been a tough one, to be honest.
So a kickoff to this left-hand side as an early goal goes through for Zeta Division. Now goes T, dragging one to the Shadow Realm, but Otis can still outrange. Those T just gonna have to rely on hugging these walls. Naipishu immediately eliminates space, just dashes at the other end. A wide open net, a wasted super on top of that too. What a conversion for SKC.
And soaked up so much damage along the way as well, but able to still score it. Now continuing that assault, but muted out very quickly by Shatampo's smart thumbs there. Hypercharge for him. On that left-hand side going on the aggressive, but getting tapped up by Ghost T. Ghost T goes into the realm at the wrong time. Akura off the line, and now Nipushu should be able to helping hand this defense. But at the moment on the right-hand side, Bannerman with a hypercharge now. Snakes coming out yet again. The danger noodles are going straight for Kuru.
Oh, and now they're not even able to use this hypercharge because of the stun going through. Great timing out of Zeta Division. I really thought in that initial push they were able to get the goal, but instead the hypercharge just get the work done. You can look at it, and it's just 4,000 HP for a bunch of snakes. Oh my, like what are they supposed to do into that? Naja really getting the values worth there at the end. SKC did a decent job towards that mid-game, making some good adjustments, but I think this Bull's gonna have to really punch through. The one thing we didn't see is Kuru really instigate anything with his super. He wasn't able to convert into offense. It was just a lot of being on the back heels, working on defense.
Yeah, I agree with that assessment. I think Kuro needs to try and find more value here. It's going to be quite tough with the amount of aggression that he's faced into here, but look at the amount of taps he's landing. Goes T again, goes into the realm, just the right time, and hiding behind that wall, playing down the clock. That's the sort of time that you want to go into the realm, not a time which leaves your teammates on the ground unable to defend.
They'll take a trade all day in that situation, especially considering Kuru had a trade out as well, had to go for this. Oh my gosh, a pass to himself. Ooh, I thought maybe looking dangerous. I think a little miscalculation, bouncing off that barrel. Worth a go, but maybe more than anything, probably should have held back a little bit. I don't know if there was a real chance of a ball going in there.
Yeah, I like the thought. It was a nice way to dream. here. Could be a chance for Zeta here, though. Batman and Tambo full HP. Nepishu going to be staying on those back lines, and a credit to him to not go in on that aggressive there, because he would have left the goal wide open and taking down the cover at the same time. So nicely done. Let's see now, as those shots from Curie will allow Ghosty to push up slightly here. Wouldn't mind to have him go into the realm there, and just find an amazing connection there. Just Tambo ball push forwards. A lovely pass from Curie, but he has sacrificed there the mind control to do so.
Super close as Ghosty survives, now has a super available. They could drag Shitampo down and do the old 1-2 punch. Instead, he just throws one in the net. Nicely done. I was kind of looking out for Shadow Realm, regular shot, ball kind of combination. Instead, Ghosty just nails it.
Yeah, I agree. That's kind of like what you'd think that would be the most easiest way to score there, but Ghosty's taking some chances, and I quite like it at this stage. Nepishu going in with a double mortar dash away is going to put him in a bit of a precarious position there. Ball comes through, but the HP is too low to do anything about it. Suzuku couldn't quite finish it, so Kuru is there for defense, but he's outnumbered here, big time.
Yeah, and now the Snakes coming in as well. Batman didn't elect to use the hypercharge, so it's just going to be 3 of the regular Snakes going down. Ghosty doing his best to dodge, but without a super available, is going to have to play this patient, use that little circle around him, the radius to charge that up passively, because he just doesn't have the range to contest here.
30 seconds on the clock, and Zeta are trying to make a stand here. The pass to Nepishu. Kuri's got the mind control, the hypercharge as well. And so far, SKC are just going on the assault. They can't stop him. Nepishu finds it on the top right pocket. And a lovely goal for SKC to get the game.
A couple great shots coming in there for goals. The Cordelius one, and then that in-game, there were double ball in the net. They had 2 members just standing at the mouth of that goal, and they still slid it perfectly in that top right-hand side. Love to see it. So elegant, so effortless, but such a difficult shot to convert. And SKC certainly making this one much more even now. I was a little nervous after the first one, but that one was a much closer call.
Yeah, I'm really enjoying the official on this ball pick. It's making some great openings for himself and really keeping the pressure on Zeta. Already, that very man himself might be going for another pocket. Oh, off the line just, and only just there by Batman. But it's not over yet. Some shots from Kuru do have to force Zeta to consider their motions to that left-hand side. That's the mid now. That was a close one.
Where'd it go? I mean, it was really close. It was going to be a tough one. There was a goalkeeper in there, but now a mind control going down, so this suddenly turns into numbers advantage for SKC. They lead Naipishu right to it. The super pass through, even stunned out. It didn't matter. Shitampo blows the super just for a goal to go in the back of the net. SKC really flocking right now.
Yeah, so much value there from that mind control. And just the way it was picked up by Nepishu was beautiful. Now Zeta going on the assault. Nepishu low here, as well as Kuri now. The poison ticks them down, but a shot pushed straight to the hands there. Nepishu, it's down to Suzuku to pick up the scraps to ensure it. Tampo will score it. And that puts Zeta back on business now. 1 goal apiece.
Nicely done as Suzuki will scoop this ball instantly. A hypercharge going down, and Bull is not going to like seeing that. They do eradicate them rather quickly, but now Suzuki up in the face in a 3v2, cycling through. The battle rain going down is now Batman will able to march forward. Kuru can't do enough damage in time. Just as SKC started to rev those engines and get going, it's Zeta Division with an immediate shutdown.
Yeah, I think for me, like for SKC at least, a bit anticlimactic there. I thought that they were starting to really brew something magical, and then Zeta just shut it down as quickly as the thought passed their brain. I mean, that's exactly what you want to do to deflate your opposition, really. Give them the glimpse and then take it away. You know, it just really just ruins their mental. But some of the opportunities I felt for SKC, some of the goals, were better than that from Zeta. They were more flashy and more calculated and more teamwork orientated. But the brute force of Zeta towards the end was enough. That one there was beautiful there to get the bait. Against a team like Zeta, it's all well and good doing it on ladder, and this as well. I mean, just so much chemistry from SKC. Despite that set going the way of Zeta, this one I feel is far from over because SKC are playing so good.
If you boil it down to 30-second highlight reels, I'm choosing SKC despite the loss, but it's ultimately the team-oriented play. It's 1 goal on that right-hand side that, or no, it's even in goals. I mean, just goes to show, but obviously the thing standing out to all of us, the kills, and specifically with Suzuku, especially in the face of somebody like a Bull 2, that's not necessarily easy. I really like Mortis's odds into something like Cordelius. If Willow doesn't have super, it's nice, but you're also feeding the Willow supers. The fact that Suzuku was able to shine that much throughout the set, I think just a testament to how good of a player he is.
Yeah, that's like wild when you look at the matchup, you know, because Cordelius can just put you in the realm and hide behind the wall. Bull, I mean, good luck dashing into that. That's just showing some serious calculations on his part to ensure that, you know, going on the aggressive is at the right time, when it's time to strike. Going in then to gem grab up next Hard Rock Mine, this is a Zeta map all day long, and I can see kind of why they like to draft it in that regard. I mean, certainly brawlers like Shade that are not actually going to be banned here could certainly be first pick worthy.
Great shout out. I think it's hard to make it work as a first pick if there are options open, such as Lumi with Grim and Frostbite. And again, I'm always looking out for icy terrain if I see a Shade, either that or just going for those kinds of typical ones. I've seen Hank really start showing up a lot more because Shades started showing up. Naja, I think, a lot safer of a pick. It's still an excellent brawler. It can work with the mid control. It has the snakes. We've seen what that hypercharge can do all day long. Now on this left-hand side, I think you have to build yourself around a solid flex pick. I would like to see them maybe go for an anti-tank here. I think Chester's still available on the board. No, it's not necessarily good in Naja, but I think one anti-tank measure and then also something that can deal well with Naja.
Well, over to SKC now. So whether they want to go just complete aggression in that regard, or yeah, I'm just surprised. I was going to say it, but I'm just surprised. I feel like for Zeta to not go first pick Shade here, that's very intentional from them. They must have a backup plan, because by not doing so, you're leaving it wide open, and there's still counters for Shade for sure. I think later on in this draft, we'll see some of those come forwards, unless they double down here. Bring in like a Jackie, bring in like a Trunk, bring in something which is going to really cause a problem for Zeta to have to deal with this Mina for SKC.
Wow.
I'm really liking this draft so far from SKC.
Super aggressive. So now on the right-hand side with the 4-5 pick, you really have to focus on defense. I think it's going to be hard for them to find a playmaker and enough to kind of combat all that's coming at them with this side. So this may already be enough. And on top of that, it's SKC with a 6th pick. They can respond to this. So I think it's aggressive, but we've seen Mina can shine as a gym carrier. I think this gives them a lot of options. They can go for something more standard towards the end if they really want, or they can just have Mina do it. Use something like a windmill into something like Naja that can allow you to go in and out. But to me, this is just the standard response. You have to use Grim and Frostbite, and I think it's kind of a telltale sign that if Shade's going to be picked this early, this is just one of the options you're forced to go.
Well, I mean, I'm liking how Zeta are feeling with the Lumi for sure. Ruff's still going to be open here, but not necessarily going to be too much of a helping hand. It's not going to be the easiest if the Shade gets locked in, as we saw earlier today already, to come out of that spawn area. But it still wouldn't be a bad idea for me to have something on those lane sides, something that can break Stu. They're going to come in for Zeta. Definitely seeing a lot more Stu coming forwards in the meta. I'm quite liking that for me. I do always feel like when Stu is not necessarily the strongest, but can also bring a lot of utility to the table, it makes things quite exciting in that regard. Over then to SKC to finalize this draft. They've got to have a mid for sure. The gems need to be under control here, and something against that Stu as well to be able to ensure it, because the Mina and the Shade will be busy.
I struggle to find a perfect answer, but I like Charlie's Spiderlings into something like Naja and Stu, but I don't like it into Lumi. So Colonel Ruffs, I feel like at a professional level, is the ultimate. I don't know what quite the right answer is, so I'm just going to click the safest thing that can give my teammates who are really aggressive a hypercharge. I think that's a safe bet, especially on this map. Bounce shots available. If they want to break down the map, they can. I don't think they will because they have a Shade and a Mina, but I think this just allows them flexibility. So even at a 6th pick, especially if you don't have a definitive, this is what we must go, Colonel Ruffs is such a standard safe choice.
Yeah, sandbags as well. Surely the gadget choice into the mid. Stu going to take a bit more time to kind of whittle those things down, and although both gadgets, to be completely honest, are pretty good, air support can certainly do a good job also. But I know what you're saying about the breaking of the bush. You know, do you really want to do that? Is it going to take a lot away from your teammates to be able to use that to their advantage to the cover? Yeah, sandbags will come out for all the rough side of things, but it is very versatile. The Lumi, though, as well, already getting up to a very good start for Zeta as well.
Batman keeping an eye out, but thankfully can kind of use these walls and have a curved shot so they can keep away from Nightpishu's range. You're going to see him dancing around this the whole time, but Nightpishu now has encircled him, able to get the tags as well, so goes for the takedown, already has a super cycle. So 2 gems for the side of Zeta. However, Shade is now fully charged up and ready to go.
Sheer aggression from Tampa on that left-hand side there onto Kuru. Does choose to heal himself up. Nightpishu, so it's going to be now a problem that he has to deal with, and the arms will seal that. Hypercharge already here for Kuru as well. Coming straight down, going to break some valuable lost on that side of Ghost T though here. 38 HP there, just about scaling away. And they push you straight into the map again with that hypercharge now, as they can know that they are in trouble.
Yeah, and powered up as well. I think this is going to be really difficult to deal with, because even if Nightpishu dies, well, they've got Ghost T right there to scoop up that gym if necessary. Excellently played so far, and just an aggressive draft paying off. 2 gyms on the ground as Ghost T scoops 1. Now the Mina windmill going down. That's perfectly fine. Drew has to scoop these up quickly, though. The take cover there, but the piercing shot from Shitapo. Kuru falls right back into Nightpishu's hands. Not the ideal gym carrier, but with a hypercharge, it's pretty hard to stop the guy.
Oh my word, Suga's trying his very best, but now with the body blocking coming in, that's the best he can hope for. The Pishu will not burn down all the way either. He was down there to such a low state, but able to survive on. Zeta bought some valuable time there. Didn't get overly greedy. It wasn't necessarily what they were hoping to be able to escape with the spawn. But nonetheless, now they've got something to be able to save all this mid. As this gem going to spawn now on the side of SKC on countdown, and they've got to go on the aggressive.
Dog tree in the mid, so they're not going to be able to scoop this one up as Naitishu on the right-hand side is left all alone. Hypercharge available too. One brawler goes down as Ghosty is in a world of trouble. And Shade, I think, just trying to charge a super maybe as a getaway option, but needs to be careful because now the mid has bought a lot of time. Low HP, and I think they would have rather just had Naitishu go down earlier because now they're in a world of trouble. It's SKC who have to just hold on for dear life as Zeta Division can occupy the middle of the map, go for these gyms, and now it's going to be a huge fight for gyms 11 and 12.
The gems are more split between the members of Zeta than they are on the side of SKC. But there's one that drops on the left-hand side. Ghosty now forced to pick it up. It's going to buy a little bit of time for Zeta. And a huge stun. The Pishu will fall as well. They should be able to get out with these gems, especially with Shitambo having anything to say about it. Kuru now trying to push his way forwards. There's not going to be any time for a reset and all the time in the world for Zeta to push themselves back. Ghosty, the last man, to do anything to say for it. What a steal from Zeta. Cool, calm, collected. That is what we expect from a world-class team in this region.
Excellent perseverance, and just in a situation where it really felt like SKC should have been able to walk away with it. And the one moment that stood out to me is Shade had about 100 HP left, 9 gems in the hand, and could have safely just died. But unfortunately, the poison was just one tick away. It's not his fault. He tried to die. Just Zeta with the perfectly timed one, even in the not getting the kill. Just an excellent overall play, and I think this is what separates good from great. SKC have been climbing this region the whole time, but Zeta Division, even in what looks like losing sets, are still finding ways to win. We saw it in set number 1, and now the possibility of it once again being duplicated.
See how pivotal having those danger noodles are towards the end of the game as well. Just be able to lob them so far forward and just have that poison trickle down in your favor. Goes a long, long way, but the gems are pretty evenly split this time round. A little bit of a moment there when the Pishu was in the back enemy lines there, causing some havoc, but now taken care of. That should bring some order back for Zeta. 3 apiece, but now 4 to 3, and another one due to spawn in, and Zeta that have the numbers in this mid. Kuru back now, going to take that right-hand side. Surely as Pishu tries to open some space on this left-hand side.
Shade on the left-hand side doesn't grab the kill either. The ice ring is a great preventative measure from him getting away. If he starts skating, it's easy to land those shots. He can't quite blast through those walls because he gets bounced out of them. Unfortunate miss there as well, though. Both of these sides certainly not perfect.
Yeah, it's a little bit out of Shitampo's reach. And therefore going to have to try and earn that back. Meanwhile, 7 gems now goes to T in a very precarious position. That windmill couldn't come at a better time. But again, the snakes are so perilous, and SKC are not able to deal with them. Shikami will pick up the scraps of those gems. They're going to be split. The Pishu is still dangerous. The hypercharge is still working with him, but he is low. He can't do too much in the aggressive. Now his teammates come back in, and Ghost T gets stunned immediately by trying to do so. 3 versus 1 is not going to be something that SKC can win, and Zeta will bring it back with yet another set.
Big smiles for Zeta Division, but you can't help but feel disappointed if you're on the side of SKC. A really close call at set number 1, and then off the backs of that, what should have been a game 1 win is instead a Zeta steal. Zeta just have a way at taking these close ones and surviving, and that's ultimately what's getting them this comfortable lead. It feels closer than a 2-0 to me, but Zeta in the final moments in these game 2s and game 3s just keep finding a way. You talked about it earlier, it hurts the mental. You feel like you're good enough. You know you're so close. And sometimes being so close, knowing you have a chance, it hurts that much more. So the fact that they're down 2-0 and know it shouldn't be 2-0, I mean, that's what's going to make this even harder of a comeback if they want it.
That's why I love being on the disc with you, Kenny, because your mind is so evolved into mine. Like, you know, it's almost better to get swept and just have it be a steamroll, because then you can easily go, do you know what?
It's an easy excuse.
Go next. You know, we got outdrafted. It's that same old story of Brawl, you know? But when you're that close, and when one subtle slight mistake is the reason that the whole thing comes undone, to reset, to come back from that, it's a really, really tough thing. And I feel like that's where kind of things unraveled, at least in far as gem grab is concerned. One thing's for sure is that SKC, to me, look like the better team. I like their drafts better, and I like the way that they are approaching it. It's just these small mistakes that Zeta are capitalizing on, and then able to come off the back of feeling way better about how they stand in this matchup. And it's that confidence which Zeta are, for me, one of the biggest momentum-based teams in this region. CR, for me, are the teams which are able to withstand the might of so much pressure and still prevail. But Zeta are that squad that you don't want to be handing easy victories to, because they will just punish the action.
Yeah, they're punishing it, and now they're one set away from a grand finals, from taking back the top of this region, which is a huge deal. I know that World Finals points, it looks like these teams are way ahead, but with Crazy Raccoon falling, all it takes is another month of them not having their best stuff, dropping in a quarterfinal, a semifinal before this region really starts to blow up. And either of these teams could play a part in that. If Zeta wins, they really take that top spot. Rivals still have a chance, obviously, on the other end to do some damage. But SKC, if they win this, could be the biggest winners of the month, maybe across any region in terms of skyrocketing their stock, putting down the middle of the pack behind them, especially with teams like Reject missing this month. This is still a big deal. A 3-0 deficit, a 3-0 loss is not good enough if you're SKC. If you want to guarantee yourself postseason, these are the moments that matter.
Oh, absolutely so. I mean, this is the best chance to have a catch-up month. And now with the way that today is unfolding, it's becoming a real prospect here that, if SKC can just knuckle down, just iron out some of these mistakes, it will just do the wonders for them in terms of the leaderboard coming in. Now, drop coming in. Pierce and Colt, already a very dangerous prospect here on the side of SKC now to have to think about approaching. I think the long-ranged affair really has got to be very much on their minds, and a wall break would definitely probably be the way to go here, because they can't depend on the walls. They already play against the Colt.
Yeah, this is interesting. So committing to DPS with the Colt and also additional wall break to empower the Pierce. Love this in terms of strategy and thought. Jae Young on this left-hand side going to be able to help out this Leon. They're going to be relying on the Lollipop drop, I imagine, for something like Gold on Gulch. The one thing missing here is some range to either match, or they have to just commit to being hyper-aggressive and look for these interactions where they can isolate a Colt, isolate a squishy Pierce. I think it goes one of two ways, but ultimately with 6 picks still relying on Zeta Division's side, I still like their odds here.
It's an SKC map, so you'd hope that they come prepared with the draft to match Nanny. Not a bad shout here. Chloe from Zeta, though. I mean, that, to be honest, I don't necessarily mind in what is going to be primarily a more open map by the time the Colt has had its way with it. It's going to definitely have a lot more supporting role. It's going to put a lot more pressure, though, onto the Colt, onto the Pierce, and just kind of, it could get outnumbered quite easily.
Glowy out in the open is interesting, but like tethering on to a Leon that's relying on invisibility. Jae Young, who's trying to heal his teammates. If you're tethered on, well, it's kind of heals met with an inevitable just tether that does damage. This looks like a clash of strategies, and Glowy might just be the creative solution that Zeta are looking for to take a 3-0 lead. They were down against CR in terms of the leaderboard coming into this month, but now with an opportunity to expand, to fully take that #1 spot, and on top of that, fight for a grand final, which has been several months since they've had that.
Yeah, there's a substantial lead between CR and Zeta and the rest of this region, but now that CR have fallen in the semi-finals, it's a real opportunity for Zeta to get way out in front and just make sure that that is more pressure on CR. They might have to end up in the season really battling for that world spot rather than the LCQ. Now, coming around, Suzuki does take the front of it. Both sides are still standing in what's been quite a lot of back and forth already.
Yeah, SKC with a little space to work with, and of course Naipishu with the ultimate range on this map, the sharpshooter that counters sharpshooters, but Chitampo doesn't care. Willing to open up this map, knows that Jae Young and Leon don't do nearly as well. It's just going to be Glowy healing up Suzuki, constantly looking to try and tether onto this enemy side. More wall break going down from Naipishu. I'm not sure if that was the intent or just a misclick ultimately, but nonetheless, it'll still make this map a little bigger as the fog starts to close in.
Issue now, utilizing the peep, does find Chitampo now, but Ghost T was on the wrong side of the block there, and Chitampo was able to bait around it now. It's down to Batman and Suzuki to pick it up, and they do. That was honestly something which I felt may have been SKC's to take.
And unless I'm crazy, I think Naipishu just popped a hypercharge with like 500 HP. Maybe I saw it wrong, there was a damage gear, but I thought I got the sound animation there, and it's not a good call. Another peep going down. That's something that Naipishu has easily been able to gain access to, but Batman, of course, can constantly heal. They bounce him out at a perfect angle right into Ghost T and Guru's hands. That was the first signs of life I think we've seen in a while from SKC.
Yeah, nice break from Chitampo, but that's the brawler that you want to focus on if you're SKC. Being able to secure the glory at this stage is just wondrous. Now, Suzuki just doing his best to stay away from these shots, but he's really about to fall and will still fall. I think for Chitampo now, it's just the case of trying to get a few shots before retreating back into this gas, but that was a much, much better round there from SKC.
Yeah, Chitampo's called it quits. He's ultimately just going to play a little ring around the rosy. He's trying not to charge the supers. I don't think he's going to attempt to be a hero here. Just doesn't ultimately want to give up supers. It's nearly impossible though, when you're out in the open and Ipishu's in your face. So still hope yet for SKC, who are looking for a win as well. Another peep. Just going to pluck her on down the invisibility, go from the long distance, but Shitampo and the squad has plenty of supers to work with. Rows around this map, now looping, trying to catch Batman off guard, but doesn't quite do so. Just gonna be able to get the constant heals. Now pressure being applied by Bulletstorm as well. Not doing a ton of damage though. They're using the grass to dodge, but up top, Batman just trying to attach onto Kuru. They've left the teammates all alone as Nightpishu falls. Ghost T can't do enough damage to hang, and Zeta Division clearly have the numbers. Kuru knows this. He's gonna go ahead and feed into the storm. That is Zeta Division.
Tapu's beaming, absolutely beaming on this cold pick. And I mean, if he keeps playing like this is going to be over very quickly. I think for SKC, some good moments. I think that especially the peep piloting was absolutely on point, ensuring that that glow was looked forwards and then taken care of. And we need to see more things like that, where they're really focusing that level of care towards the main problem dealer, which is Batman. I mean, ultimately, there are some scenarios where the Pierce can run out of ammo, or the Colt can be so squidgy enough to be taken care of by the Leon, but it's the Glory that is the real thorn in their side.
Yeah, they were able to get that kill in round 2, and I think that led to them getting an early victory because of the quick kill, but now they just have to worry about the open space in front of them. Ghost T can't keep up with the range of somebody like Shitampo. Mechanical player like that, too, on a big playmaking brawler. I mean, I'm terrified if I'm SKC.
Going around again, Batman watching that pushing attacks. They've still got the ability to go from north to south here. Now that healing onto Batman at just the right time as well. Weekend Warrior from Ghost Team not going to find too much in terms of value either. So Zeta surviving on the aggression. It is gearing up and vamping on the side of SKC. Super
available for Suzuku as well, so they can kind of just throw it down at this lollipop drop if they really need to. But yet again, another peep going. Batman slides and does dodge it as well. Look how slimy he is. It bounces Shitampo right into Ghost T's hands, but Batman with a perfectly timed super now meets his maker. 2v1 situation, and Glowy certainly not a brawler in this situation that I would want when there are multiple members on the map.
Yeah, that's one of those kind of like knockout finales. If a Glowy wins a 1v2, I am here for that. It's not going to happen today. Another break from Shitampo, but it does leave a little bit of a tile there in the middle of the map, which may suit Kuru here, especially with a lollipop drop. Let's see whether he does decide to do so once that's expired. But I want to see Kuru make a pop-off play here on this Leon pick, really utilize that invisibility and make it something that can work with here. Hypercharge from Nightpishu is over. He actually will fall so quickly, and now Zeta can just run back and take their time. Kuru's spotted as well, despite the invisibility. Disastrous for SKC.
Absolutely. I think Kuru was honestly attempting to back onto this grass so he could disappear again, but the pressure from Zeta Division, the shots landed, made this too difficult. And now Batman just trying to latch on to somebody like Leon, because Leon relies on invisibility, but if you're seeing him the whole time, he's rendered useless.
It's a really tough ask here for SKC. I think even if Kuru does get super, he might decide to save it. There's so many hyper charges already for Suzuku, for Batman, and Shitampo is probably not too far behind, especially not after those beams. And Kuru just knows the gas is the only place to go, and it comes down to a round. And SKC have still not got anything to say about it on the scoreboard.
Bleak situation too, as all three members of Zeta Division have supers coming into this. Nani peep from the long distance tethers, now attacking to Batman, who slides through once again with a gadget. These perfectly timed responses. Kuru pops hypercharge. They know they need to act quickly, but Zeta Division, while pinned in the corner, are all alive. Hypercharge for Ghost T. They're trying to get really offensive as Shitampo lands a few tags. Bulletstorm going through Suzuki with a long-range marksman, able to maintain for his team. They've really kept themselves alive. Zeta Division with a real fighter's chance here.
Shitampo there with a bit of a waste of the hypercharge, but I don't mind it. It kind of made SKC have to rethink themselves, not going to be aggressive too much. Shitampo survived, 206 HP, and the heals were clutch from the Glory. Batman now continuing this on Ghost T. He's probably going to fall on the bottom side, and does. Kuru on the top side left, so incredibly low, but the focus is on the Nani, and Zeta Division have cleared up the scraps. Now surely, in a 2 versus 1 and all the heals in the world, they can take care of Kuru.
Glowy in a 2v1, very different than the opposite. Kuru has a super, and he's gonna have to use it now. They know this though, the game awareness from Zeta Division. They are too good of veteran players. They're waiting for this, trying to get an isolated play, but Kuru is left all alone, and Zeta Division shut down SKC. A revenge affair that will get them to yet another grand finals as they take the top spot in East Asia.
Bit of a shame there for SKC for me, because I felt like they were really prepared actually coming into this one. I like the look of their drafts. I like the look of how they were playing as a team, and it's one of those teams that I think have got a real chance here of securing LCQ, maybe even Worlds, as we see how the season unfolds from now with Crazy Raccoon falling in those semis. But for Zeta Division today, kind of where we expected to see them again, but I mean, the upsets have been coming in today thick and fast. The SKC did a fantastic job regardless.
I think this one especially hurts because there was a real opportunity here. Crazy Raccoon are thrown out of the mix. Rival Esports on the other side. Again, Rival Esports very well could win this whole thing, but in terms of leaderboard standing, SKC really needed this because now Rival have a chance to edge them out in future months. We've got Zeta Division who are climbing on top as well. That gap's expanding too. Losing to Zeta Division's one thing. Losing in a 3-0 fashion after beating them in a 3-2 after having months of training for this exact moment. Just devastating. The mental for SKC, we're going to have to see them really bounce back in this next month because you can't just be a semifinals too. They have to make some grand finals if they want to guarantee themselves something like that LCQ you mentioned.
This could have very well been SK Kalala's stay. As you said already, Rival Esports waiting for them in the finals. If they could have repeated what they did last month or 2 months ago in the last monthly finals, they could have win it all today. 3-0 though for them. They were the only ones to actually make it a 3-0 in the quarters, rushing through to end here and now losing 3-0 themselves. I think they just weren't warm. I don't know, after that quarterfinal they didn't have an opposition that gave them the warm-up they needed to defy a Zeta Division that looks super strong today. For me, especially the draft here was where SK Kalala struggled, which is a surprise. We talked about it, Ark. Memeshi versus Sebas. We have the EMEA draft on the side of SK Kalala's, but it wasn't there.
It just feels like, you know, the team got together after those qualifiers on the side of Zeta and were like, hey, Memeshi, we know you tried in that draft that maybe go down to the lower bracket, but like let's try and rein it back somewhat slightly. And it just seems a bit more grounded coming into today. And I've been really impressed, honestly, with how Zeta, you know, especially as the team which I had to fall in the quarterfinals. I was very uncertain as to whether there was going to be some shakiness specifically from them here today. And I'm kind of pleasantly surprised. I feel like now there's a real chance. But I mean, Rival. I mean, who could have predicted that they would cause the upset in the semis? They could still very much go all the way here. I mean, on event.brawlstars.com, I'll leave that to you guys because I'm not going to jinx it.
It would have been lovely to see a completely new final. Now we get to see Rival, though, for the very first time in a grand final of the monthly final. So I'm still excited for that one. It's going to be quite a rough one, though, for them. I would have loved to vote Rival at this point. You could have argued that if you can beat Crazy Raccoon, they can also beat Zeta Division. But like I said already, Zeta just looks different today. They didn't do quite well in the qualifiers, but today their draft is, excuse me, their draft is on point.
Yeah, I mean, for me, I said to the guys backstage, I was like, if SKC beat Zeta, I'm going Rival. So I'm not counting them out of this one at all, but I just think like Zeta is probably the smarter prediction out of the two. It just feels more likely to happen. They know what it takes to win on the biggest stages, and I think grand finals is not really where Rival Esports have been. So I just feel like they're going to probably drop in second.
Kenny mentioned it already, with Crazy Raccoon only being 6 points ahead of Zeta Division. With them not making it into the finals, that's now Zeta Division at that top spot in the leaderboard in East Asia. So they can be grateful to Rival, but they still want to beat them today and make it their second grand final win overall. Now, in Zeta Division, there's one player that is very known for a very interesting seating position, I heard.
We're blasting through the monthly finals.
And we've seen a wide range of different seating setups for you players as you compete.
We're going to test him out and see if any of them give a competitive advantage. What? He's what? You're really? My tablet feels really far away. Usually I like to be here. In fact, this is the way I would normally play the game. I can't believe anyone would really play the game like this.
Right, okay. Well, I know exactly what to call this pose. This is the seductioner, isn't it? It's like, hey, how's it going? You, yes, you.
Okay, yeah, this is in seat number 42 of a transatlantic flight when you're trying to eat your dinner.
I call this the Stamper. Nobody else would ever get into this position. Play-wise, I think it's interesting, you know, it has something. Obviously, only winners play like that. When you're done with the set, you're going to put your tablet down, just get into a quick push-up like Stamper does as well. Good, okay. Are we going to continue playing?
No. Is that under his butt? Why are you, this is like an evolution of cross-leggedness. I can't do it. I'm toppling over.
Okay. Well, I can't bend that way. I can tell you that for free. What is amazing to me about this is how close the legs are to the wall as well. I'm already hurting.
Look at this dude.
I'm guessing it's like this. a 2 out of 10, a best.
This is if you like really want to feel immersed in your character as you're playing Barley. I feel like you could apply this to other throwers. Like you could do the dynamite, like the, with the, with the sticks of dynamite.
What are you doing to me? What are you trying? This is not a segment. This is not fun. This is just you guys trying to cause me pain. It's an Asian squat, I think. Is it like this? And then the arms. What's going on with the arms? It's like this, but his legs are straight up, vertical. I would call this, I don't know, pain, just pain.
I'll call this, I didn't even make it out of bed, 4 out of 10.
I guess this move is called I'm gonna call it the sternal support. I feel like I'm holding like a mini plank position. Maybe I like need more cushions or something. We'll say like 8 out of 10. You think this is what he's doing off cam?
That is what Ark is doing off cam actually right now as well. It's super sweet. But yes, that has been it for especially East Asia being featured in weird seating positions. I'm super excited to see what we get to see from them later on. We already saw Shigemion, this time not with a Barley cosplay. This time it was a Mortis. Unfortunately, he didn't make it through. Maybe Rival is showing up with a cosplay too, who knows?
We can only hope. I just want to say how awful Ark is at getting into those different positions. Like, I know it's an aging body, but like...
Says you!
Yeah, but I could...
The guy who's got the shoulder of a 70-year-old man.
I could sit in every one of those positions right now, I'll tell you that. That's all I'm saying.
Well, congrats, I'm proud of you.
Thanks,
proud of
sure.
Yeah, you pat on the back for that one.
Thank you.
Well, yes, talking about East Asia, our World Finals are going to happen in East Asia too. We had a little bit of a teaser already for it. You guys got to vote and guess where it is, and whoever voted Japan was right in the end.
Phenomenal weekend of esports, and welcome to the Brawl Stars World Finals!
Their rivalry one last time, but remotely enough from Humble. Crazy Raccoon, crowns king of Brawl!
You forgot this!
This is going to be one of 4. Yes, you heard me right. 4 LAN events we have this year, with the Challengers finally also being in Istanbul in Turkey. So make sure to get your tickets there. Also make your way to Tokyo if you want to see another epic Brawl Stars World Finals. Now, from the East Asian team so far, Crazy Raccoon and Zeta Division are looking the best to actually get those slots as Kikalolis in that last chance qualifier slot right now. Who do you think will actually be the 2 teams in the end? Zeta and Crazy, or is it going to be someone new?
I've got a feeling it's probably still going to be these 2. Like, Crazy Raccoon have definitely had a bit of a downer this month, and they're going to be caught up a little bit. And as we've already mentioned, Zeta Division have overtaken them already today. So once those points get added on, they'll be catapulted into first. I do think it's going to be these 2 teams going to the World Finals, but I think it's a big battle for that 3rd spot.
Yeah, I tend to agree. I would like to see, though, there be some real peril on the horizon. I mean, it only really takes one quarterfinals exit for either Crazy Raccoon or Zeta Division, and then the whole leaderboard could catch up. That 1.5 times point multiplier really can make a difference, as can jinxing in regards to our teams to watch, which now you're voting on. So if you want to see the leaderboard shift, it does seem to be the case that when we do highlight and showcase a team to watch, that they don't have the best of months.
Yeah, it's been a real rough one today for Crazy Raccoon, to say the least. They've had a couple of really close games, sadly losing that one in the semi-finals. Well, sadly, in terms of for them, I'm sure the rest of the region will be very pleased that they have, to be honest with you. It gives them a bit of time to catch up. But yeah, the community definitely cursed them a little bit there.
It would have been very nice to see a completely new finals here with the 2 of at the top of the leaderboard. Now even more at the top with 30 points they gained through Brawl Cup. They're now 100 points ahead of everyone else. It would have been nice to see SK Kalalas versus Rival Esports. We still get one of the two, so I'm happy. And I wouldn't be against Rival winning it all today. It would definitely shake up that leaderboard, which would be really healthy to see at this point. Summer Split is in, so we now have a 1.5 multiplier on all points. The race, the catch-up, has to start today. Rival Esports versus Zeta Division is your grand final of the June monthly finals here in East Asia.
A very tough match this will be for Rival Esports, but one that I feel that they are actually ready for. Looking at today and how consistent they've been, and of course toppling Crazy Raccoon in the semi-finals. Their biggest result to date against the team which they faced 3 times, twice in qualifiers in February, March, and in the April monthly finals, and lost to in all 3 occasions. Hence the reason why we saw the backflips that didn't quite land the full rotation, but it was a great celebration regardless. Rival are cooking. I am absolutely here for it. We are united on the desk in our prediction with Zeta, but we kind of have to side here with the favorites. It'd be kind of a bit crazy not to. There is every chance that Rival could do this, in my opinion.
Yeah. Zeta Division, the clear favorites in this one. Is there still a underdog beating heart in your chest as well, Trev?
Do I love an underdog? Yes, I do. Do I think they're going to win? No. But I kind of hope they do. I really do. Because, as I keep on saying, it's going to close that leaderboard down and make it closer. We don't really want these two teams to be running away with it. We want it to be kind of packed in where the top 5 or 6 can be in any of those spots.
So mind versus heart stats do say that Zeta Division should take this one. But as you said, Ark, 3 times in a row, Rival has lost to CR. So we don't know how good Rival really is today. If they can beat the Crazy Raccoon, they might also be able to beat Zeta Division. They also do get the first map pick, which is a better thing to do, I think. If you close it out in 3, you have 2 map picks. Open Business is going to be the first one here. Zeta Division for the 3rd time already picking hideouts here. It's definitely their favorite map in the world. Penal Punt coming in from Rival, Kaboom Canyon from Zeta Division, which I believe we haven't seen at all yet today. And then out in the open as our tiebreaker. Any map you really want to see? The last 2 we haven't seen at all yet today, Trev.
Yeah, I'm curious if we're even going to get to those, to be honest with you. I just feel like Zeta are going to come into this one quite heavy favourites. I really do want to see it go all the way because we've had a lot of 3-2s today, and I'd love to see the grand finals close out as we start. But I can't help but feel when Zeta are going to be a bit more switched on to the fact that Rival just want to pick up Damien every single time. And yes, they are. It's banned out the way. That was their driving force against Crazy Raccoon. That's the reason they won, because Crazy Raccoon didn't ban it.
Yeah, I'm with you. I feel like the Charlie response from CR in the semi-finals was quite decent in the set number 5, but it wasn't enough, and that seems to be the best answer for Damien. So I think just best to eradicate it. It gave Rival the edge, and Zeta are not taking those chances. Definitely though, Mortis, Crow. We've seen Crow drop off a little bit this month so far, at least in this region. But certainly in terms of other brawlers like Colette, Mortis, those kind of real tough brawlers to have to deal with. That's probably honestly one of the more have we seen a poll today other than this that's been below 90% favourite? I haven't seen one.
I saw a 65, I think 65-35.
It's been such a rare thing to see. I think Rival, to be honest, considering how well they played today, could be at least 30%. Yeah. That's being generous, really.
SK Kalalas got less votes than Rival against Zeta Division, so there you go with that. We talked so much about draft today, and I agree with you in that. Rival had the edge over Crazy Raccoon because of the draft. It was impeccable, and Crazy Raccoon honestly just showed us a couple of mistakes, like leaving that Damien open, not banning him once. Really was an issue for them. And Zeta Division, they have been looking so strong in their draft today. It's not going to happen to them. On both sides, I feel like we have very targeted bans here in the global stage. Also with Mina and I believe it was Shade against Zeta Division. Those two are the signature brawlers of Zeta today.
Yeah, I think it's smart. It really is to get these. I think global bans being targeted is more important than kind of bans through the actual ban phase being targeted. It just gets them out of the way for the entirety of it. And obviously, I think Zeta's coming into this one. They've learned from Crazy Raccoon. Get rid of that Damien. You're a better team on paper. You've been a better team for a few years. So just play safe Brawl Stars.
I agree. In the global ban stage, get rid of those comfort picks, and then you can still ban the meta for each individual map. Now, that first one, Ark, who do you think is it going to be? Rival chose it. Are they also going to win it?
This is the question that for Rival to pick maps 1 and 3, if they don't get off to a good start, it's going to be possibly Zeta which capitalize in that second set. So they need to really hit the ground running here. I think the momentum off the back of that Crazy Raccoon match is going to be quite key. But then Zeta are just carrying their momentum forwards, having just played. So, I think that for me, it's hard again not to side against Zeta. Just say Zeta.
Yeah,
Zeta.
So now, for the start of the summer split for the June monthly finals here in East Asia, we have for you now Rival Esports versus Zeta Division. And we're starting things out on Open Business, another hot zone map. So Lou is going to be the brawler of choice here. Makes a lot of sense. We have Colette banned out, Finks banned out. Those two would also be pretty decent first pick options here. Now on the left hand side for Rival Esports, they usually also like to go with the Lou. They like a good Ems as well, but she's banned out. So let's see if they're going to go with something aggressive instead. Yes, the Draco is going to come in here together with the Poco. I like to see that. It's not the best into a Lou per se, but it's a good comp in itself.
Yeah, I mean, obviously you're going to have the gadget as well to get rid of those Lou effects, so can still kind of power forwards through it, regardless of that being such a tough thing for Draco and Poco to deal with if that wasn't a gadget. But I quite like it. I think they do have to take this route of just running it down. They've been deprived of what was working for them before in Damien, a tank, so just run it down with different tanks.
Feel my wrath!
Oh. Mortis coming out for Zeta. I felt it, but I think it was safer, in my opinion, just to break with a grip and bring in a Pierce and just have everything wide open to target everything onto that Draco. Draco's definitely an East Asia brawler, in my opinion, these days. I haven't really kind of seen it maybe in South America a touch, but it's a risky brawler to double down with in that regard. Cordelius from Zeta is going to be their specific answer to that Draco. And I kind of much prefer kind of working around a Draco than actually picking it these days myself.
Yeah, they have two counters now to that. Draco is not going to have an easy task to make it into mid. Do they double down here, pick up another healer, or go with something a bit more conventional? Naja, for example, it's still left open. She's not globally banned. She's not regularly banned, and she's still super strong in the current meta. Against the Mortis, they could go with something like a Nita too, just to counter him out. Stu, is it going to be instead? They just have no damage on the left-hand side.
Yeah, they really don't. It's going to be worrying when the Mortis does come towards them. He's going to be able to chain quite a few supers pretty successfully. They've just got to hope that they're going to have enough gadgets to deal with the Lou, to be honest with you. Cord as well, going to be able to do a good amount against the Draco, so I'm a little worried for Rival here, to be honest with you.
I'm not feeling overly excited for Rival in their odds here. The Draco can thrive, but it really does need to close the gap. And with a Stu as well, it's be lacking in range also. The Poco's the best range brawler on that squad, and that concerns me quite greatly. I feel like, for Zeta here, they could be going the aggressive, and I feel like Rival could be in trouble.
Yeah, it does seem to be like they are going quite aggressive. Ryohei very close to being stunned out here and just about gets it off in time, but the Cordelius will drag him into the realm and take him down. Suzuki still around the back, just chilling at the moment, and there's the breakthrough. Not the most wonderful thing.
But if he broke it anymore, he would have gone down immediately as well. But he goes down a few seconds later regardless, so it might have been worth just to do it and take the death. In the meanwhile, Zeta are just fully hunkered down on this zone, now healing up to full HP. And Suzuki, again, on that Morris pick, so look at that left-hand side. I mean, Ryohei just got annihilated.
Things can change, but at the moment, it just seems like they're toying with them. Like, they're just beating him down over and over and over again. There's another hypercharge being used by Shampoo. Didn't even go for the kill here. He's just kind of waiting him out. There's a hypercharge from Batman as well. Doesn't make any connections, but they're at 75%. It's a 3v2 in the mid portion of the map, and the big boy's gone out of the way.
Rival picked this map, okay? That does not seem like the case when you look at what we're seeing in front of our eyes. It feels like Zeta wanted this, or at least played into the ideas that they were going to implement more so. Rival got to bring out whatever their strategy was. Like, I don't want to say it's now draft too soon. Like, there's many occasions where you see kind of like how quickly Hot Zone can turn and how quickly a different start can ignite a flame within this squad and the draft, but I don't know whether I can see it happening here.
Just say it was a shocker as well, right?
It's
not
terrible.
a great draft, is it? Like,
it was awful.
It really doesn't seem to be working for them. I think a better start can change a lot, to be honest with you. But it's a question of whether or not they'll be able to get out. Tampo super in hand there, and Suzuki will sweep through and clean that up. But a 2v2 is much better than the position we're in last time, and they've got that percentage on the zone with taking the lead. Now Suzuki in the back line, Toro gets the kill as well, and honestly, better.
Definitely better. Tampo will eradicate Ryohei for now. And Batman will place down a nice shot on the zone, but as quickly as that, then the shooting force of Poco will be able to take care of that freeze. Batman now going to be taken care of by Utapin as well. There's some good trades, but so far, Rival Esports are the first to achieve 50%, and that is a ton better than what we saw in the previous game.
Tampo hypercharges and goes down as well. That's Toro doing a much better job here. Ryohei sliding onto the zone and actually just using the gadget to get rid of that as well. Suzuki picks that kill up, and they're massively behind now, but the stun's there on Ryohei, and this is where Zeta start to fly away with it. And they're full control, they've got hypercharges, and they're just able to chill a bit.
Now Zeta approach more and more towards 50%. Hypercharge from Batman is certainly a grateful thing, especially now as the Pogo has just then released Gadget. Let's see, Utapin not going to be able to aggress the zone, but get some good taps on Batman for sure. He might be able to clear him up as well. That screeching solo from Totoro will keep him low. And now Rival Esports, all three members, starting to make this look easy and doable. They take care of Batman. Tampo not going to be able to do too much here into the realm as well. That is, especially when you consider how badly that first game went for them, a nicely tied up set now.
Yeah, night and day, really, from Rival there. Much better start, and it just puts them in a position to just hunker down, hold it out. Poco heals, kind of getting the shots for everyone, cycling them out a bit better. It was a pretty convincing performance in Game 2 from Rival. So, something that Zeta have got to be worried about. They were flying in the first game, but it was just so different in the second.
Well, Tampo now knows that he's got to try to aggress his right-hand side quickly and early on. But already this Poco is paying dividends so far for Rival Esports. Big freeze, an early freeze of that there from Batman as well. And he's been almost frozen out by the shots that were landing successfully on him. Ryohei on that top right-hand side in a good spot, but the range being kept on the side of Zeta, who are having a much better start now. They almost now approach 30%.
Yeah, super there from Batman, not really the best in my opinion. The super there from Tampo as well in turn to get Utapin into the realm. He'll come through, just cycling these bats, but Ryohei doing a good job. And it's not a massive lead for Zeta at the moment, and Rival on the zone and holding well.
They're really utilising this Poco pick pretty well for the most part. A good deterrent of the freeze, but also to ensure they're working together as a squad. Zeta sometimes falling behind a little bit in terms of those spawn cycles now. Suzuki, they're getting a nice little cycle, gets the bats out as well. Does secure the takedown too, and now Zeta, all three members standing. Ryohei can't contest this whatsoever, so coming out of this spawn, look at this, Tampo and Suzuki lurking together here for the spawns coming in from Rival.
Yeah, I mean, almost goes down there, though. Stunned out, Ryohei going to be able to stay up for a little while longer here. Gets caught by the returning bats, and that could be a big game changer here. Utapin forced to back off as Poco's not there to support him through the ice. And now, trying to get back into the mid. So close to being stunned out, but Suzuki now going in. Gets the shots off, super available. A hypercharge in turn from Ryohei. Keeps them in the mix, but not going to be able to outrange here and gets caught stunned off the zone. Now pushing on. Cycled out again, though, and Batman just putting in work on the loo. And Zeta started strong, fell off, and then it was kind of a little bit close in the third, to be honest with you.
Yeah, it was kind of more like evenly matched for sure. Ryohei at the end just really giving it all he's got on that Draco pick, but I just felt like, you know, as much as they made it work in the second game, the comp just didn't really feel as rounded for me. Just didn't really feel like it was fitting in as many places on the side of Rival Esports. I feel like Zeta were playing it safer in that regard, and the kind of all-in approach for Rival wasn't just nearly as successful as I think that they thought it was. It did have a place. It could have been something that could have taken a set, but that first game, it was just so one-sided, and Zeta got off to a flying start.
After Crazy Raccoon allowed Rival to pick Damien 3 times in a row, my huge question coming into this grand final was really, can Rival win even if they don't have Damien, even if they don't have Draft? And now in this one, I didn't see a world where this Draft could have won. Stu, Draco, and Poco into this. No damage, no range really. And they didn't struggle as much as I thought. They actually made it quite close, did win a game. So my answer to this question so far is yes, of course, they can still win, even against the Zeta division. even if their draft isn't looking too good. If the draft would have been looking a bit better though, they could have maybe even taken the sets. So far it's 1-0 for Zeta Division. They played well, they drafted well, and if you want to be a Grand Finals winner, those are two of many things I think you need to win it all. Yeah.
There's a lot of things you need, but they are two of them, so it's a good place for Zeta Division to be in. Rival, you know, they had their moments throughout that set. I do think Zeta maybe kind of got a little bit overconfident after that first game going so heavily their way, but they kind of were quite quick to react to that, losing that game, and came back just as strong in the third. So we're moving now on to Hideout, which is a map that we've seen time and time again today. Seems to always be Zeta picking it. So after coming off the back of an opposition's map and doing that well, you're expecting them to continue.
Yeah, I think the decision really, first and foremost, is like, you know, are you bringing in Immortus or Jaeyoung to get the blue star? If you do so, are you going to be able to hold your line when it comes down to it and really meet the aggressiveness of your opposition? Mortis banned out here. Jaeyoung also banned, so that blue star being quite highly valued in that regard, as well as the Naja, the Leon, the Byron, and the double Leon ban actually in that regard. I think here's where the meter bans were quite shining through on those global bans. Bell will be the first pick here from Rival Esports. Colette's still going to be open here. I think it's an easy pickup.
Colette, Kaze, both left open would be a good duo for me here. Pick up for Zeta Division, definitely possible with Mina banned out. Mortis as well now. Kaze is really the only one that is still there to pick up that blue star first, so let's see if they're actually going to go with it. What they usually like to play is a Byron comp. Byron is banned out, and yeah, with that they kind of have to go with something a bit riskier. There's not too many options left open that are really safe. Pierce, of course, is one of them. Once again, I think Ark has a lot to say about that. Slid through the bans in East Asia. He's one of the most picked up brawlers today, but they seem to think he's not good enough to actually ban him.
Yeah, I like the Pierce. I think fighting range with range early on and not really taking too many chances is probably smart for Zeta. Wouldn't have expected Brock, though, to be honest with you. You know, when we see so much aggression coming out of this region in general recently, I probably would have, as you said, Sonny, go for the Kaze or something like that and just try to take that first one. But I don't know if they're just kind of lining up to not be able to allow the other team to play a Colette or kind of open up and not let them play anything too aggressive, which would make sense for the Brawl.
I think Kaze would be a great pickup for now Rival. I mean, it's going to be hard for Zeta to play it into the Bell with the amount of nest eggs. The Max are going to come forward as well. A brawler which can phase shift away by popping them, but now in their side of the field. I mean, it's an aggressive brawler. It's not going to necessarily be the most threatening unless they back it up. The Bell will get some good shots and definitely form clustering on their opposition side. But you know, I kind of want to see how they pair this. Nanny is the idea for them. A brawler which, you know, has got less susceptibility while using the peep now on the ground, but still is a little bit like that for me. It's kind of very traditional. I kind of prefer what Zeta are cooking.
So far, so good for Zeta, definitely. Let's see what the last pick is going to be. If they break open the map, and I think that is Rival's thinking here, the Max is going to be a good counter to the two snipers, and Nani is, of course, as well. Not too good into Pierce because he has so many shots available, and there is also the counter to the Nani. Now, Jean is so good against her, she can't really use the return to send it, get it into Brock and Pierce as long as Jean is there as well. I don't know. My thinking was, why leave Kaze open? Whoever gets blue star here in this long-ranged matchup will probably also keep it. This is going to be another 1, maybe 2 kill round in my eyes. It's going to be a very slow match. If you had to pick one comp, Trev, which one would it be?
I think I'd just go with, I think I like Zeta's, to be honest with you. I really do. I always like the Gene on this map, just able to pepper people down, get your pull, and then, you know, if you manage to have one of the, like the lead or the blue star, which, you know, with Max they probably won't have, forcing the opposition to come into you with your pull is really dangerous when you've got these kind of grass and walls around. I'm just so surprised we're seeing a long-range bouncy matchup in this 2026. I'm
just so surprised that, like, you know, Colette not being banned and not picked. I mean, take a screenshot. It's probably the only time it's going to happen this weekend. Wildest. But 3 stars already for Rival and that blue. Getting off to a very, very good start now. Those 3 stars do lie on the head of Utapin. Some good nest egg value already on that right-hand side, invested by Toro. So a good break there for from the left now. And Rio Hay looking a little bit perilous, now starting to heal up. But so far, Zeta are molding the map and catering to their advantage.
Yeah, it wasn't having the best time on the left-hand side there, so pivots to the right now, and these nest eggs looking dangerous if Batman steps on them. Ryohei is going to punish. So got to be extremely cautious about that. Utapin doesn't time that phase shift to the best of his abilities and does get hit by the shot. Ryohei returns to sender and brings Pierce low, but there's a kill in the backlines as Shitampo takes down Totoro.
And realistically here, just one gene pull from Suzuku and the support from that would be enough to be able to turn the tide here, or just land the shots and take down Totoro. And now Zeta have got the lead and are still in that really aggressive spot, full HP, looking firmly in control.
I mean, this is what I said. Listen, if you've got a gene pull and they're having to push into you, it's a worrying position for the team having to do the aggressing. So, gonna have to be cautious. Shitampo doing a great job on the Brock as well, 4 stars over his head and a super in hand. Stupid popping the speed now, eventually getting some aggression going, but I don't think Zeta minds sitting in the back lines of this gene pull. They get the kill anyway.
Like, it's kind of wild that in that period of aggressiveness that Zeta can still pick up kills as easily as that there. 6-3. It is still Rival that do need to find 3, and that magic hand pull is going to seal Ryohei's demise here. And very tough, really, for Utapin and Totoro to push into this. Zeta hold the back line strong and take yet another game.
Well, if it works, it works. And Zeta are definitely making this comp work, to be honest. The Gene doing a lot there as well. Shitampo and the Brock really solid. And all 3 of them, they're just, other than the start, they're all just winning the lanes. Like, there was no real, like, nothing to be scared of from the Rival Esports side there. Even when they popped the max speed, they actually extended the lead. So, I mean, they're absolutely flying.
The momentum really is on their side right now. And I need to see a bit more from Rival. I don't want to end today feeling like Rival just kind of got a lucky win over CR based upon Damien. No, I want to see some back and forth realistically from them, because they've made it this far. And it's a massive result for them, but to kind of like be so outmatched, it's kind of hard to see here. But for Zeta, they look really quite comfy. So far, Blue Star with Rival Esports, so that's definitely a good start. But they can't go too overly aggressive here. So good foundation, some good positioning power here, but if you get that gene, it can turn so quick.
Yeah, I mean, I think swaps in terms of lanes was needed. See the Bell over the left-hand side with the nest egg there, and the Max actually the one aggressing quite far up the map. Suzuki ran the back, keeping Ryohei low, and Batman trying to find a few of these homing pellets towards him, but they're in a great position, Zeta here, just playing left to right, but they're quite far in the bottom of this spawn. There's the super coming through, little return to sender, but that's wasted now, and Suzuki can surely take advantage. Vengeful Spirit not finding it, and neither of the pellets either.
Oh, Batman's popping off, and those shots were just narrowly missing 2 players at once. But now, Zeta do secure it. And honestly, Utapin's in a really tough spot. What a pull! We couldn't see when it landed, but I know from the sound alone, that is the cusp of the range, people. Unreal. Batman, though, way out of position here, but juking until that final Nanny shot, which secures it. And actually, now Rival have to leave with that blue star.
Yeah, well, when you can't see where the end of the pull is, you know it's a good pull. That's the bottom line. Batman needs to make up for those overextending mistakes here, and Shitampo is going to be marked up as well, so has to be cautious with the Max, who can just come straight towards him and get the kill. Suzuki pushing forwards now, trying to pinch in on Utapin here, but trips a nest egg. Vengeful Spirit to try to keep himself alive, and actually, they don't punish it.
Will allow some valuable healing time. He gets popped! That's massive! And already Zeta in the mid, they've got so much space between themselves, Totoro and Utapin. They can just walk back despite the bell mark and despite a magic hand to nowhere. Zeta have got everywhere to go. And it's another set, 2-0. Rival Esports left in the dust.
I mean, what a performance that was, really. They just waited for the moment. Yes, they overextended a couple of times. Yes, they handed over some pretty pointless stars early in game 1, and it was Batman on the pier staying a little bit too long on the right-hand side in the second, but they always just made up for it so perfectly, and Batman may have gave the stars over in the lead, but then he just as quickly returned it with a super.
This is the concerning prospect, isn't it? Like, Zeta are not playing perfectly, not by a long shot. They're making mistakes, and they're not looking their top form, but they're still making this match look easy. It is the grand finals, but it doesn't feel like Rival were necessarily maybe even preparing to be in this position. But they are, and they've got to try to survive, to float. Right now, they're sinking.
To be fair, the preparation goes both ways. Rival didn't really prepare for the grand final, but we do have map draft now, so that doesn't really matter too much. And Zeta Division also didn't prepare to face Rival in the grand finals, I'd assume. They're just playing better, and so far, 2 out of 3 maps, for me at least, they also have the better draft, right? They're reacting to what Rival is showing them, and Rival's comp makes sense in itself, but it's not really reacting to what we see on the right-hand side. It gets countered out easily with that last pick of Gene. The Nani didn't really work out either, even though that would have been, in theory, a good answer to the Brock and the Pierce. In the end, Zeta Division is brilliant today, not also in mechanics, which is what we usually talk about in this team, but also in their draft. Is it going to be a 3-0? I hope not, because today has been the day of close matches.
I'm just looking at the monitor. I see Ark looking into the camera saying yes. So I'm assuming so as well, to be honest with you. Like you said, I don't think their drafts have been bad. I think if you look at their drafts, without looking at their opponent's draft, you'd be like, oh, that's pretty decent for the map. It's not bad. It'll do something. But as you said, they're just not reacting to what Zeta are doing. They're not it doesn't seem like they're in the know about what Zeta are going to pick either. And I'm sure that comes down to not expecting to be in the finals. They probably put all their preparation into, firstly, the quarters. And then I don't think they'd have expected, as much as hopeful as they would have been, I don't know if they'll have really expected to get past CR.
That's my assessment. I think they just spent so much time preparing their drafts for the opposition. They were not expecting Zeta, who are the other side of the bracket, to be their opposition.
But Pinhole Punt is going to be Rival Esports' pick here, so they wanted to play this map. Now, it didn't work out in set 1. Maybe for this one they have a better game plan. And they also get the first pick here. What they usually like to play is Poco once again. It didn't work out, you know. Let's see if we're going to see him again. Mo is one of these bowlers that has been showing up quite often today. He's left open. And then we also have Naja once again sliding through the global and the regular bans. That is always a good option on a map like this one. Not the best bowler on Brawl Bowl, we discussed that earlier, but still has some value. Otis, just a safe, secure pick. I hope the nerves aren't getting to them.
Yeah, 2 quick picks here. Confidence coming out of Zeta Division, wanting to get this one done fast. Ems and Kenji are their 2 picks. So I like that a lot. I think Kenji itself, really, really solid. Ems, Brawler can cover so many of the bushes on this map, so I do quite like that as well. And also, so many walls to hide behind, use your supers, knockbacks ready for the aggression that I'm sure will inevitably come out of Rival at some point, just because obviously it is Brawl.
Yeah, I like that from Zeta though. Just snap up your 1 and 2 pick real quick, and then just allow Rival to be under pressure to have to think things through. BB, not the biggest of fans of BB. Certainly now with the buffies, she's been elevated, no doubt about it. But I mean, brawlers like Kenji are definitely my go-to when you're not kind of able to consider other kind of like tankier brawlers. I mean, Mortis wouldn't have been a terrible shout, but I mean, Ems is quite suppressive in that regard. You know, I just think that Ems, Kenji, there's nothing to not like about that right-hand side, but there's some question marks for me on the left.
I was saying Rival Esports really good at enabling their own comp. Now, what do they pick to enable the BB? A Meg, which is good in itself, once again on Pinhole Punt, but I don't know if this comp is going to work out. Definitely Otis catered towards the Kenji, but that is really the only really solid pick I see from them. I agree with you, Ark. I don't love the BB. Meg is okay. We haven't seen her in a while, though, with now Naja coming out of Zeta Division. Now, let me read the top 3 most picked, highest win rate brawlers of Zeta Division. Naja, Kenji, and Ems, and they got all 3 of them. They got exactly what they wanted.
Meg out of mech can't even handle a danger noodle. Can I just put that out there? Like, I mean, Naja's the perfect answer to this, and I just don't know. This BB's going to have to really pop off.
So bottom line, I think what we're saying is like, we don't really like Rival's comp.
That would be a fair assessment.
And we quite like Zeta's comp, yeah?
But we're not always right here on the desk.
If he's not. Yeah, well, Kenji on the left-hand side. Here's Stampo with the super already, and this is what I was talking about. Behind.
Should we just wrap this one up? Are we needed on the desk? Can we call it a day now? That should not be happening. It should not be happening. And that's not even a draft. That's just your mechanics on the day. You can't be letting those in.
I mean, they were slowed by the M Super, to be fair, but I just find it quite funny that the ball just trickled in as they were just stood there watching it. Shampo, as I said, behind those walls is just going to be dangerous when the Super's available. Here's the hyper charge coming through from YouTube, and he didn't even get the kill. And there's a good kill from Suzuki as well, just keeping his teammate in the mix. There's a Super over the top as well. This is just brutal to watch. Suzuki could surely walk this one in, dashes onto the ball, and that's match point.
Yeah, that's...
You can see how much they're enjoying themselves as well. Like, it's usually they would just be like locked in, ready for the next game, but they're just like smiling, looking across the room, and
they're chilling.
This feels so over.
It does seem that way. I would like to hope that there is still something left in the tank for Rival Esports, but it's tough to enjoy what I'm seeing in terms of their draft on screen. I feel like Zeta have come in better prepared in that draft sense. Can it be done? Yes. Do I think it will be done? I don't know.
Well, this is surely going to be a goal and a walk here. Suzuki trying to get back, but Ryohei finds a goal, and that is what we needed to see. An early start from Rival, get something on the board, and then they can even just play defense now if they want to.
I suggest that they probably do consider it. Oh, that's a badly timed hypercharge there on the Meg. That swipe there going to do nothing to Suzuki. Ball there to Ryohei. Off the line by Tampo. The swipes. Pretty good, to be fair. The support was still there. The little pea shooter of Utapin doing something. The mute as well. He's always back in mech. I suggest he just go back in it now before he dies, but healing up's good as well. I mean, ultimately, I think Rival are looking a little bit better, but what I'm seeing, it just could be a little bit too little too late.
I mean, they've got a goal. It's not quite over yet. Naji going to throw out these vases and the snakes to follow, try and get some burn damage along the way. Suzuki going to go straight for Satoru, who I don't think is going to burn down, just about does, but Kenji goes down with him as well. It's Batman on the right-hand side against Utupin. I'm sure he's probably just going to try and keep control here. Doesn't need to really force anything in this matchup where it's not going to favour him in a 1v1. But holding the mid, Utupin done well there.
Yeah, he's been pushing himself back a little bit. Very struggling with the Naja. Down it. Batman on the right-hand side does find the hypercharge as well. Satoru falls. Now's the perfect time to strike realistically here. They just use their utility. Just having not used hypercharge, being preserving of it. I don't mind it at all, as Suzuki is there in position for the ball, gets the pass through and secures it.
Well, one more needed for Zeta Division to win this monthly final. Hypercharge, as you said, still in the pocket of Shitambu, who's going to use it now. Gets the slow onto Ryohei on the right-hand side, but he just about sneaks out of it. Suzuki pushing the ball down the left-hand side. Toro going to be caught by a few shots of the Naja here. There's the snake coming through, ball towards the goal, but not quite, as Ryohei will run this one up the pitch and try clear it out.
So close for Zeta, but you can smell it. It's definitely on the horizon here as we approach potentially an overtime scenario. 20 seconds on the clock. They just want to hold their spot, ensure utility, continue the aggressiveness though here. Suzuki's with the hypercharge here as well and secures, well, actually find anything with it. Meanwhile, Utapin trying to find something to be able to at least provide some space, because going into overtime, that was looking so dangerous.
Yeah, I wasn't sure if he was really going to be able to run that one all the way, to be honest. I'm surprised Zeta let him get the ball out. Toro's so low, Naja needs to deal with him. It's Kenji tries to do with a let rest. 3v1 situation, as Utupin the only one defending. Super used on Shitambo, but it's all the way to the left-hand side. And Zeta Division are the champions of this monthly final.
Very solid stuff from Zeta Division then, who are going to be dominating our leaderboard here today. He really came prepared. I mean, it wasn't necessarily the grand finals I was expecting, and I wanted to see Rival Esports bring more to the table, but nonetheless now, the storyline in this region is really a focus on CR. Not the team that won the monthly final, but the team that are now behind on that leaderboard and kind of could be scrutinized by others that are be up and coming. I mean, disappointment for CR today, and certainly for Rival Esports, because I would love for nothing more than to see the top two not really kind of capitalize down on what is a 1.5 times points multiplier that is in stage for this split of the season. But for Zeta, it was just child's play. They just looked so confident and really on top form today.
Yeah, I mean, for me, it's just Rival just showing up and not really having the best final. I don't think they were prepared to be here, and I think they're probably going to be happy with second place, to be honest with you. Get some points on the board and try get ahead of the teams who are currently ahead of them to fight for that LCQ spot. But it was just super anticlimactic. Rival weren't here to play in the grand finals, and Zeta Division, as always, they're going to be.
I do think they can thank Rival Esports still, because against Crazy Raccoon, this would have been a lot closer. I'm sure about it. Zeta Division has been looking super strong today. This is still one of the only 3-0s we get to see of today. Every single match has been super close. It is a bit anticlimactic to just see a 3-0 in the grand finals, but hey, we're still here for it. Zeta Division, they win another grand final, and they're now standing at the top of the leaderboard here in East Asia.
I mean, I think Zeta Division could thank Crazy Raccoon, honestly, because they were the ones that didn't ban the Damien. I mean, like, you know, it was kind of like Crazy Raccoon sealing their own demise.
They got themselves to blame, yeah.
We asked ourselves the question going into that grand finals too, you know, was it that Damien that was really the difference maker for Rival in that semi-finals or not? And I think we have our answer now, to be completely honest. I want to see Rival to go back to the drawing board and really think things through going to the next month, because they are a bit of an antagonist in this bracket, and I love that for our region.
I do want to point out here, the only team who managed to beat Zeta Division this month was Phase Zero. Of all teams, that is actually insane.
Goats.
Now, as I already mentioned, Zeta Division has made their way up to the top. They're now ahead of Crazy Raccoon. At the beginning of the day, Crazy Raccoon was 6 points ahead. Turned this into 54 points now for Zeta Division.
And Rival Esports
knocking
down SKC, most importantly, there as well, because
1 point.
I feel like that is going to be really quite a desirable place to be on the leaderboard in this specific region. The battle for LCQ is going to rain on quite heavily in that regard. So Rival Esports, off the back of not even being able to secure the win here today, but making it to the grand finals, most importantly, is a big difference maker for our leaderboard.
Yeah, not just that, but Zeta Division obviously catapulting quite a way into first, as you said. Like, it is quite a far away ahead of Crazy Raccoon now, and we're catching up from third to second as well, and those guys have just bounced from fifth. So 1.5 times points is it's going to be quite fun to watch play out in this second half of the year.
What is also going to be fun is the match of tomorrow, the monthly final of tomorrow. You already got a little teaser there. EMEA is up next. You better tune in once more, as these are the matches you get to see tomorrow. Okay, never mind, we don't get to see it. But yeah, tomorrow it's EMEA, so make sure to tune in once again. I believe it's 2 p.m. local time. We get to see it anyway. Thank you. Production is really throwing me a curveball today. Humble versus Kumala Savesta for our first match here. Really awesome FA name. The casters are going to love it. I'm sure you too.
Yeah,
no.
Let's change it before.
Big versus Foot Esports is our fixture number 2. Then Reply Totem versus Mets Esports, and Novo versus Navi. So we have another really close day ahead when I look at these quarterfinals.
Yeah, it's going to be a banger tomorrow, as always, in the EMEA region. We've had some great... listen, what I was about to say before I was rudely interrupted by Ark is we've had some great games in East Asia today, and I'm hoping that EMEA are going to be able to match it.
Weird that this British guy here over here is really so
Is that supposed
biased.
to be me? Is that supposed to be me?
He's so biased towards the region. It's crazy, Art.
Crazy, absolutely crazy. But I mean, to be fair, I mean, EMEA at the moment is the gift that keeps on giving. We are biased to our home region. I mean, we've got to be honest about it and say it how it is. But I mean, there has been some explosivity in those qualifiers. I mean, people say that this is the most exciting qualifiers that they have ever seen for EMEA. So I'm loving how we are going and approaching our summer split, because it's really just all up in the air and all for the taking.
So you better tune in also tomorrow. Thank you so much for watching today, and we'll see you then.